With the help of React and Next.js, we are going to build a full stack SaaS application called CodeBox. CodeBox is a platform where you can learn any programming language in an innovative way. Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today we are going to build a platform where any user or adult or kids can learn any programming language with an innovative way. Now let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. If you see, we have this beautiful pixel style landing screen. We have this animated background as well, and you will see a popular available course on the landing screen. Now, with the help of email, password and Gmail authentication, you can sign up to our application. And once you sign in or sign up, you can jump onto the dashboard. We design a dedicated customized dashboard for each user. Over here you will see currently I don't have any enrolled course, so I got an option to browse all the course, or you will see an other available courses as well. If you scroll down, you will see an explore more option and option to invite to your friend. On the right hand side, you will see a total reward, a badge, daily strike and lot of other feature available. Now let's browse all the courses. Currently, we have few courses to which you can simply enroll. Once you click on any of these course, you can simply open that course. Now all the images inside this app is completely animated and I'm going to tell you how to do it. Inside this course detail screen, you will see all the chapters and the exercise in that chapter. Currently, all the exercise are disabled because you have to enroll to this course first. On the right hand side, you will see exercise progress and XP earned. Now, once you enroll to the course, here you will see some of the course or chapters are available for a free user, but some of the courses and chapters are available only for a paid user. Now, once you open any exercise, it will jump you and redirect you to the playground where you will see an information and theoretical information about the exercise. It will explain everything in details. Then you will find a task and hint to complete that particular task. On the right hand side, we added the code editor directly inside your React app. Here you have option to enter the details. You will see all the files and the default starter template, option to run your code, and once you run your code you will see the result on the right side in an actual real browser. That also we integrated inside this React Next.js app. Once you finish your task, you have option to mark this as a completed and then it will move to the next exercise and then you can finish this exercise as well. You have option to jump directly onto the next course or the previous exercise. Over here, if you move back to the course detail, simply you can go back to the course detail, and over here now you will see you finished only one exercise and you earn 20 points or credits after completing that particular exercise. Over here, once you finish, you will see it marked as a completed as well, and then you can start on the second one. Each exercise has their own XP points which you can earn it after finishing that exercise. And not only that, but once you upgrade to the paid plan, then it enable all the courses as well. All this functionality we are going to add in this particular course. Now jump on to the dashboard. Here you will see an enroll course and your progress for that particular course as well. Pretty cool, right? Then on the right side you will see your total reward you earn from all the courses, and that's how we are going to build this complete responsive application. Now I will go to this subscription billing pricing, and here you have option to subscribe to the unlimited plan as well. Once you subscribe to unlimited plan, you can just pay the amount and then boom, within a just click it subscribe to our plan. And I'm gonna tell you how easily we can add this pricing table and the payment gateway in just one line of code. Once uh, you are an unlimited and paid user, then you will see now all the courses are enabled for you, and now you can jump onto any of these course where you can learn one by one. Pretty cool, right? So this complete application we are going to build it from the scratch. If you are a beginner or advanced user, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic. At the end of this course, we are going to deploy our application onto the cloud so that you can access and share your project with your friends and start your own e-learning platform. Not only that, but we also going to push all our code chapter by chapter, and with the help of CodeRabbit AI, it will review our code and give you the suggestion if there is any. I'm gonna tell you and explain each chapter in detail with the proper way. We divided this complete project in small chapters so that it will be very easy for you, and there are some startup code as well I'm gonna provide you, which you can just copy from the eraser doc. You will find the mockup and the demo link of this application. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. The very first which we are going to use is the Next.js, which is the React framework to develop the web application. For the database, we are going to use a Neon Postgres SQL database, which is free to use and easy to integrate. For authentication and the subscription billing, we are going to use a Clerk authentication, and we are going to use a CodeRabbit to review our code, which we are going to use at every chapter. Once we finish the chapter, we'll push our code, and then CodeRabbit will automatically review our code. We are going to follow an IT standard which we are going to implement in this particular course as well. So guys, if you are new to this channel, then don't forget to subscribe. Join the TubeGurji Pro membership by going to the tubegurji.com, where you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of my projects. Also, if you have not tried a Kravix Studio, an AI short film generator platform with a variety of video style, consistent characters, and most important, in one click you can generate a 5 minutes of a short film. Simply enter your prompt, select the storyline, and then it will generate the beautiful script for you. Once the script is generated, you can edit the screen scene by scene, change the animation, depends on your requirements, and then simply generate the episode. Over here you have complete and control on your characters, the voice, the duration of that each of the episode, and you can create as long as you want. This AI short film generator is one of a kind. You will not find apps like this which help us to put and keep your character consistent throughout the video, and you don't need to jump from one app to another. Kravix Studio will do everything for you. There are bunch of video already created by many users which you can try it out. So guys, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, share this video with your friends and family. If you did not press notification bell icon, press the bell notification icon so that you will not miss any update. In this first chapter, we are going to learn how to create a React Next.js application. Then we'll learn how to run that application, and then we are going to set up an UI component library called Shatsion. And then we'll update our application font. So simply open a terminal where you want to create a project, then type a command npx create next app at latest. At latest will install the latest version of the Next.js application, whichever is available. But if you want to install with the specific version, just provide the version number. Then click enter, say yes to the proceed, and give the application a project name. So in this case, I will call this app as a code box. Then click enter, and it will give you the brand new option. Now it will give you like you want to use a default Next.js configuration. Okay, so you can even customize the setting, depends on your choice. If you want to use recommended, you can also use that one. If I say no customize setting, then it will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? Say yes. Then no to this lint. Then React compiler, say no. Tailwind CSS, say yes. No to the source directory, yes to the app router, no to the turbo pack, and then no to the import allies. And then if you see, it start installing some dependency and the dev dependency as well. And then you'll get success message saying your project is ready. Perfect. Now simply open a Visual Code, and inside this open a project where you just created this project. And once you open that, you will see some of the files and folder already there. Okay, so let me walk through each of these file. So very first folder, which is .next. So once you build application, all your file will be inside the .next. You can just ignore this folder for now. Then we have this app folder, which contain all your file, pages, API and everything inside the app with the default files that are global.css, which contain a CSS applied throughout the application. So whenever you want to apply any CSS to all your application pages, you can mention inside the global CSS. Then the next file is a layout.tsx, which contain your HTML and body tag. So through these children, all your pages are going to render. Along with this one, you will see a metadata which contain a title, description, and which is quite helpful for your SEO purpose. And you can even apply the custom font. Next, we have the page.tsx, which contain a default page. Now, whenever you want to create any new screen, you have to give the file name as a page.tsx. Now, when we generate this project, this is the default page along with this code. Obviously, you can remove that and you can start writing your own code. After that, we have the node module folder, which contain all your packages which is needed to run this application. Obviously, we are not going to touch this folder anytime. Then we have the public folder, which contain a file, images, which you want to use it from your local folders. So for example, whichever images we want to keep, we will keep inside this public folder. Then we have the next.config.ts file, which contain a Next.js related configuration. The package.json file, which contain the name, version, along with the script to run to build your application, dependency along with their version, and dev dependency with their version as well. Now this package log is quite helpful when you are going to share your project with some different developers, and in order to maintain the package version, this package log is important. And the last, we have the tsconfig.json, which contain a TypeScript related configuration. Now, in order to run your project, you can go to the terminal and click new terminal. It will open a terminal inside your VS Code. And another option to open a terminal, just go over here and just drag this up, and it will open a terminal inside VS Code. Inside the terminal, you just need to type npm run dev. Now I'm using sudo because for the extra permission, so I have to enter the password. But in your case, you can just type npm run dev. And if you see, our application started on URL localhost and port is 3000. If I open this URL inside our browser, you will see our application is now running. Perfect. Now, if I go to this app folder, and inside that we'll go to this page.tsx. Now this is our default screen when you run your application. Now if I clean everything from here and just type div and then save it over here, let's save this one, and then you will see that we don't have anything. Now let's write something. So over here we'll say welcome to home page and then save it, and boom, as soon as you save it, it refresh it inside your browser. You don't need to refresh it manually. Okay, so that's how easily you can run your application. Now next, we are going to set up a UI component library called ShadCN. ShadCN is a quite popular UI component Tailwind CSS based library among the developers, and it's very easy to use and very clean design. The interesting part is you can customize each component as per your requirements. Now simply go to the ui.shadcn.com and go to the documentation. Under the installation step, select the Next.js as a framework, and then in order to install the ShadCN, you just need to run this command in order to initialize the ShadCN. Now inside the terminal, just paste it, and then here you have option to select the base color. Let's select anything which you want, let's say zinc. Then click enter, and then it will install the ShadCN. Now in order to install or use any component, you have to add that component first. So in this case, for example, if you want to use a button, you need to add that. There are a lot of components you will find inside this ShadCN. Let's copy this command in order to add a button, and then you can install it. But if you want to add all the UI components at the same time, you just need to run command npx ShadCN at latest space add. So it will give you the option which are the other component you want to add. You can select one by one, or if you want to select all, just click A on the keyboard and then click enter. So it will install all the components and you don't need to install it every time. Pretty cool, right? So make sure you can install all the ShadCN components. Now in my case, I got an error regarding the access. So I have to run the command sudo and then add command. Okay. And if you see, all the components is now ready to use. Now if I go to this folder structure, over here you will see some of the files get added. So also there are some folders also available. So very first thing, the components, and under the component we have the UI folder, and inside the UI you will see all of this file, which is nothing but a ShadCN components. Okay, now obviously you have option to customize each of them. After that you will see a new folder called lib. Under the lib we have util.ts file and hook as well for the responsiveness. Now after this we have this component.json which contain a configuration related to your ShadCN. Here we will see the where the your all the CSS store, then the aliases, the theme color, everything will find inside the component.json. Now all your Tailwind CSS variable classes is moved to the global CSS with the Tailwind CSS version 4. So inside this you will see all the variables. Okay, so that's how we have to install the ShadCN. Now in order to use this component, for example, let's say you want to use a ShadCN button, make sure to write button. You will see this component is importing from the components folder, and then here we'll say subscribe and then save it. Now make sure to import this component, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, over here you will see this beautiful button get added. Now this is the component is automatically rendering from the ShadCN. So you don't need to write any code to use the padding or anything like that. Now one more thing I wanted to tell you, that in this particular project we need to install two extensions which help us to write your code much faster. The first is React Redux snippet. So go to the React, here you will find the ES7 Plus React Redux snippet tool. Make sure to install. And then for the Tailwind CSS, I will recommend you to install this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, which help us to write the Tailwind CSS classes much faster. Now let's understand how to add your own font. So simply go to the Google font where you will find a bunch of different fonts. Whichever font you want, just remember the name. So in this case, let's say I want to use this Pixelify Sans font, which look like more a gaming font. So once you select the font, head back to your application, and inside your layout.tsx, we already have the two font. And obviously if you see, it's imported from the next/font/google. So we also want this Pixelify Sans font, so I will import that too. Along with this, I will use this enter font and then save it. After this, you need to initialize this font, so we'll say app font is equal to Pixelify, let's mention first game font is equal to Pixelify Sans, and then inside this you need to provide a subset with Latin, and most important, make sure to provide a variable. I will provide it as a font game font. Okay, after this, let's create another one. So we'll say constant for an enter with a subset Latin and variable font enter. Next, we'll go scroll down and make sure to add this font inside this body class name. So we'll say game font dot variable and enter dot variable. After this, let's head back to the global CSS file, and if you see, we already have the default two font, but now we want to add new font called --font game font, and here I will say where --game font. I will just make sure that is correct. So instead of mentioning this much long, so here we'll say font game and font enter. Same thing I'm going to do. So here we'll say font game, and the name should be again font. Make sure this name should match. Okay, so this need to be a font game. Oh, my bad. So over here we'll say font game. Okay, same thing we are going to do for the enter font. So we'll say enter and font enter. Okay, this one. Once this is done, save both the file. Now wherever you want to apply the font, for example for this h1 tag, if you want to apply font inside the class name, just give the font name. So in this case we'll say font game. See, we got the suggestion. Save it. Let's head back to our application, and boom, if you see, the font for this text is now changed. Okay, let me increase this size. So we'll say text to XL, and boom. So that's how you can update the font. Obviously if you want to provide an enter font, you can even provide the enter font as well. So that's how easy it is. Okay, so I hope you understand that you learn how to create a Next.js app, how to run the application very first time. We also set up a UI component library called Shadcn, and then we also updated the application font. While developing the big AI SaaS application, it is very important to maintain our code. In this course, after each chapter, we are going to push our code to the GitHub. So we're gonna create a GitHub repo, and then we're gonna maintain and push our code to the GitHub after every chapter. And then that code we are going to review with the help of AI. And that's the reason we are going to use a CodeRabbit. CodeRabbit is an AI platform in order to review your code and fix the bug if there is any. CodeRabbit is very easy. You just need to create the pull request on a GitHub, and then CodeRabbit will take care of your code. He will review your code, give you the suggestion, and even fix your bugs. That's how easy it is. Now simply click the link in the description and then jump onto this CodeRabbit. If you don't have an account, make sure to create an account. The interesting part is CodeRabbit is free to use as well. Log in with a GitHub account, and then you will jump onto this dashboard where you have to connect your repo Obviously, once you log in with a GitHub, it will ask you permission to access the repo. Just allow that permission. Now, with the help of CodeRabbit, you can see all the analytics. Not only that, but you can integrate with the MCP server like Notion, Sanitary, Monday.com. Once you integrate that MCP server tool, you can easily document all your coding or your project, and you don't need to worry about anything. You can see all the reports under the report, and there are many more options you can explore. Now, in order to connect this CodeRabbit with a GitHub, you just need to add your repo. So first we'll go to the GitHub, we'll create a new repo and we'll give the name Codebox 2.0. Then I will make this private and then simply create the repo. Once you create the repo, we have to set the remote origin. So I will go back to our VS Code and inside this simply set the origin. If Git is not initialized, make sure to initialize the Git and set the remote origin. After that, you just need to add all the changes, okay? Or you can even push all your changes by staging this file by going to the source control. Then I will give the commit message. I will say initial commit and then push your changes. If you are pushing first time, make sure to push with this command and then it will push all your code. Now if I refresh it, you will see your code. Perfect. Now you have to head back to the CodeRabbit. Here click on add repo, and that's for extra security. And once you say all repo, here we'll say all repo. I think we need to select something else and then make sure to save it. Once you save, you can search the repo name. So in this case I will say Codebox we just created, and here make sure that changes are applied. Okay, here we'll say apply changes, and then it automatically integrate the CodeRabbit inside your repo. Now whenever you create a pull request, it will automatically start reviewing your code. Let me show you how. So right now we push all our code, so we don't have any changes, but let's write something. So here we'll say default page of the application. Okay, I'm not writing anything else. Now once you write any comment or any code, right, we have to make sure that you will create a new branch every time. So at every chapter we are going to create a new branch. So I will go to this source control. Okay, so let's go to this source control. On the click of this three dot, go to the branch, and here click create branch. Here you need to give a branch name. So I will say chapter 1 and 2 project setup. Okay, and then click enter. Once you click enter, you will see the branch name is checked out automatically. Okay, and make sure you are on the correct branch. Then click on this plus sign, so it will stage all the changes, and then give the commit message. So here we say chapter 1 and 2 project setup. You can give any commit message, click commit, and then make sure to publish your branch. So it automatically push all the branch onto this GitHub. On the GitHub, you will see this pop-up saying compare and create pull request. So click on that. Here you will see all the changes which you made. So if I go to if you scroll down, you will see these changes. Right now we made a very small change, and then if you want to add any description, you can add it and simply create a pull request. In the IT industry, this is how you create a pull request, and that's the standard way of creating a pull request. Some of your developers will review it, but in this case CodeRabbit is helping us to review our code. And if you see, CodeRabbit already commented on our PR, and not only that, but now CodeRabbit is started reviewing our code. CodeRabbit will also document each of your PR. So it's very helpful when you go back and check what you build, what you develop. You can easily understand with the help of CodeRabbit comment. And if you see CodeRabbit, I think reviewed successfully. It's saying review completed. You will see all the changes, the comment which he posted. Currently the changes is very small, so maybe CodeRabbit did not added any comment. But whenever you push any code and CodeRabbit think that is not the proper way to do it, CodeRabbit will add comment and also mention the alternate way to do it. Once the review is completed, make sure to merge this pull request. That is very important, and simply say confirm merge. And then this code now will merge to your main branch. Okay, so it will merge into the main project files. So that's how you have to create a pull request and review with the help of CodeRabbit. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. The link for this CodeRabbit AI is in the description. Just click on that one and then create an account. We are going to use a dark theme as a default theme for our application, and that's why in this chapter we are going to learn how to set up a dark theme inside our Next.js app. And it's quite easy. Simply go to the shared CN documentation, and inside this you have to go to this documentation. Inside the doc, just search for the option called dark mode. Inside this, select the Next.js as a framework, and then you have to install this Next theme. Copy that, go back to your project, and inside the VS Code, inside the terminal, make sure to install this Next theme. After this, you need to create a theme provider.tsx file. So I'm just gonna copy this theme provider.tsx file, or you can simply create your own provider. So let's go back to your app folder. Inside this app folder, we are going to create a provider.tsx file, add a default template, and if you see, that's how you have to add a default template. Once you type RFC, which stands for React Functional Export Component, click enter, and boom, it automatically create you this default template. After that, you have to copy this theme provider. So I will copy this import statement. Then you have to copy this children as it is. And then you have to wrap your children inside this next theme provider. Something like this. Okay, as simple as that. And then save it. Next, if you scroll down, you have to wrap your children, which is inside the root layout, under this provider. So let's go to the layout.tsx. Now where we have these children, I will add this provider. So this need to be a provider. Actually, we gave the name provide only. So I will change this to a provider. I will also rename this to provider. Okay, so that it's easy to understand. And inside the provider, let's add the children. Now inside this provider, you have to provide some properties like attribute, default theme, enable system. Let's copy and paste it here. Currently, if you observe carefully, the default theme mentioned as a system theme. So if your system is in dark mode, then automatically it apply a dark mode. But by default, we want a dark mode, so we are applying as a dark mode, and then save it. After that, you also need to make sure you need to provide this suppress hydration warning. So inside this HTML, we provide the suppression hydration warning as a true, and then you have to make sure you will add a class name dark to this HTML. This is very important, and then save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see, now we have the dark mode. If you provide it as a light, then it will change to the light mode. But we want to use a dark mode throughout the application, so we'll keep as it is. In this chapter, we are going to build a landing screen for our application. In that one, we are going to add a navigation bar and the hero section. Now this is how we are going to build our landing screen. A game style or pixel style UI. Obviously, this code box is a complete package of gaming to educational learning, and that's why we are adding all our building a UI like pixel style gaming application. So if you see this landing screen, it's quite easy and straightforward. At the top we have the logo, the menu option in the center, and on the right we have option to sign up button, and then in the middle we have this hero section. Now the interesting part about this, the background of this particular hero section is an animated, it moves. Currently this is just a screenshot, but I'm gonna tell you how to do that. Okay, so first thing first, let's go back to our application, and inside this application, inside the page.tsx, let's clean everything. Now first, obviously we want to add a header, right? And then obviously it's a navbar or a header, and then we want to add a hero section. Okay, now for both of these we are going to create a separate component. So inside our app folder we are going to create a new folder called components. So over here we'll say underscore components. Now we are giving a name, full name of the folder start with the underscore. That's because we don't want to make this folder as a route. So after this you're gonna add header.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and then we'll create another component called hero.tsx, and let's add that component as well, and then save it. Once you add this header component and hero component, make sure to import that inside the page.tsx file. So over here we'll say hero, add it, and then we have the so at the top we want to show a header and then hero. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see this header and the hero section. Perfect. Now let's implement the header section. Now for this header section, obviously first thing we need a logo. Now currently I'm just picking one icon from the flat icon. Just visit to this flaticon.com where you will find unlimited icons for a free. Here I will just type pixel because we want a pixel style, and if you see, you will find many pixel style icons. So I will use this icon, so I will simply download it. Obviously all the assets for this project I'm going to share it with you for a free, so you will find the link in the description. Now copy this icon and I'm gonna put inside this public folder. Inside that, just rename this to logo.png, and then inside the header, now I'm going to add it. So we'll say image tag. Make sure to import this image tag from the next/image. Then inside the source, you just need to provide the name of the file. So /logo.png. Then give the alt tag as a logo. Give the width, let's say 40, and the height 40. Once you're done with this one, let's save it. Go back to your project, and boom, if you see, our image is now rendering. Perfect. Now over here I will also add a name, so we'll say code box. Let's save this one. This is the text it's showing. To this text we'll say font bold, then text to 2XL, and then we'll say font game, and save it. See, something like this. Now if you see, this font is quite impossible to read, right? Now in order to avoid that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to update our font. So I will go to this layout.tsx file, and inside this we're going to update or add a jersey font. So we'll say jersey 10. Okay, this is quite similar font. So instead of this pixelify, let's use this jersey font. So I will just update over here. Okay, I will keep everything as it is, but for this jersey font you need to provide a weight. Okay, so inside the weight we will need to provide, for example, 400, and then save it. Once you're done with this one, you will see now the font is now changed and it's more readable, but in a pixel style only. After that, inside the header, let's change this to, let's say, 4XL, little bit bigger. Let's make it 3XL, and we want both of them in one line. So I will wrap inside a div, and then for this div we'll make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center. Perfect. Now for this div we'll add a class name with a padding to 4, okay, and along with this we also want to give a padding on a x-axis. So instead of just giving the padding, I'm just going to add a maximum width, let's say 7 XL, okay, so it will be in the middle. And once you add this maximum width to 7 XL inside the page.tsx, you have to make this div as a flex column and then item to be in the center, okay. Currently we don't have any things, so that's the reason it's showing in the center, but that's completely fine. Now let's go back to the header again. Over here now we want to show a nav bar, and after that the sign up button. So over here need to be a sign up button. Now let's add a sign up button for now, okay. So over here we already have the ShadCN component called button, and here we'll say sign up and save it, and if you see that button is showing. To this sign up button we'll add a class name and we'll say font game, so it will show a game font. Obviously you can increase the text size a little bit larger, but this button not look good as we expected, right? If you see this mockup, it look more like a pixel style button, right? Now in order to change it, you can update or you can add one more variant inside this button component. If I go to this button component of ShadCN, if you see we have this different variant, right? But here you can add one more variant called pixel. So I already added the CSS for that one, which is available inside eraser doc. So over here I will just keep it nearby this one. Just copy that, go over here and simply paste it. Remove this extra 3 tag and boom. See, now you have this pixel style button as well. And once you save it, you can go back to your header, and to this header now you can add a variant, and then you will get a suggestion called pixel. See, and then save it, and then boom. If you see, now we have the sign up button. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add. Now this sign up button obviously we want on the right side, so over here we'll make it flex, justify between, and item to be in the center. Also mark this as a width full, and boom. See, perfect. Now inside the middle section we want to add a navigation bar. So simply head to the ShadCN, search for the component called navbar, and inside this navbar here we have this navigation menu. So okay, so this is how we want it. So basically first you need to import this because we already installed it. You need to import these statements, and then you can copy this example as well under this navigation bar section. Once you save it, you will see this option. Perfect. Now this is the actual trigger which open the menu option, which is a drop down. Now we want to add few menu option, like in this case let's say this is a courses, right? Now we also want to add one more item. So under this menu list I will say navigation menu item / navigation menu item, and inside this we'll say navigation menu link. See this one, and then inside the link tag we'll add a hrefs. Over here we'll say / projects, and then we'll add projects as a new options. Perfect. If I go over here, we'll see the new option called projects. Same thing, I'm gonna copy one more time, a few more time, couple of times, and inside that we'll say pricing, and then contact us. So these 3 options I added. Obviously here I'm gonna change this link, and we have these 3 options now. Perfect. You can spread this option if you want. Now we also wanted to add some course list, okay, the default course list. So I already added a menu, some dummy or courses, okay. Obviously we are going to add these courses in actual as well later on, but for now let's copy everything. So this is the course list which contain multiple objects with an ID, name, description, and path. Let's copy everything as it is, and inside the nav bar simply paste it here. And then we just need to show these courses. So under this courses menu trigger and inside this content we are going to add a UL tag because we want to show a list, and inside that we are going to simply use a courses dot map. Here we'll say course comma index and the arrow function. Over here we'll add a div, and inside the div we'll add a h2 tag with a course dot name. For this div, let's add key as an index and then save it without any styling. Let's see how it looks. So if I click on these courses, you will see all the course name. Perfect. Now after that, we'll also add a description. So here we'll say courses dot description. Now let's apply some style. Now for this UL, we'll add a class name. We'll make it grid with a grid column 2, and then we'll also give some gap to 2. Okay. Now if the screen size is smaller, we'll give a width to let's say 400 pixel. Okay. For a large screen, we'll give 500 with some padding, or you can just ignore the padding for now. And over here on large screen, we can give width to let's say 600 pixel. Now we only wanted to show grid column 2 when the screen size is medium. Okay, this need to be for a medium screen and then for a large screen. Perfect. Now if I save this one and go to the courses, it's still showing in one way. Okay, let me check why. Okay, so this need to be a grid columns 2, and now you will see in 2 different column. Perfect. Now let's apply some style for this div. So over here we'll add a padding to 2. Then on hover we want to add a background, let's say accent, how it looks. Okay, so if I hover on this one, this is how it look like. Perfect. Now for this one we also add a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded to XL. Perfect. And then cursor pointer. So over here we'll say cursor pointer. Okay. After that, for this p tag I will add a class name text extra small, and for this h2 we'll say font medium. See, something like this. I think we can just make it small, and then we'll change this color to let's say gray 500. I think that's look perfect. And now you will have this beautiful course list inside the nav bar. Okay. So after that, we'll add some gap between these two options. So for this navigation menu list, you can add a class name, and let's add gap to 8. So see, perfect. So there is some gap between all of this. Okay, and that's how our header is now ready. Now the next part is to add a hero section, and for this hero section, as I told you before, we want to add animated background, right? So you can simply download any GIF. So I already downloaded one GIF and I kept inside this public folder. So if I go to the public, we have a file name called hero.png, and if you see, this is how it's animated, right? And you can even search bunch of different options which you can get it on Google. Just download it. After downloading this, you can head back to your VS Code and then go to this hero.tsx file. First thing, we'll add an image which we added. So over here we have this source, and then we'll say /hero.gif. Here don't mistake because this is a GIF file. Then in alt tag we'll say hero, width you can say for example 1000, and height let's say 1000. Now for this image we'll add a class name with width as a full, height to full, and then we'll say object cover with the absolute and inset to 0 and save it. Now we want to keep this absolute because we want to add more content on top of it. So if I save this one and go back, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful animated background which is in the pixel style. Now next, for this div we want to add a class name with a width as a full and make this as a relative. It is very important. Then give height to screen and then we'll say overflow header, okay, and save it, and boom, if you see now our header is also showing. Previously the header went back to behind this image, so that's the reason we have to add those classes to this div. Now next we want to add a text on top of it, so we'll simply add a div. Inside the div we'll add an h2 tag and we'll say start your, okay. Now for this text we'll add a class name. Here for this class name we'll say font bold, text to let's say 7XL, and most important I'm going to change this font to game, okay. Currently this text is not showing, see, right? That's because that text went behind this image because our image has an absolute style. So what we can do for this particular div, we can add a class name and we can mark this as absolute, and if you see now that text is showing. Perfect. Now next we'll say width full with a flex column because we are going to add more content, and then we'll say item to be in the center. Let's save this one, go back, and it will come in the center of the screen. Now for this particular div you can add a margin top to let's say 24, so it will come below, and then we'll add a next text. So we have the h2 tag and here we'll say coding adventure. Obviously we need to add a class name with the font bold, text to 7XL, font game, something like this. I think we can increase this font, let's say 9XL. Oh, let's make it 8 only. I think that's perfect. And then we are also going to change this color to let's say 400, okay. Now for this particular text we can even add a border, okay, around it. So in order to add a border we can add using a style because it's kind of custom one. So inside the style let's add a text shadow, and for this text shadow we have to provide some value. So we'll say 2 pixel 0 with border color as a black, then minus 2 pixel with a border color as black, and again from everywhere we have to add, save it, and boom, if you see now we have the proper border for it, okay. So that's how we have to add it, and our title and heading is look much interesting because this is in the pixel style. Now the next part we just want to add a simple text. So if you see this mockup, it's saying beginner friendly coding courses and projects. So here we'll say beginner friendly coding courses and projects. Now for this text we'll add margin top to 5, then font to game, and text to Excel. I think we can increase to let's say 3XL. Perfect. And then at the last we want to add a button. So over here we'll say button and we'll say get started. Now for this button let's add a class name, or also let's add a variant first and let's see how it looks. Obviously we want to change the font styles, so here we'll say font game, we'll make it 3XL, little bit bigger. Let's add a padding. I don't know padding will work or not. I think it's working. Let's make it 6, and then we'll also give margin top to 7, some space. Perfect. And that's how our hero section is now ready. The beautiful thing is if you see the background carefully, it's animating, right? Without any programming or any coding, we just use a GIF and then it works for us. So that's how we have to do it. Now, as we have completed the landing screen, we added the nav bar, we added the hero section. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. Need to create a PR for this chapter 4, and then we have to review our code. Make sure this chapter 3 changes also included in that one. So we'll go back to our application as we made some changes into 8 different files, right? So we need to add it. So we'll create a new branch. So we'll say create branch, we'll say chapter 3 and 4, and here we'll say hero or landing screen. And then click enter. At the bottom, make sure you check out it automatically, and then you have to stage all of this file. Once you stage it, you have to add a commit message. Here we'll say chapter 3 and 4 along with landing screen, and then say commit. Once you commit it, make sure to publish this branch, and then you can simply head back to your GitHub. Here you will pop up with the notification saying compare and create the pull request. Just click on it. Here you have option to add a title and everything, and simply say create pull request. Once the pull request is created, obviously CodeRabbit will review your code in detail, and if he thinks okay at some part you can do much better way, just do it, because CodeRabbit will give you the perfect standard of coding which matches with the many popular IT companies. Okay, and then once it is done, simply merge your code. So it will merge into the main branch. Now in this chapter, we are going to implement an authentication for our application, and for that one, we are going to use email and password and Gmail authentication. And we are going to use a Clerk authentication service provider, which help us to add email, password, Gmail, and many other authentication. And at the last, we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with CodeRabbit. So click the link in the description for a Clerk, and we'll jump onto this website and documentation. Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market. Clerk will provide you a social management, multi-factor authentication, email and SMS one-time passcode, a magic link, and many social sign-on. Everything at one place, and very easily you can integrate it. Also, we are going to use a Clerk for subscription billing. Yes, Clerk also provide a subscription pricing model where you can easily integrate subscription billing into your application for the payment. That's make our SaaS more powerful. But let's first integrate the authentication. So simply click the link in the description and sign in to the Clerk. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. And then once you jump onto the dashboard, you have option to create a new application. So just click on create application, give the application name, and then you have option to enable a different sign-in. For example, let's say email, you have option to enable phone number, username, Facebook, and on the right hand side you will see a live preview how it actually look, right? So once you select all of these options, simply click create application, and then you will jump onto this setting page where you have to install the Clerk SDK in order to integrate it. So simply copy this npm command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal we'll add a new terminal. Here make sure to install this Clerk Next.js. Then you have to copy both this environment key, and you have to paste it inside your .env file. So inside the root directory, we'll create a new file called .env and paste your key and simply save it. After that, we have to create a middleware.ts file. Middleware is very powerful Next.js feature which help us to add some logic. For example, in this case, to protect your routes, you can add the logic inside the middleware.ts file. So simply We'll create that inside the root directory, and then simply copy the content as it is for now and then save it. Next, you have to wrap your application inside the Clerk provider. So inside your root layout file, you have to wrap your application. So I will go to this layout.tsx file, which is the root layout, and simply wrap something like this. Make sure to import this Clerk provider. So simply you have to copy this import statement. We don't need this extra import, so I will remove that and then save it. And that's how your Clerk authentication is now integrated. Okay. Now let's jump onto this middleware.ts file. Currently, all of the routes are public. It means you don't need to add an authentication. You don't need an authentication, right? But if you want to protect any routes, we'll go to the Next.js guide. I will put the link in the description for that one. Here, we're going to create our own custom sign in and sign up page. Okay, that is very important. So if you carefully observe, inside this app folder, we need to create a sign in, then again inside that the route and page.tsx file, and simply we have to paste this content. So I will copy this route, and instead of directly creating inside the app, we'll create a new folder, start with the braces, auth, and then inside that we'll click on this plus file, paste all this path and click enter. It automatically create a folders and file for us, and simply copy this content and then paste it here. Next step is to make sign in or sign up route as a public. So over here inside the middleware.ts file, you have to add is public route, and then you have to add this route name which you want to make public. So simply you can copy that and paste it inside your middleware.ts file and then save it. Okay, it means now we are just protecting all the routes except we want this sign in as a public route. Okay, now for example, over here if I go to the localhost, see it's navigating to this particular route. Okay, obviously it's asking us to sign in, and this is not the page which we are working. We want our own custom sign in and sign up page, and that's the reason we added this sign in sign up page, right? Now there are a few steps that we need to follow from this documentation. Obviously you need to copy this environment variables again, which is different one, and paste it here, and I think that's all. So if I go to this localhost 3000, you will see now we have our own custom sign in route with our domain, right? And here we have this beautiful sign in screen as well. Okay, obviously this component you can display by just entering this sign in text. Cool, right? Now let's do it same way for the sign up screen. So let's click on this custom sign up. Again, we need to create this sign up route by going to this auth folder, and then we'll copy this content, we'll paste it here. Obviously we need to make sure we'll add this sign up as a public route inside our middleware, and then we have to copy this environment key inside your .env. So this environment variable is very important, and I think that's all. Now if I click on sign up option, it will jump onto this sign up screen. See, okay, where you have option to enter all the details. Perfect. Now one more important, we want this home screen as a public route, so anyone can see it, right? So simply go to the middleware, and inside that we have to tell to the middleware that this is the public route, so you don't need to protect that. So now if I go to the localhost, boom, if you see, now we can able to access this public route, which is the home screen. Pretty cool, right? Now let's do some customization for the sign in and sign up screen. Okay, so we can bring this in the center of the screen. Also, if you want to modify with according to our theme, so obviously the UI you can modify that one with the help of Clerk element. So if I go to this Clerk element, okay, so Clerk element is very powerful SDK inside the Clerk, where you can customize this sign in and sign up page according to your requirements. So simply first you need to install these Clerk elements, and then once you install, you will see the example how to use it. Okay, sign in and sign up and all of these other information. We also have the chassis and themes also, but I already created a code for you for our pixel style sign in and sign up page. So simply, if you see we have this sign in screen, you will find inside the eraser doc. Simply copy that as it is, go to your sign in page and then replace with your code which you copied. Okay, here I got the error while installing these Clerk elements. That's because I need to add a sudo first and then it will install it. Sometimes if still getting error, you have to make sure you will add this legacy peer dependency, okay, and then it will work perfectly. Now once you add this sign in page code, also I will copy this sign page and then I will replace this sign up page as well. And in order to test it, simply go to the localhost, sign in, and boom, if you see, now we have this beautiful sign in which is a pixel style. Okay, now you can even change this text with our own font. For example, for this create account, you can add font game, and here you will see an option, let's say create account. See, it's changed. And likewise, you can update this font for all the text. Okay, now next important thing for the you need to update this logo. So I will remove this svg. I will add our own image tag with the source. Here we'll say slash logo.svg. Inside the alt tag we'll say logo with a width 40. And height to 40. Okay, so if I go to this sign in, okay, maybe this need to be a png, not svg. And if you see, the logo is showing in the on the screen. Let's make it flex column item to be in the center. Perfect. Same thing you can do it for the sign up as well. And if I click on create account, okay, we have to make sure you will import this image, and then you will find a sign up page with our own custom logo. It means you can customize this sign in and sign up page, and here we go. Perfect. So we have sign in and then we also have sign up screen. Okay, perfect. So if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. This pixel style code is already available, so you can simply use that. Now once you click on login with Google, right, and let's select any Gmail account because I'm logging with the Gmail account, and once you successfully sign in, it will redirect you to the localhost 3000. Okay, and once you jump onto this, obviously currently we are not showing anything, right, but once you sign in, we have to make sure the sign up button will change to the dashboard, and we can show a user profile icon as well. So let's go to our header because that is inside this header, and inside the header we need to first check whether user is sign in or not. So simply what you can do, you can use the constant user is equal to use user hook. Okay, and once you use this use user hook from the Clerk, okay, then you will get all the user information, and if the user is not signed in, then you will not get any user information. It will return null. Now whenever the user information is available, you can add a condition. If there is a no user, then show this button. Otherwise you can add a div, and inside that div you can add a button. I will copy the same button actually. Just I will change this name to dashboard, and then I will also add a user profile, or you will say user button. Okay, now this user button again we are importing from the Clerk. Okay, and let me show you how it looks. So once you save it, you will see this dashboard and this user profile button. Obviously this user profile has their own clerk manage account option and all. Okay, so let's add some style. Let's bring everything in one line. So over here we'll say flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center. You can give more gap, so we'll say gap to 4. Perfect. And then on the click of dashboard, obviously we want to navigate to some other screen, and if user click on this sign up button, so simply you have to wrap this inside the link tag with the hrefs, and then you can navigate to the sign in screen. And for the get started as well, you can add the same link tag and it will navigate to the sign in screen. So let's update there as well. So inside the hero.tsx file where we have this get started, simply you have to wrap inside the link tag. Now this link tag is similar like an anchor tag, but link tag is more optimized for the Next.js application. That's the reason we are going to use this link tag. Okay, now if I click on the link tag, obviously you are already signed in, so it's not showing anything. But if user is not sign in, like for example if I click sign out, you will see this sign up button, click on sign up, and then it will navigate to the sign in screen. So that's how you have to integrate an authentication with the help of Clerk. Now next we will learn how to set up a database so that whoever user create a new account or sign in or sign up to this app, we're gonna save the user information to our database. Now before moving to the next chapter, we'll simply going to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So in order to push it, simply we'll go to this source control, then we'll create a new branch, and to this branch we'll say chapter 5 authentication. I will just make sure that it's the chapter 5 only. Yeah, that's correct. And then click enter. At the bottom you will see the branch is checked out successfully. We are on this particular branch. Now we'll stage all the file by clicking this plus sign. Once it's saying state changes, you can give the commit message. So here will say authentication using Clerk, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch, go to this pull request, and here you will find an option to create a pull request. Okay, so simply you can create a pull request, add a title and description, and simply click create pull request. Over here now CodeRabbit will start reviewing your code, and once the review is completed, make sure to merge your pull request. In this chapter, we are going to set up a database for our application, and for that one we are going to use a Neon database. We are going to connect our application with the database with the help of Drizzle ORM. Now I'm going to explain what is Drizzle ORM and why we are using that, and then we are going to save the user information at very first time when user log into our app. At the end, we are going to push all the code which we are implementing in this chapter, and then with the help of CodeRabbit we are going to review that. Now talking about the ORM, why we are using that. Let's consider that you have an application running and you want to connect with the database, but you don't know how to write a query. Also, this ORM, which stand for object relational mapping, is help to map your object to the database, columns, row, and all of this information. And that's the reason ORM is quite helpful. This Drizzle ORM also make your query more human readable and easy to use in your application as well. And that's the reason we are going to use a Drizzle ORM. Now click the link in the description for the Neon database. Neon is a PostgreSQL database provider which is the very popular among the developers, and once you integrate into your application, you can easily scale your application with the help of Neon scalability feature. Not only that, but you can work with the Neon with another ORM like Drizzle, Prisma, or you can directly integrate into Python, Next.js application and many others, and it's very easy to integrate as well. It's free to start, and in many of my projects I already use this Neon DB. So click the link in the description and simply create a new account. Then moving to this Drizzle ORM, I will put the link in the description for this ORM, where you can simply integrate this Drizzle ORM directly to your Next.js application. So simply click get started. Inside here, if you see it by default support to the Neon DB. So let's select the Neon. Over here, if you scroll down a little bit, you have to follow this step in order to integrate it. First step is to install this Neon database. So simply copy this command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal, simply paste it here. After that, you have to install the second command for the Drizzle kit. So once that is done, let's install another one. After that, you have to set up a database URL. So simply copy this database URL and simply go to your .env file. Inside this .env, obviously we need to get this database URL. So I will head back to this Neon dashboard. So if you don't have an account, make sure to create one. Then if you are using this first time, you have to create a new project. It's free to create, and then go to your project. Over here you will see the dashboard. On the left hand side there are few options to access your table, write a SQL query, data API, and many other things. Simply click on this connect button in order to create a new database. You can even select the different branches. You can work with the multiple developers, okay? And then under the database you have option called create new database. Over here I will name it as a code box and simply say create. Once you create, make sure you select the connection string and simply copy this connection string. You also have many other options like Next.js, how to connect directly to your Next.js for example, and you can simply copy that. But in our case we are using a Drizzle ORM, so you just need a connection string and simply paste it inside this. Next, we'll move back to this Drizzle ORM documentation and then simply copy this both the lines. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to create a config folder inside the root directory, and inside the config we'll create a file called db.tsx and simply paste this both the lines. As we are using TypeScript, make sure to use this exclamatory mark, and we are initializing this db. Make sure to export this so that you can use it throughout the application. After that, you don't need to mention this for the synchronous connection, we already use this. Then we have to create a table. So in order to create a table, let's copy everything as it is for now, okay, which basically creating a user table. And you need to write a schema file, you need to mention, and inside the schema you have to create tables, obviously by writing this schema, okay. So in this schema, if you observe carefully, we give the name for the object and then we say pg table with a table name, here an id with the auto generated integer, then the name of the user. Over here obviously we don't want age, I will remove that age. Then we want email, so that's the reason we added the email with the type varchar with the length, and we are mentioning okay it's a not null and it should be a unique, so that is the extra validation we added to that particular column. Here I'm gonna add a points as a new column, okay, which we're gonna use it. So, and here the type I will provide as the integer. You can even provide a default value, let's say default value to let's say 0 only for now, and you can add more feature. For example, if user is subscribe, so here we say subscription of type varchar, and we'll keep like this, okay. Obviously later on if you want to add any new column, simply add that column with the type and all, okay, and then save it, and that's how you have to create the table. After that you have to set up a Drizzle config file, okay. Now this we are doing very first time because we are just setting up the Drizzle ORM and we are connecting that to our Neon database. So let's create this file name inside the root directory, and you have to create inside the root directory only. Copy this all the content as it is and then paste it here. Now you don't need this out file, just remove that. Then you have to provide a route for or a path for this schema. So in our case, I will remove that. You have to go to this config folder, right? And inside the config, if you see, we have this schema.tsx file. So that's the reason I provide this complete path. Then keep everything as it is. The DB credential is also there, so that's good. And then save it. Once everything is done, you have to push these changes using this command called npx drizzle kit push. So simply inside the terminal, I will run this command, click enter, and then you will see it's saying changes applied. It means our data, our table is now pushed and ready to use. And in order to verify that whether the table is created or not, go to the Neon dashboard. On the left hand side, you will find an option called tables, and here make sure to select your database. So in our case, it's database. It's a code box, and then you will find a new table get created called user. Inside that, you will see all the column which we added. Okay, currently we don't have a record, but that's completely fine. But there is another way that you can run your schema or see everything similar way on your local machine. Okay, you don't need to go every time to the Neon dashboard. So for that one, you have to run a command npx drizzle studio. Okay, because Drizzle also provide their own studio, and let me show you how. So over here, you can run this command npx drizzle kit studio. Okay, here you just need to write studio instead of push. Click enter, and then you will see your Drizzle Studio is now running on this particular port. Just click on it, open inside the browser, and here we'll say allow, and boom. If you see, the similar studio is also running on your local machine. Over here you have option to run SQL query, run the Drizzle runner, database studio as well. You can find all your the columns, content, indexes. Then here you will find all the tables which you created, and here you have option to add a record as well directly into your table. Okay, so you will access all your data from this Drizzle Studio. Now you can keep running this Drizzle Studio side by side, but whenever you make a change, make sure to push that change, which I'm going to tell you later on in this particular video. And that's how we have to set up a database. So we finished setting up the database. We also set up the Neon DB. We also set up the Drizzle ORM. Now it's time to save the user information. So let's close all of this tab for now, and then we'll go to app folder where we have this provider.tsx file. Now, whenever you launch your application, every time this provider is going to execute. Okay, so in this, we're gonna get user information using use user. Then we'll create a method called constant create new user, and inside that we're gonna call an user API endpoint. Inside the user API endpoint, we are going to write a logic to verify if the user is already exists, then you don't need to save, otherwise create a new user. Okay, so let's go to this app, and we're gonna learn how to create an API inside the Next.js. Inside the app, you have to create a folder called API, and inside this folder, you have to create an endpoint by creating a folder called user. Over here, we'll say route.tsx file. You can name it as a TS only. Okay, it's up to you. Both will work, no issue. Inside that, you have to write export async function, and we want a post request, so we'll write post, and the type for this request is next request, and then save it. After this, you need to get some user information, right? But you can directly get that user information without passing to this endpoint. So you can get it using the user is equal to await current user. Now this current user, you can import it from the clerk/nextjs/server. So in server side, that's how you can get the current user information. Now here we'll check if user already exists, okay, and if not, then create new user record, as simple as that. And at the last we'll return user info. Now in order to check if user is already exist or not, so we'll say constant user is equal to await db. Now make sure that db is you are inputting from the config db because we already exported there. Here we'll say select dot from and then give the name of that table schema. So in this case a user table. Then we'll say where clause and inside that we'll say equal to, then we'll say user table dot email which matches with the user's email. So in order to get the user email, you can get it from the user dot primary email address dot email address, and that's how you have to get it. Sometimes you'll get the type script error over here, so you can just ignore by adding ts ignore and then save it. Now inside here you will get the list of user, but obviously you will get only one record. So over here we'll check if users dot length is greater than 0 or not 0 but it's less than or equal to 0, it means there is a no user. Then we have to create a new user. So we'll say constant result, or we'll say first constant data, because we need to mention what are the record we want to insert. So that information you can add it here. So we'll say for example name. In order to get the user name, you can get it from the user dot full name. For email, you can get it from the user dot primary email address dot email address. And I think that's all we needed, but you can verify. So we have name, email, points obviously by default is 0, and subscription it will be null. So that's the only two information we needed. Now in order to insert it, so we'll say constant result is equal to await db dot insert. Now give the table name. So we'll say user table. Then we'll say values, which value you want to insert. So in our case we already mentioned that value inside this object. So we'll say data. So we are getting this error, that's because it's saying the full name might be null, and here as well. And if you see, we don't have any issue. Instead of data, I will say new user. So this is little bit meaningful, and then save it. And at the last, if the user is already exist, then it will just return the user information. So you have to return using the next response dot json and user of first, means the first element, because we will only get the one user. And here as well we have to return next response dot json with new user. So this information you can simply return it and then save it. Now inside this information I will also add a point as 0, okay, and then save it. But if you want to get the inserted row information, you have to mention returning, okay, and then you can simply mention something like this, okay. So it will return the inserted records list, and from the list obviously you will get the first information and then save it. And that's how you have to create your user API endpoint in order to create a new user if it's not exist. Now once it is done, go to your provider.ts file, and inside that we need to call that API endpoint. So we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios in order to call an API endpoint. Now Axios is the HTTP client. If you heard about the fetch, it's similar like Axios, but Axios is much powerful. So we'll add that new library, okay. So simply we'll say npm I Axios, which will install the Axios library for us. And once it is installed, make sure to import this Axios using import Axios from Axios, so that you can make all the requests like get, post, put, delete, okay. So in our case we want a post request. Inside that you have to provide an API endpoint. So in our case is /API/user, and then Obviously we don't have any body, so that's why I'm just passing empty. Over here I will mark this as a async and then save it. Once you save, obviously we'll get a result, so we'll just console the result. Okay, and then this create new user, you need to call inside the use effect whenever the user information is available. So that's the reason I pass this user inside the square braces, and here we'll say if user is available, means if user is login successfully, then only call this create new user method. Now if I go back to our inspect panel inside the console, I don't know, okay, let me refresh this screen, and this is a hydration warning, so we can just ignore it for now. So it's not calling anything, that's because we did not log in to our app. So simply log in. So we'll log in with the Google. So right now we are not getting anything, that's because we did not sign in to our app. So let's click sign up button or sign in button, simply sign into your application, and once you sign in, you will see the data is get inserted, and boom, if you see, we also get the response back, whatever the record you inserted. Okay, now if you try to refresh this, it will just return the existing information because it's already inserted, and it will verify if this email ID is already there into your database or not. Now if I go to the Drizzle Studio, you will see only one record is inserted with this email ID. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to create an API endpoint and save the user information. Now the next part is we need to save this user information so that you can share it across multiple pages and component instead of calling this user API endpoint every time. And that is possible with the help of context. So context is a React state management library which helps us to store your data, and you can share it across multiple pages and components, and it's very easy to use. Simply inside the root directory we'll create a folder called context, and inside that we'll create a user detail context.tsx file. Over here we'll say export constant user detail context is equal to create context. Make sure you are importing from the React. Now for the type, over here I will just mention that. So first over here we'll simply say user detail as undefined, and for set user detail I will pass an empty call. Okay, so which is a noob default. Now for now we can provide a type any over here, and then we'll go back to the provider. Inside that you can wrap your application. So over here you can say user detail context dot provider. Okay, and to this provider you need to provide a default state. Okay, so default state value you need to add. So we'll define that default state value. So over here we'll say user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and then that value we need to pass over here, and then save it. Once that is done, obviously whenever you get the user information you can set that. So here we'll say set user detail result dot data, as simple as that, and then save it. So whenever you get the user information, it will save it to your user detail state, and then it will pass it to this provider. Now whenever in any component or a page which you are rendering through this children, you can use this context, and you can then use this user detail and set user detail state as well. Whenever you want to update from anywhere or you want to get the value, you can simply use this state. And now we'll just push our all the code which we implemented in this chapter. So we'll go to this source control, and then we'll create a branch. So we'll say create branch, we'll say chapter 6 database setup and save info. Okay, and then click enter. Once it gets checked out, simply stage all the files and give the commit message. So here we'll say database setup and user info saved and say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish this branch and then head to the GitHub account. So I already open over here. I'll go to the code and then simply click compare pull request, and here I will create the pull request. Now with the help of CodeRabbit, it will automatically review your code, and then once it's done, simply merge your pull request to the main branch. Now in this chapter, we are going to implement a dashboard layout for the user once user log in to our application. On this dashboard layout, we are also going to show a user status like user basic information, how many points he got, the daily strike, and many other things. And at the last, we'll push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit can review our code. Now, let me show you the mockup how it actually look like. So this is how we are going to implement. Once user is logged in to our app, then it will navigate to the dashboard, and on the dashboard, if user come very first time, then he will see this top section. Then if user don't have any course enroll, then this is the empty state which we are going to show. And obviously on the click of explore courses, user can see more courses, and under this explore more section we are going to add some more option. Also in the same section we are also going to add explore courses, means showing all the courses, and refer friend section as well. On the right side we are going to add a user information like how many tokens he received, the daily strike, and many other things. So now let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder we'll create a new routes folder. Okay, and inside the routes we'll create a new route called dashboard, and then inside that we'll simply create page.tsx file. Now let's add a default template, and I will rename this to dashboard and save it. Now if I navigate to the /dashboard, you will see I jump to the dashboard screen. Okay, but on this one you don't see the header. Currently we kept our header inside the page.tsx, and we want this header throughout the application. So simply you can move this header to provider.tsx file inside the root files. Okay, so maybe you can keep it here, make sure to import this header and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it look like, but we have to make sure similar like this we need to put this item to be in the center. So I will add a div. Maybe let's wrap it over here, and we'll make flex column item to be in the center, so it will be in the center. Okay, if you don't put children in the center, that will be fine. Okay, because so that it will come on the left side, and then we can add padding if you want. Okay, so now next thing is let's go to the dashboard page.tsx file, and to this one we'll add padding to 10, padding x to, let's say, on the medium screen we'll say padding x to 20, and on large screen we'll say padding x to 36, extra large padding x to 48. Okay, so depends on the screen size, it will also add some padding for us. Now next thing, over here we'll add a div, and inside the div we need to make a class name. Let's make it grid, and we'll say grid column 3. Now out of 3 column we want to give 2 column to the left side section and 2 for others. So over here I will just say left and right. Now for this one, if you want to assign 2 column, you have to write column span 2. So out of 3 column, 2 column we assign to this left section and 1 further to the right section. Now if I go back, you will see the left and right section. Let's also give a gap. So let's give gap to 7. so some space. And now let's start implementing this left section first. Now each section we are going to divide into smaller components. So you can say this one as a one component, okay, then this one is another component, and this one again another one. So inside this dashboard we're gonna create underscore component folder, and all the component related to the dashboard will keep inside this component folder. So first is we'll say welcome banner.tsx. Let's add a default template, save it, and make sure to import it over here. So we'll say welcome banner. Now inside the welcome banner, if you see, we have this image and then the welcome back, the username, and the message. Now this is the animated image which I'm going to add. So I already have downloaded, so I will just copy that and we'll paste it inside the public folder. I think I already added, called machine.webp, and if you see, it's a pixel style and it's animated. Okay, so obviously all the assets I'm going to share with you for a free. The link is in the description, so you can check that out. Now simply inside the welcome banner I'm going to add, so we'll say image source tag, simply say slash machine.webp. Inside the alt say robo width, we'll say let's say 120, height to 120. Okay, I will make sure this need to be a machine. Let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen. So this is how it looks. Perfect. Now next thing, I also want to add a text. So inside this h2 tag we'll simply say, not h2, let's say just we'll add welcome back, and then we want to add a username over here. Okay, so you can get the username using the hook called use user, which is we are getting from the clerk/Next.js, and then here we say user dot full name. See, and then over here we'll say welcome back, the name of the user, start learning something new. Okay, and that message also going to display. So right now as we are using the hook, so that's the reason you need to mark this component on the client side. Now next, let's bring everything in one line. So over here we'll say class name flex, gap to 3, item to be in the center. Now for this h2 tag I will say font game, but text Excel. Let's make it large, 2XL, a bit larger, something like this. See, and then we're also going to add some padding with a border. We'll say background zinc 800. Perfect. And we're gonna add a rounded corner, so we'll say rounded to 2XL, or let's make it large only. And at the bottom I don't want the rounded corner to this particular bottom left. Okay, so simply you have to say rounded bottom left none. Okay, so for this one you will see it's not added the border for this particular end, and that's why it look like a chart box. Okay, pretty cool. So that's how you have to add it. Here let's increase this padding. Let's say padding to 4. I think this is much better now. So that's how you have to add it. Now if you want just this text, the username text, to be a different color, that also you can do it. Simply wrap it inside the span tag, and here I will add text yellow color. See, something like this. So it's give a more beautiful look. So that's how our welcome banner is now ready. Now the next section is to add this empty state. Okay, now empty state which we are going to display only when there is a no courses available. So you can just create a component called enroll courses .tsx, and inside that also we are going to add an empty state. So we'll create a state called constant enroll course comma set enroll courses is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it's empty. Obviously we are not giving type right now, but later on once we implemented this method with the actual value for this enroll course, then we'll update the type as well. Now here we'll simply add if there is no enroll course. So if enroll course dot length is equal to 0 means no enroll course, then we're gonna add empty state. Okay, otherwise we are going to show list. So currently once we created this enroll course component, make sure to add inside the dashboard after the welcome banner. So over here we'll say enroll courses, save it. If I go over here, obviously we are using hook, so you need to mark this component on the client side as well. And our empty state is now showing. Perfect. Now let's implement it. So inside this div, I already added one more image called book.png, which is again in pixel style. So you can use that one, or you can get it from anywhere from the internet. So inside this image tag, make sure to import. Let's add a source. Here we'll say slash book.png. In alt tag we'll say book, and width we'll say 90, height to 90, and then save it. After this, let's bring this down. I also want to add a text, and inside that we'll say you don't have any enroll courses. And obviously we are giving option to enroll or browse all the courses, so we'll add a button, and here we'll say browse all courses. Now for this button we'll add a variant as pixel style, and I think that's all we needed. You can change this size to large and then save it. So right now this is how it look like. I think book.png there is some error, so this need to be a books.png file. And perfect. Now for this div, let's add a class name. We'll make it flex column, item to be in the center, and then we'll give gap to 3. Then we want to add margin top, not here, but you can simply add margin top to let's say 8. And for this div we also add padding to 4 with a border and make rounded to 2xl. Now also we'll make background zinc 800, or let's make it 900. I want to see how it looks. I think 900 is much better. And I will give more padding, let's say padding to 7. Perfect. So that's how our enroll course section is ready, but we want to give the title for this enroll courses. So at the top I will say your enroll courses. Okay, to this one I will add a class name with a text for Excel font game. For this h2 tag, make sure to give font game and text to Excel, something like this. See here, let's make it 3xl. I think 3xl is much better, and then we'll see margin top bottom to 2, so some space. I think this section is looks much better. If you want to change the text for this one, right, if you want to change the font, so in the game format you can do it. It's totally up to you, okay, how you want to display. Now next thing, we want to implement the explore more option. Just here we'll make text larger. Perfect. Now for the explore section, we'll create a new component under the component folder, and we'll name it as a explore more.tsx. Let's add a default template, save it. Make sure to import this component after this enroll courses inside your dashboard page. So over here we'll say explore more component. Okay, now inside the explore more, similar like the enroll courses, I want to give the heading tag, so I will copy the same style sheet and everything inside this explore more section. Just over here we'll say explore more and then save it. Now if you see this mockup, we have this explore more section with 4 different options, which is completely optional because you can add whatever the option or feature you want to add. For now I'm going to add these 4, but later on you can simply change it, or maybe we can change if you get better feature before ending this course. Okay, so simply you can navigate to this eraser dock, and under the canvas section you will find this option. Simply copy this option as it is, I already created for you, and paste it here. Make sure import correctly, and then under this explore more option, if you see we have ID, the title of that particular explore option, the small description, and the icon. Okay, so I will put the icon inside the assets folder so you can access all of this icon, or if you want to get this pixel style icon, simply head to the flat icon and then search with a name called pixel. Here you will find a pixel style icon which perfectly fit with our application theme. Now here I'm just going to change this icon. Okay, so I already added inside our public folder, so I'm going to just change that one. So over here we'll say game.png. For the community project I will say growth.png, and here we'll say startup.png. Here I'm going to change this to, let's say, explore apps. Okay, and we'll change this description, explore pre-built app which you can try, demo and build it. So I will also update it, will put updated more option under the doc. Okay, so you can simply use it. Now inside this div we'll add another div, and then I'm going to simply iterate these options. So inside that we'll say option comma index, and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, and then we'll add an image tag. Obviously you can get this from the option. So here we'll say option dot icon, then in alt tag I will give the option dot title, then we'll give width, let's say 80, and height to 80, and save it. For this div make sure to provide key as index and save it. Now if I go to this explore more option, you will see, and this option as well, and then our all icon. I think the quiz icon is not matching. Oh, this need to be a tree only. Perfect. Now next thing, we also need to show a title, and I will wrap inside this div so that we can show option dot title, and then inside the p tag we can show option dot description. Okay, obviously we need to bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll add a class name with a flex, gap to 2, item to be in the, or you don't need to give item to be in the center, we'll keep as it is, and make sure obviously we want in the grid format, so we'll make it grid with a grid column 2 and gap to 5, and now this is how it looks. Perfect. Now for this div we'll add a padding. Let's add padding to 2 with a border, and I will make rounded to, let's say, Excel. Now for this h2 tag we'll make it font medium with a text Excel, and font 2K. I will make it to Excel. And for this description I will just change this font game and I will change this text color, say text 400, something like this. I think this is much better. I think for this div, let's add margin top to 8 again, so some space between these two sections. And if you want, you can add a background as well for each of these cards. So we'll say background zinc, let's say 900. Perfect. And that's how our explore more section is also ready. Okay, now obviously later on we'll add on click events, so whenever user click on any of these, it will navigate to that particular page. Now next and last, another important section that we want to add is an invite friend. Okay, so this is again a small section. If user want to invite, user can enter the email and he can invite it. So simply I'm going to create a new component called invite friend .tsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now inside the page.tsx, under this we'll add explore, not explore, invite friend option. So again, I will go to the flat icon and I will search something related to the email, right? So you can search pixel email, and I think I can use this one. So simply download this, and then I will copy that and we'll paste it inside this public folder. And let's go back to our invite friend. Okay, inside this invite friend section, first I will add an image with the source. Over here we'll say slash mail.png. in alt we'll say mail, width let's say 80, height to 80. I will just make sure the name of this image is correct. After that we want to add an h2 tag and we'll say invite friend, and then inside the p tag we'll simply say having fun, share the love with a friend, enter an email and we will send them a personal invite. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a font name text to let's say 2xl, I'll make it 3xl, font game, and for this one let's add font game. Okay, after that let's save it and let's see how it looks on the screen first. So if you see, we have this invite friend and all. This need to be a text 3xl. Now let's bring everything in one line, so we make it flex column, item to be in the center, margin top to 8, we'll add padding to let's say 4 with the border, round it to XL and save it, something like this. Obviously we need to make sure we'll add input option so that user can enter. So inside the div we'll add an input Shatcn component with a placeholder. Here we'll say enter email, or we will say invite email. Then we also want to add a button, so we'll add a button and we'll say invite. For this button I will add a variant as pixel. Then inside the class name we'll change this button font game, and then also I'm going to change this size to large, and this is how it look like. Let's bring everything in one line. So here we'll make it flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center, and let's give margin top to 5. Here I don't want to give size because otherwise it not look good. I think this is much better now. Here user can enter the email as well. For this input you can I think add minimum width to let's say XL. Let's see how it looks. Oh, XL is too big. Let's make it medium. I think this is Let's make it small. I think this is fine. Okay, and the last thing, I'm going to change this background zinc to 900. Perfect. And that's how our the left section is now ready. Obviously this is the section when user don't have any course enroll. Okay, obviously later on, once we implemented the course section, we are also going to add a course or explore course option, so user can directly see the explore courses, or he can explore the courses to enroll it. So on the right, we are going to show some basic option, something like this. So let's go back and we'll create a component over here. We'll create a component called user status dot tsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Now under the page.tsx, where we have this right side, over here we'll add this user status component. Okay, now make sure it's rendering and it's showing user status. Perfect. Now let's go inside that user status component, and over here I'm going to add an image. Now inside this image I already have an animated GIF file called Alex Walker. So over here I will say /alexwalk.gif. I will say walking user. Then as a width I will give 100 and height to 100 and save it. Now if I go back, let me show you how it looks. So this is how it look like. Perfect, right? I think we can change this size to, let's say, 70. After this I want to add an h2 tag with the user email. So in order to get the user email, you can say constant user is equal to use user, and from it you can get it user dot primary email address dot email address. So it will show the user email ID just beside this one. As we are using the React hook, make sure you have to import this. You have to mark this as a use client so that you will not get this error anymore. And then it will show the user email ID. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So I will just wrap it inside the div. And then we'll say class name flex gap to 3, item to be in the center. For this h2 we'll change font game text to Excel. Perfect. I think we can make it to Excel little bit larger. Now just below that we want to add some options. So after this div, I will mark this div as a grid column 2 because in 2 column we want to show. Then we'll add a div. First we'll add an image with the source. So over here I already added some of the option like star.png. Okay, so which is in the pixel style. So how many star user get it, it's kind of rewards which we are going to give to the user once user finish certain chapters. Okay, so inside the star we'll say, inside the alt we'll say star, over here we'll say star.png, and width I will say 35, height to 35. Let's see how it looks on the screen. Okay, so maybe this need to be just star.png. Perfect. Then over here we'll add a div tag, and inside that h2 tag we'll say, we hardcode some value for now, so we'll say 20, and then we'll say total rewards and save it. So for this one I will say Excel font game, and for this one as well we'll say font game, but I'm gonna change this text to, let's say, gray 500, something like this. I think we can increase this size to, let's say, 3XL. Oh, this need to be a text. Perfect. And let's bring everything in one line. So Here for this div, I will add a class name with a flex, gap to 2, item to be in the center. We can make gap to 3. For this grid as well, I will add a gap to 5. I think we can increase the size of this one as well. So we'll say text Excel. It's a bit larger. Perfect. Now let's copy this one more time, and now instead of star we can show a badge. So I think I already added one more call, I don't remember. So I added this badge.png. later on we can change if you don't like this icon, but right now we'll put it like that. And over here we'll say badge, how many badge user get it, so that count we have to show. Okay, so after completing each course or chapter we can assign a badge. Maybe after completing a course you can assign a badge, and that badge count will display over here. And the last is a daily strike. Okay, so if user continually log into our app next 7 days, then we can show a 7-day strike. It's similar like a Snapchat. So that strike we are going to show over here. I'm going to change this, let's say fire.png. let's save it, and if I go over here, these are the 3 options we are going to add. Perfect. Now let's wrap inside the border. So simply for this particular div, I'm gonna add a padding to, let's say 4 with a border 2, and then we'll make rounded to 2xl. I think we can change this size, let's say 4, how it looks. Perfect. And you can add more padding if you want, I think. And then if you want, you can change this background. I think we can keep as it is for this one. Okay, and this look good to me. Obviously you can add more option. Once we have more option we can add it, but for now we'll keep as it is. Now next, another option that we are going to add is an option to upgrade. So we'll create a component called upgrade to pro.tsx. Now this upgrade section we are only going to show when user did not join our pro subscription. Okay, so that user can get all the access. But if user didn't join the pro subscription, that time we are going to show. For now we don't have, or we don't know whether users join or not, so we'll just simply gonna show it. So over here first we'll show an image with the source, and I'm going to use a logo to display. So we'll say logo.png. in alt we'll say logo. In width we'll say let add 100 and height to 100. Now make sure to import that under this user status inside the dashboard page, and here we'll say upgrade to pro. After this, make sure it's rendering on the screen. So this is how it looks like. I think it's quite bigger. Let's make it 70. And then below that, I'm gonna add h2 tag. We'll say upgrade to pro. Here we'll say another p tag, and then we'll say join pro membership and get all course access. Obviously for this h2 tag we'll say font to 3xl, and not font, text to 3xl, and font game. Over here I will add a class name with a font game and text gray 500. Obviously we'll change this to XL text size, and then let's bring everything in center of the screen. So we'll make flex items to be in the center. We'll make flex column with a padding to 5. We'll add a border to 4 and round it to 2xl. Then margin top to, let's say 8, and this is how it look like. Obviously make sure you'll add a text, this text to be in the center, and we want to add a button as well. So we'll add a button and we'll say upgrade. Now this button obviously will navigate to the pricing screen. So we'll add the pricing screen later on, but for now let's add a button with a class name. We'll say font game, variant as pixel, and then size as large. Also, I will wrap this inside the link tag with a h reference so that it will navigate to the pricing screen once user click on it. And this is how it look like. So maybe over here we need to give variant. We forgot to give variant. It's so this into a pixel. Perfect. If you want, you can change this or you can mark this width as a full. Okay, somehow width full not getting applied. I don't know why, but let's keep as it is for now. So that's how you have to add this section, and it makes our dashboard completely full. Also, you can add more section if you want, and later on as well we are going to add more feature onto this dashboard. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now next part, as we already completed the dashboard layout, user daily status, which we are showing on this right side. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code, and if there is any bug, he can report to us. So let's simply go to the source control and then create a new branch. Here we'll say chapter 7, and then we'll say our dashboard layout. Okay, just click enter, then it will get checkout. Now stage all the file by clicking this plus sign, then give the commit message. So we'll say dashboard layout implemented, say commit, and after commit make sure to publish your branch. Once you publish, go to the GitHub, and just wanted to show, if you see, this is how CodeRabbit review your code. It will also add a sequence diagram, what are the changes you make inside the each file. It will give you in the proper summary format. Pretty cool, right? And then it will give you the all the estimated code review effort that GitHub applied, and just small poem for you. Pretty cool, right? So same thing it will do for each of your PR. Once you create the pull request, it start automatically reviewing your code, and simply once it review, simply merge this code. Now in this chapter we are going to create an course list, where we need to create a table for the course where we can save all the courses which we are going to provide to the user, and then we are going to push our code to the GitHub. But before that, we have to make sure we will also display that course list. Now if you see this mockup, this is how our UI will look like. All the assets I'm going to share with you for a free. The link is in the description, where we are going to show all the courses, and under this explore all courses page, we're going to show all the courses which we are going to store into our database. Let's understand how this course structure is defined. That is very important. Now under this course table, we are going to save a course title, its description, the course ID which will be the unique, the course banner, the difficulty level, and tags which is an optional. And again, under this each course ID, we are going to show a chapter list, because we have a lot of different chapters, and inside the chapter again we have the different topics, or we can call it as an exercise. Everything we will understand how it works and how to implement it, but first we'll implement the courses. Okay, so for that one we need to create a table into our database. So simply let's go back to our VS Code, and inside that go to the schema file. So inside this config folder we have the schema.tsx file. Inside this we currently we only have the one table for the user. Now we'll create a export constant courses is equal to pg table. Here I will say courses course table, and I will give the table name as a courses, and inside that we need to provide a column. Okay, Now first column, I will copy paste this as it is. Okay, then I will add course ID. Now this course ID will be the integer, and after that we want to add a course title. So we'll say title of type varchar. Then we want to add a description. Again, this will be a varchar and it will be just 2 lines, so you can keep like this only. After that we also want to add a banner image of varchar. Now from this one you can make this not null as well, okay, just for the validation purpose. So you can add not null to all of them which you think, okay, this need to be there. After this, if you see, we also need a level of difficulty, so I will just name it as a level to varchar, and default, you can say default to, let's say, beginner. Okay, and the tags, now tag can be anything. Okay, so here we'll say type varchar and I will leave as it is, and that's all. Now this course table will provide by the admin. Admin will create all the courses so that all user can enroll to these courses. Okay, now course ID, we have to make sure it will be unique. Okay, so in order to make this unique, you have to say dot unique. Okay, and then save it. Once you save, we have to make sure we'll push these changes. So I will stop this Drizzle Studio and then I will run a command npx drizzle kit push. Once you push these changes, just run the studio again. And if I go back, refresh this studio, and then you will see a brand new table called courses. Now inside the courses, just click add record and start adding a course. For example, let's give course ID 1. You don't need to provide an ID for this ID column because it auto increment. The title, I will say React. Now inside this eraser doc, I have already added some of the course list. Okay, you can just copy paste one by one. So for example, I added this title. For a description, let's copy from here. Then for the banner image, I already hosted all the GIF image or GIF on my ImageKit cloud platform. So that also you can do on your own platform. And the level, I will say beginner. Now this tag, I will say React. For example, if you have the another React course which is, let's say, advanced, but if the tag matches, you can group them all together. Okay, so that feature you can even add that. Let's save this change. We have to make sure course ID need to be there, so I added the course ID. Let's save this change. That's the reason we got this error. And now if you see, we have the course ID, sorry, course with this particular information. Now same thing you can do for these next courses. So I will pause the video and I will add all of them one by one. Here I added all of these courses. Now obviously you can add more courses. Next, we are going to create a new route or new page, and inside these routes we'll create courses, and under these courses we are going to add page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and I will rename this to courses. Now whenever user click on browse all courses, we have to make sure we'll navigate to this particular page. So under these components where we have this enroll course, and on the click of this browse all courses, we want to navigate it. So I will add a hrefs and then we'll say courses, and make sure to wrap your button inside this link. Now if I click on browse or course, you will see it navigate to this courses page. Perfect. Now over here, now inside this course page, we wanted to show first a course banner. So over here I will add a div, add an image tag with the source, and I already have the course banner.gif file. So here we'll say I'll tag course banner, and inside the width, let's give some width. So inside the class name, we'll say width full. Let's save this one. Let's see how it looks on the screen, and boom, perfect. Now obviously we need to change this height, so we'll say height to 300 pixel, and then we'll also add object cover, so it will not get stretched. Okay, now on top of it we wanted to show the text called explore course, so I will add a div. Inside the div we'll add a text called explore all courses. Inside this class name we'll add font game text 6xl, and after that we also want to show a p tag. Here we'll say explore all courses and enroll to learn and increase your skill. Now for this one as well we'll say font game text to 2xl, and we want to bring this on the top of this image. So basically for this div I will make this class as absolute. So once you make absolute, you also need to provide top to 0, so it will come on the top of it, but it going on top of header. So for this div we'll add a class, or maybe for this div we can add a class name and we'll mark it as a relative. Okay, so it will be inside this only. Then we want to add height full, and we'll add a padding top, let's say 24, and padding x to let's say 10. On medium screen obviously we want padding x to 24. On large we'll give padding x to 36, something like this, say. And then we're also going to add a gradient. So recently Tailwind CSS changed. Okay, so we don't have background gradient anymore. Rather than that you have to use background linear to right or maybe left. You can write something like this. Okay, so it's just you have to provide from where you want to give the direction for the gradient colors. Now if you want to give for just R, so we'll say background linear to right. Then I want to add a black color, so we'll say black, but I want transparent, so I add it as a 50, or let's make it 80. And two color, so for a two color I will say white. Here we'll say 50/50, and then save it, and this is how it look like. Perfect. Next we wanted to show a course list, right? And obviously we need to fetch that course list from the database, so we need to write an API endpoint in order to get all the courses. So simply go to this API. Under this API we'll create a course as a new route or API endpoint, and inside that we'll write route.ts file. Over here we'll say export async function, as this is just a get required because we just wanted to fetch. Here we'll say get, and then request of type next request. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await db.select. Then from we need to provide a table name, so here we'll say course table, and then we want to collect all of this thing because we don't have any condition, right? So we'll say dot, oh, that's all we need to write. Okay, so select from and the table name, and then we'll get the result. That result you need to return, so we'll say next response dot json with the result. Now this particular get request will help, this particular query will fetch all courses, okay, no matter what. But later on we also wanted to fetch the course depends on the course ID. After that in that case we'll update this get request, but for now I think we are good. So once we have all the courses list, we have to fetch it inside this courses page. So maybe instead of creating over here, I will create a component. We'll say underscore components, and inside this we'll say course list dot tsx, add a default template so that later on if you want we can use it. Okay, we can reuse that particular component. So obviously over here I will add a div. Inside the h2 tag I will say all courses. Here add a class name with a font game text to, let's say, for Excel, and then make sure to import this course list component. For this div I will add margin top to let 8, and for this div as well we need to add some padding and all. So I will just copy this padding and we'll paste it here. Perfect. Now let's go to the course list. Here we need to call that API, so we create a method called constant get all courses, and the arrow function inside this will say constant result is equal to await axios dot get, because this is a get request, then slash API slash course, and that's all. As we are using await, mark this as async, and then first we'll console the result. We'll see whether we are getting the result or not. Obviously we need to use a use effect. We need to call inside the use effect and make sure this component will be on the client side. Let's save everything. Let's go inside the inspect panel, inside the console, and if you see we got the list, and inside the data we have 4 courses with all the details. Perfect. Now let's save this in a state. So we'll say course list comma set course list is equal to use state. Okay, now for this state or a course list we need to provide a type. So we'll say type course, and then inside this we have id with a number, then course id with a number, then title of type string, description of type string, level of type string, then banner image, and tag, again this is of type string. Now this type we need to pass over here, as this is a list, so make sure it's a list as well, and by default I'm passing it as empty. Now once you get the result, we'll set the course list with the result dot data and then save it. As simple as that. Now whenever you fetching the data, right, we need to set a loading state. So we'll set the loading state something like this, and initial value will be false. Once you start fetching the data, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as false and then save it. Now under this section here we need to display all the course list. Okay, so simply we'll say course list dot map course comma index, and the arrow function. Inside this we need to provide a div, and inside the image tag we'll define the course banner image. So we'll say course dot banner image. Width, let's provide 400, height to 400. Obviously here we need to provide a specific width as well. Make sure to provide an alt tag. So over here we say alt tag as course dot title. I think what else, I think we forgot to import image. We also imported the image. I don't know why we are getting this error. So it's saying alt tag is missing. Okay, so by mistakenly we added the class name as alt tag. Over here I will provide a key as an index. Let's save this one, and if I go over here, now we got an error. Now this error states that you are trying to access the image from this particular domain, okay, or host name, and you need to configure that inside your next.config.js file. Now there are a few ways to configure it. So simply you have to go to the next.config.ts file, which is inside the root directory, and here we have to provide an image, okay, configuration for the image inside the Next.js. Inside this we have to provide a domain, and then you have to provide all the domains which you want to whitelist, means from them you have to show the URL. So in this case I will copy this image kit domain and I will paste it here. Once you save it, that's all. Make sure to refresh your Next.js and then you will see all the courses. Right now we got another error. It's saying cannot read space control use source dot trim. That's weird. So here it's just saying that use trim in if there is any space. I don't know why, but just add that, and then once you save, and here we go. Okay, we have all this course list. Now once it is displaying, just simply you need to set the width and height for it. So for this image I will add width to full but height to, let's say, 200 pixel for now. Okay, and then object cover. Now next, for this div you need to add a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller. On medium screen you can say grid column 2, on large screen you can say grid column 3, and then we'll give some gap as well. And for extra large you can add a grid column 4, something like this. I think we can let's make this 3 on Excel. I think 3 is much better, and on large I will make it 2, and let's keep as it is. Next, over here I will add a div in order to display the course title. So inside this h2 tag we'll say course dot title, then in p tag we'll say course dot description, and then save it. Now let's add some style. So here we'll say font game, text to 3XL. I think 3XL is much bigger. Let's make it 2XL. And then for this one we'll say font game, text XL, but we want to change this color to, let's say, 500, or let's make it 400. Perfect. And after that we also want to give some padding to this, so we'll say padding to 4, and at the last we want to add an h2 tag, and inside this h2 tag we want to show a difficulty level. So first I will add an icon, so we'll say chart no access column, maybe something like this, and then we will show course dot level. Now for this one I will add a class name. We'll say background zinc to, let's say, 800, then we'll make it flex gap to 2, font game, and save it. Let's see how it looks. Now obviously we also wanted to change the height, so I will set the height to 3, width to 3, I'll make it 4, then we'll also give padding to 2, and then we'll make rounded to 2XL. Make sure to add an item to be in center, and then let's say inline flex. Okay, after that we also want to add padding X to 4. I think this is much better. Let's make it 1 only over here, and then we'll say margin top to 3. Perfect. And the last, obviously we will add a border to our div. So over here we'll add a class name, and we'll add a border. We'll say border to 4, and I will round this to, let's say, XL only. But if you carefully observe, our border is rounded but not the image, so we have to make sure our image will also get rounded corner, but here we only want a top image border rounded. So we'll say border top, or not border but rounded top large, and if you see now that is also have the perfect border, and that's how our all courses is now ready. But if you if you see this button or this beginner level is not aligned because the React beginner or this first course has 3 lines of description. Here we can climb class, we can remove the third line by using this line clamp, and will only maximum show 2 lines. If you provide a line clamp, then it will show with the 3 dotted, something like this. Okay, and I think that's all. It's all about this all courses. Just quick thing over here, I will give my margin top to, let's say, 3, so some space, and I think that's pretty much okay. And that's how our all explore courses is now ready. Now next, obviously there are a lot of things we are going to implement, okay, so that you will learn a lot of new things as well. Now once we finish this course, make sure, let me close all of this tab, but before that, whenever you hover on any of these courses, right, we'll change the background. So maybe over here we'll simply add a hover effect, and then we'll change the background zinc to, let's say, 900, something like this. See, and we can also add a cursor pointer. See, perfect, right? And let's push all of these changes to our GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review it. So simply go to the source control. Over here we'll create a new branch and we'll say chapter 8 all courses display. Now I currently, for the demo purpose, we only added 4 courses, but you can add as many courses you want once you understand how to do it. Here we'll stage all the file, then we'll give the commit message all course display, add commit it, then make sure to publish this branch, and then simply go to the GitHub in order to create pull request. Once the pull request is created, CodeRabbit will review our code, and make sure to wait and check all the line of code which we implemented. Now once user click on any of the course, we need to show a course detail. In that one, we need to display the all the chapters we included in that course and option to enroll. Also in each chapter, we need to show all the topics / exercises and where user can complete each of the exercise, and then he will get the XP or credits after completing it. It's just like a game. Complete the task and get the reward. So in this chapter, we are going to basically create a chapter list table in order to save all the chapters. Then we're gonna implement a detailed screen in order to display all the chapters along with their exercises. And we're gonna also going to add a course detail status section, so in which user can see how many exercises completed, how many credits he earned from that courses, and likewise. And at the end, we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the CodeRabbit. Now let me explain how this actually structurized. So we already have the course information along with the course ID, and depends on the course ID which user select, we are going to display the course details page. Now inside this course detail, we are going to show all the list of chapter, and inside the chapter we have the chapter ID, chapter name, description, exercise list, and again exercise list contain many other fields. And this is how it look like. So on the detail screen, this is not looks good, this is just a mock-up, but here we're gonna show all the details. Okay, this is an expandable chapter, so once user click, it can expand and user can see the exercise with the name and how many tokens user can get once user completed that chapter, and also option to enroll at the top. Now on the right side, we want to show the status section. Okay, so we'll implement over here, and I think that's all we need. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing we need to do is to create a new table. So first I'm going to go to the schema file, and inside the schema file we'll say export constant course detail, or we'll say course chapters, table is equal to pg table, and then we'll say course chapters. Inside that, first we'll add an id as it is, then we need to refer with the course id. Okay, so again this course id is not null, so I will just add an integer, and this need to be not null. Then after that we want to add a chapter name which is of type varchar, then the description again type varchar, then the exercise, so here we say exercises, and the type I will provide as JSON. Okay, so make sure you are importing from this pg core, and I think that's all we needed for now, but later on if we need anything we can add it later. Now let's save this one. Now make sure to push this to your database. So I will stop this Drizzle Studio and make sure to run push command. So we'll say in npx drizzle kit push, so it will push all of these changes, and then simply run the studio again. Now if I go back to this Drizzle Studio, you will see the new table called course chapter. Now we need to add the information or chapters into this one. Obviously adding one by one is maybe difficult, right? And it's time consuming. So inside this canvas I already created this JSON, but inside the JSON we have the list of objects contain each chapter and the exercise list as well. Now you have to write a program in order to insert directly into a database. Now here I also added the chapter ID, that is also very important. Okay, so make sure to add the chapter ID so that we can save the chapter ID, whether this first chapter, second chapter, and so on. Now in order to add all of this data one by one, it's a headache and time consuming. So I already created a simple get request function just for a single use. Okay, simply we have to copy that and then create an API endpoint. So I will just name it as a /admin/save chapter, means you have to create two folders, and inside that we'll create a route.ts. Now whichever data you want to insert, means whichever the chapters you want to add, save it inside the data. Then you have to use this for each, whatever the code which we copied, just paste it here. But make sure depends on the course ID, we have to update this ID over here, and everything will be as it is. Now if I go to our database, go to the courses over here, if you see right now I'm trying to add a chapters for this course ID 2, so that's the reason I kept the course ID 2. Okay, and once you copy paste the data which I added inside this eraser doc, simply pass to this one and then run the localhost API admin save chapter. Once you enter this, you will see a success message. It means our all data is inserted. Now if I go back to this course chapter, and boom, if you see we have all this information. If I refresh it, I think there is one column missing. Yeah, if you see the chapter ID is also now available. Here you will see the course ID, the name, description, exercise, and this is in the form of JSON. Inside this exercise you will see the name of the exercise, the slug name, which is helpful in order to get the exercise detail, which we are going to add in next chapter. The XP is nothing but the how many credits user will get once user finish this chapter, and their difficulty level as well. Okay, and the last, this is a chapter ID, this is the first chapter, this is the second chapter, and so on. So that's how you have to insert the data. This is very first time. Later on you can just remove this or disable this script if you want. Okay, and same thing you have to do for all other courses as well. Right now we implemented only for HTML, but later on you can get this similar kind of JSON data. I think I can make this available for you, and it will be inside this eraser doc. This is an HTML, so this is, we'll say HTML course chapters, and same way I'm going to give you the React, CSS, Python. If you want any others, let me know in the comment section. and the name of the course you want. Okay, I can make this JSON data available for you. Now let's head back to our page where we want to show a course detail. So inside these courses we have the page.tsx, which is the just all the courses we are showing. But now if we want to navigate to the new screen on the click of any of this chapter, if I click on this HTML beginner, then it should my route will be like /2, and then if I click enter, it should show that particular chapter. Currently we don't have, so that's the reason it's showing 404 error. In order to create a dynamic route, simply we need to create a folder, but we have to give the name starting with the square bracket, and then we'll say course ID. Okay, or we can say course ID, something like this, and inside that you can create page.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and here I will name it as a course detail, and then save it. Now in order to get this course ID, right, you can just write constant and then make sure to use the same name. Over here we'll say use params. Now this use param hook we are importing from the React, and then I will import this use client as well. As simple as that. Okay, so that's how you will get the course ID. Now first we'll go back, and over here if you see this mockup at the top, we need to get the course detail or course basic information like banner, course name, description and all. So we'll create a component for that one inside the course ID, and we'll rename with this underscore components. Inside this we'll say course detail banner.tsx. Let's add a default template, and we'll create another component for course chapters.tsx. Now inside this course, inside this page.tsx file, let's add course detail banner first, and let's implement this. Now in order to get the course detail information, you need to fetch a course detail from the database, and we have the course ID. So with the help of course ID, you can easily fetch it. So we need an API endpoint for that one. Now we already have an API endpoint called course, and inside that we have the GET request. If you remember in the last chapter, I explained you that we might need to get the course information, just a single course information, right? So over here you can get the course information, but you need to get the ID first. So we'll say constant search params is equal to new URL, and inside that we'll say request dot URL, and then you can simply say constant course ID is equal to search params dot get, and then we'll say course ID. Okay, so with the help of this course ID, we'll get the course ID, and obviously when we make an API request inside the query, we'll pass this course ID. Now simply over here we'll add a condition. If the course ID is there, then we'll use another query, otherwise we'll fetch all the details. It means we'll fetch all the courses, but if the course ID is there, then we only want to fetch one record. So we'll say constant result await db dot select dot from, we'll say course table, and inside the course table we'll say where equal to, because we want to add a condition. Let me bring this down, and then we'll add course table dot course ID matches with our course ID. Okay, if you get this error, the equal to, you can just ignore this and save it. Now once you get the result, simply we have to return it. So we say return next response dot JSON and the result, but inside the result you will get the list, but we only want to get the first result. So that's the reason I'm writing result of 0, and then save it. And that's how the get request for the course ID is now ready. Now simply we'll create a method called get course detail, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await axios.get /API /course, and here question mark course ID is equal to, and then pass this course ID. As simple as that, right? And here I will mark this as async. Now currently I'm just going to console and we'll verify whether we are getting data or not. Now this course detail we need to call inside the use effect, so that whenever this component get load, this method will get executed. Okay, now make sure when course ID is there, then only call this method. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and currently we are on the second course. Obviously it will fetch a second course information. Now inside the console, if I expand this, you will see our all the course information. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to get the details. Perfect. Now you also need to make sure on this courses page, once I click on this one, it should navigate to the detail screen. So let's implement that missing part. So basically inside our course page.tsx, inside the course list, you need to wrap your application inside this link tag with a h reference, and then we'll say /course /course ID. So we'll say course.id and make sure to wrap it and then save it. Okay. Now over here, I think we need to give this script prop to this link. Perfect. And if I click on this, for example, see it jumped to this 4. So right now it's showing 4. This need to be a course ID then. So yeah, perfect. Now if I click on this, it will jump to this course. I don't know why it's not. Okay, this need to be a courses, not just a course. Now if I click, if you see, we get this course detail screen, and then we'll get the data for that particular course. Obviously current we only have the data for the second course. Okay, that's why we'll get the data for only for the second course only. Now let's save this course information. So we'll say constant, then here we'll say course detail comma set course detail is equal to use state. Now here we need to provide a type for it. So we'll say, I think we already have the type for the course detail, not course detail, but here we say constant course detail. Oh, this need to be a type course detail. So currently actually we just need to save as a course. So this particular type I exported from this course list page where we already define it, right? So make sure to mark it as an export so that you can use it in other component. This course detail we'll update it later on in a moment, because when we want to fetch the exercise list, that time we can use this course detail. But for now I think this course is enough. And over here then we'll simply set the course detail with a result.data and then save it. Now maintain the loading state as well. So here we'll say loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and then here we'll say set loading to true, and then set loading to false. Now inside this course detail banner, make sure to pass a loading state, and also we want to pass course detail. Okay, and save it. Now let's go to the course detail banner. Here we'll define a type props, and here we'll fetch a loading with the type boolean, and then course detail as type course for now. Okay, so over here we'll define a loading comma course detail, and we'll define a type props. So that's how in the TypeScript you have to define, so it helps us to avoid any error. Over here in course detail it might be an undefined, right? So you can let's inside the course ID, let's go to this course detail banner and let's mark this as a undefined. And now if you see, we don't have any error. Now inside this course detail banner, we need to add an image first. Inside the image we have source tag, and from the source tag we can get the course detail dot banner image. Okay, course banner, and inside the alt we'll say course, or we can give the name from course detail dot title. So right now if you see, we got an error saying that it might be an undefined. So let me comment this out and we'll add an empty state if the course detail is not there. So here we'll say if course detail is not there, then we'll implement a loading state. So you can add a skeleton from the shared scene skeleton, and to this skeleton you just need to add a width and height. So we'll say width to full and height, let's say 300 pixel. Okay, otherwise we can add another div to add this image and all. Okay, now I will uncomment this, and if you see, now we don't have that error anymore. So this TypeScript help us to avoid these kind of errors. Now inside the skeleton you can add rounded corner, and for now we'll keep as it is, but later on you can add more skeleton styling and all. Now for this image we need to add width and height. So width I will say 1400, height you can add let's say 300, class name width to be full, and I will add a height let's say 300 pixel and save it. Also I will make this as an object cover, save, and let's see how it looks on the screen. So right now we are getting error saying cannot use the white space. That's weird. Let's use this trim n for the source, and let's check it out, and boom, if you see, we got this beautiful banner. I will increase this height little bit. Let's make it 350. I think this is much better. Perfect. Now let's add a div, and inside the div we need to add a title of the course. So we'll say course dot title, then in p tag course detail dot description, and also we want to add a button. So we'll say enroll now, and to this button I will add a class name font game. I think we can give font game to everything by providing directly to this div, and save it. Perfect. Now we want to add some style. So for this enroll now we'll say text, not text, okay, let's make it text to Excel, then variant as pixel, and size of button to be a large. Perfect. Now for this h2 and p tag as well, we'll add some style. So we'll say text 6xl, and for this one we'll say text 3xl, but font or text color need to be little bit gray, something like this. Now let's put on the top of this one. So we'll mark this as a absolute with a top to 0, but we need to mark the position as a relative for this so that it will not go above that. And then we'll also add margin top to let's say 24, and we'll give some padding. So we'll give padding to 10, padding x, or on the medium screen we'll give padding x to 24, on large screen we'll give padding x to 36. Over here I will make this 20. Now we also want to give some gradient effect, the similar way which we added over here. Okay, so I will just copy this gradient as it is, and then I will put for this course detail banner, but make sure the height need to be full, I think. So if I put the height full, I think we don't need to provide a margin top. Over here we'll say padding top. Perfect. Okay, so that's how we have to add it. And if you want, you can give margin top. So over here we'll say margin top to 7, and for this one as well margin top to 3, some space. So that's how our course detail banner is ready. Now next part, we want to show all the chapters, and in that one all the exercise for each of the chapter. Now we need to divide this detail screen into two parts. So first column contain the chapters and the exercise, and we have small right column which will show the status. So let's go back. Let me close all of this tab. Let's save this one, and in under this course id page.tsx file, we are going to add a div. Now inside this div, we'll make it grid column 4. Now out of this 4 column, 2 column will assign to this first one. So here we say column span 3 column, and then remaining 1 column to the second section. So if I go over here, let me refresh this, and if you see, we have first and second. Also make sure to add some padding. So here we'll say padding to 10, on medium we'll say padding x to 24, and on large we'll say padding x to 36. So this is how it look like. Okay, now next thing, we'll implement this course chapter component. So we already created, so we'll just import that one, and to this course chapter we need to pass a loading and course detail information. Now inside the course chapter, make sure to get these props. So I will just copy this existing one because we already have this prop. I will just copy and paste it here. Make sure to import this course type, and then I will use loading course detail of type props, and then save this both the files. But inside this course chapter, we don't have the exercise or chapter list, right? Inside the course detail, we only have the information related to the course information, which is basic information which we are fetching from the courses table. But we also want the data from the course chapter. So we'll update our API endpoint. So inside the course route.ts, when we are fetching the basic course information, we are also going to get the chapters. So here we say chapter result is equal to await db.select from, and here we have the course chapter table. Then we have where clause, and inside that we'll say equal to course chapter table dot course id matches with our course id. Here I will add ts ignore, and then this chapter result, once we get it, we will just return it. So inside this next response.json, I am going to add all this result information from the result, and we are also going to add chapters with this chapter result. Okay, now let me show you how the response is structured. Okay, so inside this page.tsx, we already console. So we'll go over here inside the inspect panel, and inside the console, make sure to refresh the screen so we'll get new data. But in this case, if you carefully observe over here, now along with the basic information, we also have the chapters information, and inside the chapters we have the chapter id, course id, and all of this, right? but it only fetches one chapter because inside our route we just return this only one chapter. So let's return all of them instead of just one, and now if I refresh it, it should return all of this. See, so we have 12 chapters, and inside the each of chapter we have the exercise and all. Perfect. So that's what we wanted, right? So next, we need to define a type, right? And also inside this course only. So let's go to the course. We are going to add a chapters, okay, of type chapter, and we'll define this type obviously. So inside here only we'll define a chapter type. So we'll say chapter, and inside the chapter we have all of these field like chapter ID, course ID. So we'll say chapter ID of type number, then course ID of type number, then we have description, ID, name and exercises. So here we have description, name and ID of type number, and then we have exercises. So this one as well we need to add. Okay, so exercise of type exercise only. So we need to create again another type for the exercise. So here we say type exercise. Okay, now this chapter contains a list of chapters, so make sure it's a list, and exercise is also list. So I will provide the exercise as a list, and inside this exercise, if you see, we have all of this information: name, slug, xp. So here we say name, slug, then xp is type number, and then difficulty level. So difficulty is an optional thing, if it's not that much mandatory, but if you want you can keep it. Okay, and then save it. So that's how you need to update your type. Now once we get the data inside our course detail, right, and of which we are passing to this course chapter as well, now we have the chapters and the exercise information. Okay, so you don't need to update anywhere now. Now next thing over here, let's save it. Now as per our mockup, if you see, we are using this expand component, where once user click on it, it will expand it, and again on click it will collapse. So that is a Shatsion accordion component. So if I go to the Shatsion, we have this accordion component. If you click on it, this is how it works. Okay, now it's already installed, just we'll use this import statement in order to use it. So copy this import statement, we'll paste it here, and then we'll copy this example as well, but we need to iterate this. So I will add a div, and inside the div we need to iterate this. So we'll say course detail dot chapters dot map. Here we say chapter comma index and the arrow function, and then simply paste this accordion. This need to be the circular braces, and paste it. Perfect. Over here I will pass key as an index. Let's save it first and let's see how it looks. So this is how it look like. Perfect, right? Here you just need to give a gap between these two columns. So over here we'll add a gap, let's say 7. Perfect. Okay, now let's go back again to our course chapter. Now over here we need to add a the chapter dot name, and then it will show a chapter name. See, now also here we need to add a loading state. That is very important. If the course detail length is empty, then we have to make sure we'll add a condition to show a skeleton effect. So here we say if course detail dot chapters dot length is equal to 0, then we'll simply add a div with the skeleton with a width full. Then we'll also add height to, let's say, 100 pixel and rounded to 2 XL. or make it just Excel. I will copy paste it few more times. Just I will give margin top to let's say 5. Otherwise, so over here we'll say otherwise show this div and then close it. Perfect, right? So if I refresh it, you will see the skeleton effect, and obviously after the skeleton effect we'll get the result. Now next part is update this chapter and all. So inside this, for this particular trigger, right, we want to add hover effect. But before that, maybe for this div we'll add a class name with a padding to 5, and then we'll add a border rounded to 2xl. We'll make this border to 4, and this is how it look like. Now for each of this accordion, maybe for this trigger we'll add a class name, and then we'll add padding to let's say 3, and on hover we'll change this background and save it. So if I hover on this one, this is how the background will look like, and if you expand it, then you will get the result. Now let's update this font style as well. So here we'll say font game, then I think we can also change this text size to let's say text 3xl. Perfect. I think we can increase a little bit more, like make it 4xl. Also we want to give a number, so over here I will add a div, and inside the h2 tag you can add chapter number, so we'll say just index plus 1. Over here we'll give height, let's give height to 10, width to 10, background to let's say zinc 900. This is how it look like, and here we'll say text to be in the center. I will just make this to let's say 700, little bit lighter, or make it 800. Perfect. And then I will add a rounded corner, so rounded full, so we'll get the circle. If you want, you can make this padding little bit more, so you can add padding to 2, or just ignore this one, or maybe we can increase this to 12, so we have a little bit bigger in size. Currently text, the number text is little bit up, so we have to bring this down. So let me bring this over here, and instead of this text center, we'll make it flex, item to be in the center, justify in the center. Okay, and also make sure to bring this h2 in one line, so that you can give the flex with a gap to 10, and this is how it look like. Perfect, right? Now once you expand it, we want to show the exercises, right? So inside this content area we wanted to show, so let's save this first, and then we'll add a div. Now inside this div we have chapter, and inside the chapter we have exercise. So here we'll say map exercise comma index and the arrow function. Over here we'll add a div, and then the first thing we want to add is index plus 1, and then we'll say exercise. Maybe here we can say exercise 1, exercise 2, and likewise. Over here in the index, we will provide a key as an index, and if I save this one, if I expand, this is how it look like. Perfect. Then we want to show the name of this exercise, so we'll say exercise name, and then the button at last. So obviously I will put this in one div first, and then button. So for the button we'll say, for example, the xp amount we want to show, so here we'll say axc.xp, and the variant of this button will be pixel. Okay, we'll change it later on, but for now let's save it, and obviously we want to add some style. So first Let's bring this in one line. So we'll say flex, item to be in the center, gap to 10. Then for this one, I will add a class name with text to, let's say, 2XL. Here we'll give a font as font game and save it. Maybe we can increase this 3XL, and over here as well we'll say text 3XL. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So over here we'll add a class name flex and item to be in the center, and then justify between. So this button will be on the right side. Perfect. Now obviously we need to give some gap. So here we'll give a gap to, let's say, 4, or maybe this gap will not work obviously. So we'll say margin top to 4, or maybe we can add 7. Perfect. Or maybe instead of margin we'll add margin bottom to 7. Now next thing, for this div I will add a class name with a padding to, let's say, 7, and then we'll just add a background zinc 800, or maybe we can say 900. Let's see how it looks. I think this is pretty much good. And then rounded corner to Excel, and that's how our chapter will look like. Okay, so here inside the first one, these are the chapters. If I open second one, these are chapters. But we have to make sure if user open second one, the first one we want to get closed, right? So you can provide a type. So it's already type single and collapsible. I think that's perfect. I don't know why it's not collapsing, but that's completely fine. Now next important thing. So if I open the first one, we have the 6 exercise. But if I open next one, it should start with the 7, right? Then 8 and 9 and so on. So in order to update this, we simply need to update the exercise number, this index number. So here we'll simply write a logic. So over here I will just add index exc. So a little bit it will differentiate. Okay, so first we'll say index into chapter. So here we have chapter dot exercise dot length plus index exercise plus 1. And over here I will change this to exercise. Let's save this one, and now if you see, oh, so first is gone, that's completely fine. But from 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, here we have 25, and at the bottom we have total 73. But we need to make sure this plus we need to remove, just we need to keep for 1 for plus, and now it start with the exercise 1 and so on. Now until and unless user is not enrolled, we want to log this button, and also we want to grade this out. So inside this eraser doc, similar like a pixel variant for the button, I also added another pixel style variant called pixel disable. Simply copy that, go to your Shatsion button component, and just below this pixel we'll add this pixel disable variant as well. Okay, and save it. And once you save, so you can use it. So right now user is not enrolled, so I will just comment this out, and then I will copy this, paste it here, and I will change this variant to pixel disable. Also over here I will add star, and this is how it look like, see. Or maybe we can add some question mark. Okay, so only once you enroll it, it will start enabling one by one. So that implementation we'll do later on, but for now make sure you will disable something like this. And also you can add hover tip. So once user hover on this one, you can show a tooltip saying enroll first. Okay, if user is not enrolled. But if user is enrolled And if user did not complete the chapter, then we want to show the tooltip message as please finish the previous chapter, something like this. So in order to add a tooltip, simply go to the Shatsion, go to the tooltip, and if I hover on this one, this is how it look like. It's pretty easy to implement. We already installed, so we need to import this. So I will import these statements, and then you have to wrap your button inside this tooltip. So I'll cut this tooltip from here inside the trigger, make sure to paste it, and here I will pass it as child, save it, and here we'll say please enroll first. And now if I go over here and hover on this one, we'll see please enroll first. Obviously you can change this font game with the text larger. See, perfect, right? So that's how you have to add a tooltip. Now obviously next depends on the condition, we are going to update it. But for now, I hope you understand all of this. If you have any question, any doubt related to displaying this course detail screen along with the chapters and the exercise, let me know in the comment section. Now the next part, before moving to the next chapter, we need to add a status page. That is very important. Okay, so in the status is very straightforward. So let's go back and we'll create a component for that first. So over here we'll create a component called course status .tsx. We'll add a default template and make sure we'll import that inside this second column. So here we'll say course status and then save it. Now inside this course status, first let's add an h2 tag, and here we'll say course progress. We'll add a class name with a font game, and then instead of adding font game over here, we'll add to this one, so it will applicable to all the div or all the text tag. Then for this h2 we'll add text 3xl and save it. If I go over here, this is how it look like. That's pretty good. We'll add padding to 4 with a border 4 and then rounded to xl. Also width full. I think there is a very less width, so what we can do, we can simply make this 3 and we'll assign 2 to this chapter. This need to be a 2. Perfect. Now for this course progress, under the course progress we'll add a div. Inside this first we'll add an image, the source, and we'll say /book.png file. Inside the alt tag we'll say book with a width, let's say 40, height 40, and save it. Perfect. So this is how it looks. Let's make it 50. After that we'll add a div. At the top we'll say exercises, and then inside the span tag we can show how many total exercises are there, right? Obviously here we need a total count. For example, let's say 1 of 72 exercises you completed. Now for this h2 we'll add a flex and justify between. Obviously here we need to add a text to xl, and then I think that's pretty good. We can keep it something like that only. And here we need to add a progress bar. Okay, so Shatsion provide you the progress bar. So over here we have this progress component. Let's just simply import it, and then you have to provide a value, something like this. I think maybe it's just number. Yeah, and this is how the progress bar will look like. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line. Over here we'll just give margin top to 2, and for this complete div we'll add a class name with a flex, item to be in the center, gap to 5, and then we have this section. Over here we'll say margin top to 4, and then we have exercise section. Perfect. Now for this exercise, let's add width to full. Let's see how it looks, because this get connected because of the this flex we added. So maybe for this div you can add a class name with a width full, something like this. And to this span tag I will change this color gray, let's say 400. Perfect. Okay, now we'll add another section. So let's copy this div, and in this section here we'll add a star, how many XP point user got it, so that count we are going to show. Here we'll say XP earned, something like this, say, and here we just need to show a count. So total depends on the total, how many XP user can create get it, so that count we need to show. For example, let's say 340, so like that. And we already have margin top as well. Also, if user is not paid user, right, we can show that section as well. So under this page.tsx, under this course status, we'll say I think we already have that component, so maybe inside this dashboard we have this upgrade to pro, so we'll use this upgrade to pro component. Okay, and if you see, once you add, it automatically display as we are just reusing this component. Okay, now one more component I wanted to add is the need from the community. So we can add that component under this component folder, and we'll say community help section.tsx. It's quite straightforward. Okay, so as many as section you can add is totally up to you. Over here we'll add an h2 tag, or let me copy this h2 tag similar to this one, so we have the same style and all to this community help section, and we'll just rename this to say need community help. I will just say need help, and then inside the p tag we'll say ask question in our community, and then we'll simply add a button to it. So we'll say go to community. Over here we'll add a class name text to, let's say, to Excel. To this div we'll add a font game, and then over here we say text to Excel, save it. Obviously make sure to import that. Here we say community help section, save it. This is how it look like. Obviously we need to add a padding and all, so we'll say constant padding to 4, sorry, padding to 4, border to 4, and rounded to Excel, and margin top to 7. Perfect. Make sure all the item in the center of the screen, and flex column with a gap to 4. Perfect. I think we'll not give any gap, but just will give margin top to 3 to this one. Okay, so that's how it look like. For this button I think we can add a variant to picture, and also we'll change this size to large. Perfect. I think for this upgrade as well you can change this size. So if I go to this upgrade to pro, oh, we already have the size large. I don't know why this is showing smaller. Okay, so maybe we can change this font to Excel, Now it's good, perfect. So that's how you can display this course detail screen. Now currently we hard coded this exercise value to 72. In this case this XP as well we hard coded, right? So we are actually going to replace depends on how many exercises are there. So we need to calculate the count of this one, and then the total XP count, that also we already have, right? So let's do that quickly. So inside the user status we need to accept to just one prop for now. So we'll say type props, and then inside this prop we need to pass a course details. So maybe let's go to this page.tsx, and then we need to pass course detail to this course status, and then I think we added in this incorrect prop over here. Let me cut it from this user status. We have to add inside the course status. So we'll say type props, and we'll say course detail of type course undefined. So this need to be a C with a small c, and type prop. Now over here we need to calculate the total exercise. So here we'll say constant get counts arrow function. Okay, so first we need to calculate the total exercises. So initially it will be 0, and then we just need to iterate this. Okay, so we'll simply say constant, not constant, but we'll say course detail dot chapters dot for each, then we'll say item, I will say just chapter, little bit meaningful, and then we'll say total exercise is equal to chapter dot exercise dot length, and then plus previous chapter. So I will say total exercises dot the length of the exercise. Okay, and then we'll get the total exercise, and then save it. Over here we'll define a state called counts comma set counts is equal to use state. Now you can define a type. I will define a type in a moment. So over here we'll say total exercise. So initially it will be 0, and then total XP is 0 by default. Okay, and once you have the actual count, we'll set the counts with total exercise is equal to total exercises, and obviously we don't have the XP yet, so we'll show the total XP 0 only. Oh, this need to be a number. Okay, so because we are providing a type, so this need to be a number. I think that's perfect. Now this particular method we're gonna call inside the use effect whenever the course detail information is available. So I will execute this use effect only when the course detail information is available. Now once we have the total exercises, we can simply replace this total count. So over here we'll say count dot total exercise, and if I refresh it we'll see the number as well. So it's still loading, and boom, if you see, now we have total exercise number. Now same thing we have to do with the XP. Okay, which means a total count. Now if I go to the database, you will see this XP count, right? So we have to just add all of this XP, and then we'll get the result. So over here we'll say total XP is equal to 0 initially, and then here we'll say total XP is equal to chapter dot exercise dot for each. So inside that we again have exercise. So actually this total XP we need to add inside this. So we'll say total XP plus is equal to total XP plus exercise dot XP. I think that's how we need to do. Okay, and once we get total XP, we can just write total XP over here, and at the last over here we need to replace with this counts dot total XP. Let's see whether it's working or not. I don't think so that's working. Okay, perfect, it's work. And if you see from this chapter you will get 1830 XP, and after that how many user earn, it depends on how many chapter user completed. Okay, obviously once user start enrolling it, then there are a bunch of logic we need to add in order to work all of this functionality that we'll see in the next chapter. But if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So guys, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So simply we'll create a new branch, and to this branch we'll say chapter 9 course detail screen, click enter, make sure it's check out, and then we'll we'll stage all these changes. We'll give the commit message. So here we'll say course detail screen with course status, say commit, publish this branch, and then simply on a GitHub you can compare this pull request. Once it's done, you can create the pull request and then wait to finish the CodeRabbit review. Okay, once it is reviewed, then you can simply merge this pull request. Now in this chapter we are going to save and enroll course information. Currently on this course detail screen, whenever you try to select any of this exercise, it's saying to enroll the first. Obviously we have this button to enroll, and once user click on this button, automatically we are going to save the enroll course information to our database, and then we are going to enable this chapter one by one. Now in this particular chapter we are mainly focusing on enrolling the course, saving the enroll course information, then fetch that enroll course information, and then at the last we'll push our code to the GitHub in order to review it. So first thing first, let's go to this enroll now button and let's create a method in order to enroll the course. So inside this page detail screen we have this course detail banner. Inside that we are going to create a method called constant enroll course and the arrow function. Now this enroll course method we need to call on the click of this enroll now button. So here we'll add on click method and simply it will call enroll course button. So inside this enroll course, obviously we need to save the user information along with the course information. So we need to create a new table. So let's go to our config folder. Inside that we have schema.tsx, and then let's create a new table. We'll say enroll course, and here we'll say pg table enroll course. Here we'll say enroll course table, and then we'll keep this id as it is. Then we want a course id, so which is of type integer. Then a user id, again the user id is of type integer. Then we are also going to say enroll date when it's get enrolled. So I will save it as a timestamp. So make sure you're inputting from the PG core, and then by default you can add a default dot now, so it will save the current timestamp. I think that's all information we needed. and obviously we are going to save all the earn XP, means all the rewards in at one place. So inside that we're gonna save, we'll say XP earn, and then again this is of type integer. So I already explained this inside this canvas with this flow diagram how it works. Okay, so once user enroll the course, we need to save enroll course information to our database. Once this table is ready, make sure to save the schema, and then we need to push to our Neon database. Once you push it, again run the studio, verify the changes, and we'll make sure that enroll course table is rendering. Perfect. Now let's go to this course detail banner, and inside here obviously we need to call an API endpoint in order to save enroll course. So under this API endpoint, we're gonna create a new endpoint called enroll, and inside this enroll, or we can just rename this to enroll course, and inside this we'll create a route.tsx file, ts file. Here we'll say export async function, as this is a post request because we are adding a record, and here we'll say next request. Perfect. Now inside this we need to get a course ID, then the user ID, nothing but the user email which we already have, which we can get it from the clerk. But along with this, I think we need to also update. I think that's all we needed, because we are getting the user ID, enroll date we already saving, and then total XP earned by default very first time it will be 0. Okay, so over here we'll say await request dot json and save it. Okay, now over here we'll create a constant result is equal to await db dot insert, and then the table name is enroll course table dot values. Now inside this value we need to add a course ID which we already have, so we'll add a course ID as it is. Then we need to add a user ID. That user information you can get it from the await current user. Oh, you don't need to destructurize this. So here we'll say user ID, nothing but the user dot primary email address dot email address. The user ID we saving as the email ID because that will be the unique every time. Then next we also want to show XP earn. Initially it will be 0, and enroll date is a default one, so you don't need to add. So here we are getting error. That's because inside the schema we provide the user ID as an integer. So here I'm gonna update with the varchar and then save it. Make sure to update your Neon database. So we'll again run the Drizzle git push command in order to update this change. And now if you see, the error is gone. Perfect. So these are the basic information we are going to save, and once it is saved you can simply return it. So maybe you can say returning, and then inside the return we'll say next response dot json and then the result, and then save it. Now once you return the result, let's go back to this course detail banner and try to save it. So first I will also define a loading state. Here we will say set loading is equal to use state. Oh, we already have one loading state, so maybe we can say underscore, and then first we'll say set loading to true, then we'll call an API, so we'll say await axios dot post, then inside that we'll say slash API slash enroll course, and then inside the body we need to pass course ID. Now for the course ID you can get the course ID from the course detail dot course ID. Here we are using await, so I will make this as async. Okay, for loading don't forget to pass the false initially, and once it is done, we'll set the loading as false. Now inside the console, if you want to print, you can just print this result as well. Now whenever the state loading state is true, we have to make sure this button is disabled, and also we are going to show a loading indicator. So we'll add a loading. If it's true, then we'll say we'll add a loader icon. So we'll say loading. I don't know why it's not showing any loader icon. Okay, here we go. And to this loader icon, I will add animate spin in order to spin it. Let's save everything and let's test this out. Now I'm on the second course and I want to enroll this course. Now once I click enroll now, you will see this loading state and done, right? So once it's done, it means our data might get inserted. If I refresh this, you will see the ID, the course ID, the user ID is coming as NAN. So let me refresh this screen. Maybe because of this integer, it's showing as an integer, and now if you see, it's showing as a actual email and the enroll date, which is in the form of timestamp. See, and currently we have 0 XP earned. Now whenever you say the enroll now, make sure to show a toast notification, right? Now in order to use the toast notification component from the chats here, very first thing you need to do is to go to the layout.tsx file, and inside this you need to add a toaster component from this component /UI/sonar. Make sure to save it, and wherever you want to use a toast notification, simply you can add a toast dot success in this case, and then I will say course enroll, and then save it. As simple as that. Okay, so that's how we have to enroll the course. Now as soon as you enroll the course, we have to make sure we will refresh this data so that the button will not show enroll now anymore. Okay, so it means we have to pass one field, and we can say refresh data. Now you can call the refresh data whatever the value you want. So let's say I want to call as, or just I will say refresh now. Okay, now this refresh data I will pass to the parent component. Here I will say void and then save it. Next I will go to the page.tsx where we use this detail banner. Make sure to get this refresh data and then simply call this get course detail method. Okay, so it will get a refreshed data for you. Now currently we still showing enroll now because we don't know whether course is enrolled or not, right? Now obviously if I click again, it will again enroll it and create a new record, but we don't want that. So basically we have to get the data. We need to know whether the course is enrolled by user or not, and that is very simple. Simply what you have to do, inside your API endpoint where we are getting the course information, and whenever we are fetching from with the course ID, in that case we have to fetch whether the user enrolled to the course or not. Okay, so simply inside this we'll say constant is enroll, or enroll course. Here we'll say enroll course is equal to await db dot select from enroll course table dot. Okay, so that's all. Here we'll need to add a where condition. Let me bring this down, equal to, and then we need to add the first condition, which is a course, not course, but the enroll course. So we say enroll course dot course ID matches with the course ID. Okay, this is the first condition, and we need to add another condition. So here we need to wrap with this and. Okay, and then we'll add a second condition. So inside the second condition we need to write enroll course dot user ID matches with the user ID, which is login user. So you need to get a login user information using await current user, and then you simply need to add user dot primary email address dot email address. Here we are using AND, so make sure to import it from the Drizzle ORM, and we are getting error inside this equal. You can just ignore that using this tsconfig or tsignore, and then save it. Now once you get the enroll course information, here you can simply write constant is enroll course and is equal to, here we'll say if enroll course dot length is greater than 0, then true, otherwise false, and it means whether the course is enroll or not. So here we say user enroll, and then we'll say is enroll course, and then save it. Now once you're done with this one, I will go to the inspect panel and then go to the console. Over here we got this object, and let me refresh this because it's not showing that field yet because it's not refreshed. And once we refresh, you will see a field called user enroll, okay, and it's saying true. Let's try with the other courses. So I will go to this previous, here I have another courses. Let's open that, and in this case if I open this one, now it's saying user enroll is false because we did not enroll. Okay, now whenever the user enroll is true, right, so in this case for this particular course is true, then we don't need to show this button. Instead of that, we'll show another button. So basically inside this course detail banner, now we have this course. Let's go to this course because we have new field now called course enroll. So make sure to update your type. Here we'll make it as a boolean, and it's an optional. Let's save this, and inside this course detail banner, now we can add a condition. So if course detail dot user enroll, if it's false, then show the button which is enroll now button, otherwise show different button. Okay, and it will say continue learning. Now to this continue learning, we'll add a font. A font game is already there, so we'll make a text to Excel, and for this one I will add size large, and if I refresh this, you will see that button. Obviously let's update this variant to pixel, and also I'm going to add margin top to 7, and now if you see for this one it's showing continue learning. Now on the click of continue learning, it will start your chapter where you left off. That logic will implement after implementing this particular exercise enroll or exercise complete logic. Okay, but for now I hope you understand how easily we enroll to the courses. Now currently we just getting the information whether the user is enrolled or not, but we also need an information that how many XP user earn, right, and we are already saving that information as a XP earn. So let's get that too. So inside our API endpoint, which is the course API endpoint, here we are checking is course enroll. So over here we also add course enroll info, or maybe we can just, or let's say course enroll info, and then you can pass this enroll course, something like this, and then save it. Okay, now once you save this, you have to update your type for this course. So I will go to the course, and inside this you need to add this new field. Okay, and also I'm going to define the type for that. and inside the type we'll say XP earn of type number. Then we want enroll date. Here I will put type any because we need to convert that into a date. I think that's all we can keep because we don't want any other information. And once you have the XP earn, you can directly use that inside your this course progress status, because now we have that information, right? So I will go to the course status, and inside the course status right now we hard coded this value. Now we'll replace this with the course detail dot course enroll info dot XP earn. Now currently we have 0, so it will just show a 0 only. Now once it refresh, we'll get to know. And if you see, oh, we updated for the exercise by mistakenly, so let me cut it from here, and we need to paste at this location. Perfect. And now if you see, it's showing XP earn 0 out of 1830. And not only that, but we need to update the progress bar as well. So in order to update this progress bar count, I'm going to create a simple method. We'll say constant update progress, and here we'll pass the information. So we'll say current value of type number, and then total value of type number, and the arrow function. Now simply we'll say if current value and if total value is there, then only you have to add inside the if loop, inside the if condition we'll add a logic, otherwise simply it will return 0. Now this update progress we need to call inside this progress, and then we need to pass a current value. Now in this case current value is nothing but this one, so I will pass it as it is, and then total XP, so total XP will copy and will pass it as a second arguments. So we have an error, it's saying undefined is not assignable of type number, so it's saying it might be an undefined. So over here I will pass it as a 0, and that's weird, so let's add ts ignore for now, and over here we'll simply write, we'll say percentage is equal to current value into 100 divided by total value, and then we'll simply return this percentage. We need this update progress at this place as well, so that's the reason we created a method. Now let's save this one, go back, and currently if you see, it's showing XP earn as empty because we did not finish any value. But let me show you a quick example. Let's consider that you earn some value. Okay, let's say you earn 500 coins. Now once you save, you will see it's changed, the progress bar change, right? So that's how it will calculate. Obviously I hard coded this value. Now I will just undo this one so that next time when you complete something, this XP earn automatically get update. Now next thing, once user enroll, right, we have to make sure that this button get enabled. But obviously for that one we have to check an exercise table, whether how many exercise user completed and at which stage user is on, or which chapter user is completing, and how many chapter is already completed, and depends on that one we have to enable it. One more important thing inside our application I wanted to inform that this is a SaaS application, right? And if in order to enable more exercises, more chapter, user need to upgrade to the pro plan. Now we're gonna enable each chapter one by one after finishing the previous chapter. But if user want to select any chapter and learn about it, then user have to pay for it, means user need to upgrade it, then only user can enable any option, otherwise not. So that condition also we are going to implement. But until this point, If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section, because in the next chapter we're gonna implement an exercise logic. Okay, it means user can start learning or start any of this exercise, and also we're gonna update this progress bar. We need to make sure this exercise will get saved into the exercise table. So now we are at the end of this chapter, so we're gonna push all our code to the GitHub. So we'll go back, and inside this source control we'll create a new branch, and inside this branch we'll say chapter 10 enroll course implementation. Now once you created this branch, make sure it's checked out, and then stage all the files. Here I will put a commit message, and then I will commit these changes, publish this branch, and once it published, go to the GitHub. Now if you see in my previous review, this is all I get with all the comments, what are the file I made the change with the all the summary. Pretty cool, right? And CodeRabbit is helping everything to document your complete project branch by branch. Now here I raise a pull request, and now I will wait to finish the CodeRabbit review. Now on this page, it is very important to get the exercise information. So in this chapter, we are going to create a table to save a completed exercise information, and then we are going to get a save exercise when we are fetching the course information. And at the last, we will save our code to the GitHub in order to review our PR with a CodeRabbit. Now this is a very simple step to do it. Just need to create a table and get the data about the exercise. But later on, once user start learning practically, right, and then once user completed any of the chapter or exercise, then we have to insert the record about the completed chapter, and then it automatically update on this course progress section. So let's go back, and inside our schema.ts file, we are going to create a new table. So here we'll say export constant exercise table, or here we'll say completed exercise table is equal to pg table, and then inside that we'll say completed exercise, and then inside that we need to provide a column. So first let's put id as it is, which is auto increment id, then the course id. Okay, obviously this is of type integer. Then we also want to save a chapter id from that course. Okay, so again this is an integer, and after that we also want to save the exercise id. Again this is of type integer only. Okay, now once you added exercise id, make sure you need to add the integer user id, okay, with the varchar, because we want to save. And if you want, you can add the completed date as well. It's totally up to you, but I will leave as it is, and I will make this simple as possible, okay, so that you can easily understand it. Now once you created this table, make sure to push it. So I will stop this Drizzle Studio and will push this all the new changes, and once you push it, make sure to run the studio again, and I will go back and I will just refresh it to verify that this new table is created called completed exercise. And currently if you see, we have all of this column with a no record. Perfect. Now the next step is to get all the exercise which user completed. Currently we don't have anything, but that's completely fine. Let's go to this API and courses. Here we are fetching the course information, then chapter information, enroll course, and also we are going to fetch now completed chapter. So here we'll say completed chapters is equal to await db.select from completed exercise table, from the complete exercise table, or here we'll say completed exercise, not chapter. And then we'll add a where condition. Now inside this where condition we'll add AND operator, because we want to fetch the record depends on course ID and the user ID as well. So simply I'm going to add completed exercise dot course ID matches with our course ID, and another one which is, so this need to be equal actually, so here we'll say equal and then wrap it, and another equal with completed exercise dot user ID with user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Here I will just put it in one line so we can add ts ignore to this and save it. Now once you get the completed exercise, obviously it's a list, so I will say exercises, you just need to return this. So here we'll say completed exercise as it is, I will paste it, okay, and then save it. So obviously it will return the completed exercise as well. Now inside our page.tsx where we had defined the type, right, I'm gonna update this type. So I will go to this course, and inside that we have course list where we define this type. Let's update it. So I will add that. Currently we don't have this type, so let's create for this completed exercise. So we'll simply add type completed exercise equal to, and inside this what are the column we have. So in this case we have the chapter ID, course ID, so let's say chapter ID of type number, course ID of type number, then exercise ID, and I think you don't need the user ID, so I will keep as it is, and these are some 3 column we can get it, okay. Now once you have all of this information, simply you can enable this button, depends on which exercise user finished last, okay. So inside your route.tss here, when we get all of this information, simply you can add an order by clause. So over here we'll say order, okay, this need to be added outside, so here we'll say order by, okay, and then we'll say descending order on completed, here we'll say completed exercise table dot course ID, and then after that again I will add another order by. I'm not sure whether it's possible, but you can simply add inside this, and we'll say descending course completed table dot exercise, or this need to be exercise ID. Oh, I used the wrong table, so this need to be a completed exercise dot exercise ID, okay. So on these 2 column I am adding an order by, which in the descending order, so whichever user completed latest one will automatically come up, okay, at the top, so that it will be very easy to enable this button. But if there is a no record created, or user did not completed any exercises and or any chapter under this particular course, then we can enable the first one by default. So in order to do that, simply go to the course chapter, and inside the course chapter obviously we have the course detail information, and if you scroll down where we have this button, right, just before moving to the next quick thing over here, this inside the completed exercise, this is a list, okay, so make sure you pass it as a list. Now we need to enable this button, depends on which one the last is completed, right. Now for the testing purpose I just added this two records. Okay, one is the ID with the course ID, the chapter ID, exercise ID. It means I completed two exercises from the chapter 1, which is first and second, with the user ID. You can even simply click on this add record and then just enter the values. Okay, now I already created one method called enable exercise, which is available inside this eraser doc. Copy that as it is and simply you can paste it inside this course chapter, because that's where we are showing or we are displaying all the chapters and their its exercise, right? Once you paste it here, you can copy this enable exercise and then you need to copy over here. So I will enable this button which show the how many XP are there. Inside this we'll call this, if the enable exercise return true, then it will show this XP button, otherwise it will just disable it with this question mark, which is the current state. Now inside this enable exercise you need to provide three important parameter: the chapter index, exercise index, and chapter exercise length. So first we have this index, then we have the exercise index, and then chapter dot exercises dot length, and then save it. Now our expectation is we already completed two chapter, then it should enable the third chapter. Now if I go back to our application and boom, if you see, it enable the third option because this two is completed. But obviously we also need to show the whichever is completed with the different button, right? So simply I'm going to create a new method and we'll say constant is exercise completed and the arrow function. Now to this one it will pass a chapter ID and then obviously it takes of type number and then exercise ID of type number. Now depends on the chapter ID and exercise ID, we need to know whether it's completed or not, as we already have the completed chapter list. So here we say constant completed chapters is equal to course detail dot completed exercises, and then we'll say completed, or we can here we can say completed chapters dot find, here we'll say just we'll say item, if item dot chapter ID matches with our chapter ID, and item dot exercise ID matches with the exercise ID. So this need to be exercise ID. Oh, I will just use a small a exercise ID. Okay, you can wrap something like this for the condition, and if this condition matches it will return a value. So here we'll say constant completed chapter is equal to, and then inside the return here we'll say if the completed chapter is there, the return true, otherwise return false. Now this exercise completed, I'm going to call with a new option. So over here we say if is completed chapter, here obviously we need to pass a chapter ID. So we'll say chapter dot chapter ID and then exercise dot, I think we don't have the exercise ID, so we need to get this ID. Okay, we'll get it in a moment, and then we'll add a button. So let me copy this same button, but over here we'll say completed, and which is of pixel style, but I'm going to change this background to, let's say, gray. Now for this exercise, let's go to the course. Okay, so inside this course type, and okay, we already have this exercise ID inside the completed, but we also want, so here we don't have ID. If you go over here, it's not really mention the ID. Maybe we can use the index for it. So instead of this exercise ID, I will just use index plus 1. okay, as the ID, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, I think nothing really reflected. So if I open, it's still showing the same. Now here we need to make sure to pass the chapter ID and then index +1 because it starts with a 0. And now if you see, it's showing the completed one as well. But we need to make sure this particular button will not display. Okay, so better you can simply copy this as it is. Okay, I will cut it from here, and then at this place we can paste it. Or maybe over here we can say question mark and then this tooltip. Obviously this curly braces we don't need it. Let's save it, and if you see, this is completed, so it's showing as a completed, and then this is the next one. Okay, obviously for all other is just disabled. Now later on, once we implement this upgrade or subscription pricing model, then for that user we enable all of this chapter. Okay, no matter what user completed or not, but user can simply start any chapter. Okay, but for the free user, obviously user has to complete the previous chapter as well. Now one last important thing that we need to update is this exercises number. So we'll go back to our status component. So inside this we have this course status component. We already have the course detail. From this course detail we can just remove this hard-coded value, and we can show course detail dot completed exercise dot length. And if you see, now we completed 2 and it's showing the 2 count. Also we need to update this progress bar. So simply I'm going to call update progress. Here we need to pass the current value, which is course detail dot completed exercise dot length, and then we need to pass a total exercise. So that total exercise also we can count. Over here we got an error, so if it's not there, we'll just simply pass empty, and or let's simply ignore this and save it. Now if you see, as we completed 2 exercises, so we have this small progress showing as a 2 exercises completed. Okay, now next we'll learn how to implement the actual playground where user will see each exercise content and option to write a code in practical way with the help of code editor and the terminal, which is a big chapter. Okay, but until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also we are going to push our code, okay, because we already completed these 2 main important points. So inside this source control, I am going to create a new branch. So over here we'll say branch, create branch. Here we'll say chapter 11, create or not create, or we'll say just completed exercise table. Okay, so let's enter it, make sure the branch is checkout, stage all these changes, add a commit message, say commit, publish this branch, and then inside your GitHub you will get the PR request. Just simply click on compare the pull request, and then we'll create the pull request. Okay, and once CodeRabbit is review your code, then merge your code. In this chapter, we are going to create a new route to the playground. Now, once user click on any of this exercise, it will navigate to that playground where user can learn about the topic and then can easily do the practical test. So over here, obviously we are going to implement the playground layout as well, and this is how it look like. So we have the content area where you will see the theory, learn from it. Then you will have option to do the task with the hint as well, and on the right hand side you will see the code editor and the terminal/web browser. Okay, you have option to run each of the code which you entered. You can even mark this chapter as a completed and next and previous button. The header we are going to change, so this is not the header we are going to implement. This is just a mock-up design. Okay, now next, after that, we need to generate the exercise content in order to save that to the database. Obviously, for each of the exercise we need to generate the content. That also I'm going to tell you how to create it and how to save it to our database. Then based on the course ID, we are going to get the course detail obviously, and from that we'll get the exercise content as well. Then we are going to display the content, and at the last we are going to save our code to the GitHub. In the next chapter obviously we will look how to implement this editor. Okay, so that you will learn and you can implement the editor inside your React application. So let's go back to our application, but before that make sure I will just remove this dummy data which we added previously. So inside this completed exercise I will remove both this record, and now if I go over here, now you only have first chapter which is enabled, right, and you did not finish any of the chapter. Perfect. Now on the click of this button or this button, we should navigate to the particular chapter. So let me close all of this tab for now, and then we'll go to the course chapters. Inside this course chapter we already have this button, right? Now I will wrap this button inside the link tag with the hrefs, and then here we'll say slash. So we'll keep this route same. Okay, so we'll say courses. Oh, I've lost this, the button. So we'll say slash courses slash course ID. So here we have course detail dot course ID plus slash, and then the exercise slug name. Okay, so over here we'll say, I think we already have this exercise information, so we'll say exercise dot slug. Okay, and then save it. Now once I click on this button, you will see it navigate to this slug. Okay, now slug is very important for the SEO purpose. Now we already have this course ID and we have the slug name, and from that one we can easily get the exercise information. So that's how we have to implement. Okay, currently we don't have this page, so let's create a new page. Inside this course ID, again it's a nested route we are going to add, and here we'll say exercise slug. Okay, something like this, and then inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and I will say playground, and then save it. Now over here we will see the playground is showing. Now inside the header we are going to update a small thing. So if I go to this header, right, inside the header we don't need this option inside the playground, so you can just hide it. So depends on your current route, you can hide this what we call as the menu option, right? So first we'll get to know what is the URL, what is the path. So we'll say use path name, so which will return a path. I will just console this path, so we'll get to know which is this path. And then if I go to the inspect panel, console, and then you will see this path. Okay, now we have to make sure that on this particular path we don't want to show the menu option, but this is the dynamic value, right? It can change anytime. So the question is how to do it. So over here you also have one option called constant params. Okay, and obviously you can use this from the use params. So this will actually return the parameter, for example the course ID and the slug as well, the exercise slug, right? Now whenever the exercise slug is available. So over here you can write something like this, exercise slug. Okay, so make sure this is the folder name which we give, which matches, and once if it's there, then you need to hide this menu. So over here we'll say if not slug, then only show this navigation menu item and save it. Now once you save, you will see it's not showing anymore. Perfect. Now you also have the slug, so instead of showing this menu option, you can simply show the chapter name. Okay, and that chapter name you can get it from the slug. So over here you can even format this, because right now if you carefully observe, we added this hyphen, so we need to get rid of this, as well as the first letter we want to be in the capital O. Now in order to show that, let's add a question mark and we'll add a ternary operator. So over here we'll add an h2 tag, and inside this we'll add this exercise slug. Inside this exercise slug you can add replace hyphen. So over here we'll say dash with this empty one. Okay, right now okay, we cannot directly use over here, so maybe, but right now it's saying replace does not exist on type string, so maybe you can just say this is the string, so we'll say toString and then add a replace, and if you see now it's showing. So right now it just took out the first hyphen, so here we'll say replace all, so it will take all of them, and then you have to add with the empty space. Perfect. Also we want that in uppercase, so we'll say dot to local uppercase, let's say how it looks, and boom. Now just change this size, so we'll say class name text to 2XL, and this is how it look like. Perfect, right? It means in the header now depends on the chapter, it automatically update your options. Now after this we want to add a layout. So once the header is done, let's go to this playground, and inside the playground obviously we need to divide this screen into two parts. Now for that one we want to add a draggable area, means user can increase the size of any section. Okay, so that's why we are using this React splitter layout. Simply copy this and paste it inside your terminal so that it will install it, and once it is installed, okay, so I think we need to add with this pair dependency, and once it is installed, it's very easy to use. You can even go to this GitHub homepage in order to see how it actually works. Okay, so very first thing you need to do to add this CSS and splitter layout import statement. Okay, over here we are getting error, cannot. Okay, so I think we need to try with this one with a save dev operator and the type, because we are using TypeScript. So once you hover on this, you will see this command. Okay, just simply copy that and let me copy it again and then paste it here, so it will install the type safety as well. Okay, let's install with this legacy pair dependencies, and then it's done. Now the next step is, this is how you can simply use this splitter layout. Okay, and then save it. Now we have the two pane. Okay, so if I go to our browser, let me refresh this. Okay, so once you get this error, it's saying window is not defined, it means you need to change this server component to a client one. Okay, and once you update, you will see this option. Now here you can easily drag and drop. See, pretty cool, right? So that's how we have to do. Over here, if you want, you can add a border. I will say border top to, let's say 2, let's make it 4, little bit darker, and the width is little bit more. Okay, now we have two pane. Okay, now inside this first pane, obviously we are going to show a content, and in second we are going to add a code editor. Now initially we want to give some specific width. By default is 50-50%, so you can add some property to the splitter layout. So here we say percentage, then the primary minimum size for the first pan I will give it as a 40, and then the secondary initial pan size will provide as a 60. And now if I refresh this, you will see the 40 and the remaining is for the code editor. So that's how you have to update it. Now it is very important to get the course information. Okay, so once we have the course information, right, it will be easy to navigate to the next chapter, because we know what is the next chapter is, or go to the previous chapter if we have any previous chapter. And once we have that, obviously we'll get the exercise information. Currently in our database we don't have any exercise table, okay, which contain the detailed information or detailed content. So that's what we are going to create now. Now we need to have some exercise content. Each exercise has their own content, and obviously if you see this mockup, we have the content, the quest means the task we have to complete. Also we are going to add a hint if user want to get some hint, and on the right hand side we are going to add a default HTML any file template, or depends on the course. Okay, if it's a HTML, then it automatically add the HTML template, or if it's a React, then it will add the default React template or all the necessary file. Okay, so very first thing that you need to do is to generate the content. Now you might have question how to get this content. So I already added the prompt over here in order to generate the content. Okay, simply copy this prompt along with the chapter exercise. Now this chapter exercise you can get it from our course chapter, and for each of the course we have these exercises, right? Now this is nothing but the topics for which we want the content. Simply copy that, or we already know we already have the JSON data for this course chapter, right? From there you can get the exercise. Both this prompt and your exercise data you need to pass to the ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT will give you the complete result. Now this is the result which we are going to get. So if you see carefully, we have the course ID that we need to pass. Okay, we have to tell to the ChatGPT, okay, this is the course ID. It automatically detect the exercise ID and the name. You also need to give the chapter ID, and then it will generate the exercise content. If you see in the content, it is in the form of HTML. Okay, it will be very easy for us to display directly. Okay, so you don't need to format or anything. We also have the task and the hint for that one. The starter template which we are going to directly pass to the code editor, and the regex in order to verify the user output. Okay, whichever user enter, we will verify with the regex. Now this is a completely optional feature which you can add it. The output help us to compare the result. Okay, this is again an optional. And the hint XP is nothing but in order to get the hint, right, you have to spend 30 XP. If you don't have, then obviously it will not allow you. But if you have lot of XP earned, you can use that XP to get the hint in order to finish this task. And then obviously once you mark it as a complete, it will just finish the exercise as well. As simple as that, right? Now obviously we need a table in order to save all of this information. So let's go to our schema file inside this config, and inside that schema file we'll create a new table. We'll say export constant exercise content, or here we say exercise just or exercise table. Then we'll say pg table. Here we'll say exercise, and then we need to add the field. I will put the ID field as it is, then the chapter ID which is of type integer. Before that I will also add a course ID. We need to know for to which course is belong to, right? Then the exercise ID. Exercise ID is nothing but the slug which we are going to add, but that's why it is in the varchar form. Then if you see, we have this exercise content. Okay, so that content we are going to save. So this content in the form of JSON, so I will save it as a JSON, and I think that's all we needed. So hint XP is inside the content, exercise content only, which contain a JSON object. You don't need to save it separately. Then you can even save this exercise name. It's completely up to you. I will just keep that, or let's save it because we already have. So we'll save varchar and then save it. Now once this exercise table you define inside the schema, make sure to push these changes to your neon PostgreSQL database. So I will just push this using the Drizzle kit push command, and then I will also make sure to run the studio. Refresh this screen so that you will see a brand new table which we just created called exercise. Perfect. Now similar like the course chapter, we wrote an API in order to insert this record. So same thing I'm going to do now. So inside the API admin, we already have this save chapter, but same way I created this save exercise. Inside the route, I provide the first chapter content in order to insert in the bulk way. So you don't need to insert it manually one by one. Okay, and then once it's saved, you can simply run it. So I will go to this localhost slash API slash admin, and here we'll say save exercise and then click enter. Okay, I think this is the incorrect, so this need to be an exercises. So I will say exercises and click enter, and if you see, it's saying success. Now if I go to database, refresh this database, and boom, if you see, for the first chapter of course ID 2, we got this exercise ID. Obviously it contained 6 exercises, and then we have the content along with the exercise name. Now the next part is to create an API endpoint which will fetch the course information along with the exercise content. Okay, so it's quite easy. Inside this API, we'll create a new endpoint and we can call it as a exercise. Inside that, we'll create route.ts file, and we'll say export async function, and I'm making this as a post request. Okay, because we want to send a few parameter and I don't want to expose that through the query. So inside this we are going to get a course ID, then the chapter ID, then we also want exercise ID, okay, which is nothing but the slug. I think that's all parameter we needed. Here we'll say await request dot JSON. Then here we'll say constant. Obviously first we'll fetch a course information, so we'll say constant course result is equal to await db dot select from course chapters, because that's what we needed. This need to be a course chapter table dot where, and then we'll add a equal to, and then we'll say course chapter table dot course ID matches with this our course ID. Also we are going to add and condition in order to add another equal to with a course chapter table dot chapter ID comma chapter ID. Now make sure to import this and obviously this chapter ID we need to get it. Okay, that is very important along with the course ID, so that we can get the exercise information. Now once we have the course result, right, that we are going to return, so simply we'll say return next response dot JSON, and inside this we'll add all the field from the course result of 0. Okay, now next we need to add exercises, or we will say exercise data, and then for this exercise data obviously we need to fetch an exercise data. So here we'll say exercise data is equal to, here we'll say exercise result is equal to await db dot select from exercise table, and then here we're gonna add a condition. Okay, now inside this as well we need to provide a exercise id. Okay, now it's totally up to you, because in some cases the exercise id might be a duplicate. If I go over here, right, now this is the currently unique everywhere, right, but you can match with this course id and the exercise id. So we'll add an and with a equal to, first I will say exercise table dot course id matches with the course id, and second and operator for equal to exercise table dot exercise id matches with our exercise id, and then save it. Okay, now this exercise result we are going to pass over here as a first element, and then save it, because every time exercise id and the course id will fetch only one record, and that's the reason I'm writing that single record. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back to our routes. Under the courses, inside the course id we have this exercise slug, right? Now the problem over here is we also need to get a chapter id. That is very important, because currently over here we don't know what is the chapter id. If you directly jump on or copy this and paste it here, right, here we don't know what is the chapter id. We have all of this information, but chapter id is important in order to fetch that specific record. So it's very easy. Just inside the course id we'll pass chapter id. Okay, and then inside the chapter id we'll just drag our exercise slug, something like this. Okay, say yes to import all of these, and then once it's done, now you have the chapter id and the exercise id as well. So over here it will be like something like this. If this is a course id, and then we'll say chapter id. Okay, and once you enter this, you will see the page is now live. So obviously you have to make quick change inside your components. So under this course id component we have course chapter, and we are navigating this course id. Over here I will add slash course, not course, but over here we'll say chapter dot chapter id plus, and then we'll say the slug. Okay, so this is the dynamic nested dynamic route we created. Okay, so that we'll get the chapter id and the course id as well. Now inside this playground you can just say course id comma chapter id and exercise id is equal to use params. Now in order to show you the result, I will just console each of these. So we'll say course id as course id. Okay, then here I will say chapter id as chapter id, and then exercise id as exercise id, and save it. Now if I go over here, go to the inspect panel, inside the console you will see these details, right? So we have the course id, we have the chapter id, and obviously the exercise id coming as undefined. That's because this need to be an exercise slug, not id. So here need to be a slug. So you need to give this name matches with this folder name. Okay, then only you will get the result. And now if you see, oh, it's refreshes somehow. Okay, now over here we have the course id, chapter id, and exercise id as well. Okay, now this information we need to simply pass to the API endpoint. So here we'll say constant get exercise course detail, and then we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot post slash API slash and get this endpoint which is exercise, and then to this one you need to pass a course ID as course ID, chapter ID as chapter ID, and exercise ID as exercise slug. Okay, so I think that's all we needed here. I will make this as async. Let's save this one, and then we'll just console the result. So inside that we'll say result dot data. Also maintain a loading state, so we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, and once you start fetching the data we'll set the loading true. Once it's done we'll set the loading as false, and this method we need to call inside the use effect, because whenever this component get load or this page get load, this method will fetch the data for us. And now if you see, it's refreshing our screen, and then over here we'll got the data. I think we just write result.data. I think on page number 27 it means this one, and over here if you see we have the course information, we have exercises data, right, which obviously we needed to display inside our playground, and this exercise we needed in order to know what is the next chapter, right? If you just click on next button, obviously the next chapter inside this is this build your base camp, and then you can pass that chapter ID, course ID, and exercise ID. Okay, so that's the reason we need all of this information. Now once we have all of this information, let's save it in our one state. So over here I will add a constant, here we say course exercise data comma set course exercise data is equal to use state. Okay, and obviously we need to define a type for this one. So for the type I will add a constant, not constant, type. Here we say course exercise size. Okay, and inside this course exercise we need to define all of this field which we are getting. So if I go to this, I think that's here we are updated. So if I go to this console, inside this object we need a chapter ID, course ID. So here we say chapter ID with the type number, course ID of type number, then we need a description name, description of type string, name of type string, then the exercises. So this exercises, right? So that's also we are going to add. Now exercises we already have inside our inside different component, we already defined this type, right? So that type I'm going to fetch it, which is inside this course list component. So obviously in order to define this exercise I will export this type, and also if you want you can export all of them so that you can use in other components. Okay, so over here now I will just use this exercise type, and then we also need a brand new type which is exercise data. Okay, so we'll define this exercise data. So over here I will provide as type exercise data, and then inside this exercise data we have the chapter ID, course ID. So let's define that course ID as type number, then the exercise ID, this is of type string, okay, and the exercise name as well of type string. Then we have exercise content. Now obviously for this exercise content as well we need to define a type, and that's how this TypeScript basically works, okay. So it's always better to define a type so that you will not get any error while mentioning or using any of these fields, okay. So content of type string, hint xp, so hint, then hint xp, then what else we have, starter code of type, here I will put a type provide as any, then task regex, so he will say task, okay. And if you want any more you can just define this need to be with a capital E, and this exercise content is just one list, right? So only one, but exercise data is a complete list, so make sure it's a list. Exercise as well, it's a list, so we'll provide it as a list. And now this course exercise you need to define the type for this state, and obviously it only have one object as a complete one, so you don't need to provide anything. Now this set course exercise data you can use to save this data which we are receiving from this API endpoint, and then save it, okay, as simple as that. Now the next thing, we need to define the content. So for the content I'm going to create a component. So inside this exercise slug page I'll create a new file, new folder called components, and inside that we'll say content section.tsx, add a default template, and this content I'm going to pass, over here we'll pass content section. Now to this content section obviously we need to pass this course exercise data, so I will pass this as a course exercise data. Make sure you will export this course exercise, okay, so that you can import it over here. So obviously first we'll define a type, type props the course exercise data as a course exercise data. That's where this is just a course exercise, right? And then I'm gonna accept that over here as a props. Perfect. Now also make sure to accept a loading state, okay. For loading it's type boolean. Here I think we also need to define undefined. I'm not sure, let's define it undefined as well, because here if you see we have an error, and over here we'll pass a loading state and save it. Perfect. If I remove this undefined, let's see, yeah, we are getting error, so let's mark this as undefined. Now once we have the course exercise data, now we'll use a div tag. Now this div tag, you don't need to close it, but inside that we have to provide a dangerously set inner HTML, because we have the HTML right inside our string, and then over here we'll say dot HTML and the content. So over here we need to pass a content, we'll say course exercise data dot exercise data dot not exercise data, so over here we'll say exercise data dot, that's where I think we mess up something, right? So over here this is not a array list, so just remove that, and now you will get the content, and inside the content you have the content again. So over here it's saying undefined, that's completely fine. So we can add a condition if loading, So we forgot to accept the loading state over here. So if there is a loading or the course exercise data is not there, then we are going to show a skeleton. So here we'll say skeleton with the class name. We'll say height full, width to be full, then we'll say margin to 10, and then I will make rounded to 2xl. Otherwise I'm going to show this div. Okay, so along with this skeleton you can add, okay, it's loading, so you have to wait something like this and then save it, and if you see, we got the result. Perfect. Obviously it's contain just a content. Okay, now for this one, for this particular div, let's add padding to 10, and then obviously you can even scroll everything. Perfect. Okay, this is just a theory, so you can mark it as a inside the h2 tag, or maybe inside this div. We'll wrap inside the div. So over here inside the h2 tag I will add course exercise data dot name. So it's saying introduction to HTML. Font I will make it as a game font with a text 3xl, margin y to 3. Perfect. Okay, now obviously you can make more styling, you can add more styling to this one. For now I kept as simple as it is, right? Now instead of mentioning this every time with its long data, right, you can just write something like, let me remove this, and over here you can write a constant content info is equal to, and this course data dot exercise data dot exercise content, or we will say exercise data until this point, and then you can use this content info. So over here as well I will provide content info. Okay, and still no changes. Perfect. Now inside this content section, make sure the name of the topic you change this to exercise data dot exercise name and not the chapter name. Okay, now this is the content. Now it's time to add another div for the quest. Okay, so here we'll say in h2 tag we'll say a task. I will add a class name with a font game text to 3xl, and then save it. If you want you can add margin top to, let's say 4, so some space. Then I will add a div, and inside that again I will say dangerously set inner HTML dot 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 HTML, and then we'll say content info dot exercise content dot task, and save it. Make sure to close this div, and once you save you will see the task. Create a basic web skeleton with this different instruction, and then inside the h1 you have to say my first web skeleton. Pretty cool, right? Obviously if you want you can add some styling to this. So let's add a class name with a padding to, let's say 4, and we'll say border with a rounded corner. Okay, then I will change this background sync to, let's say 800, something like this. See, and that's how our task is now displaying. Okay, now we are also going to add a hint. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is, and over here I will say hint. I want to add an icon. Okay, so let's add some icon for a hint. If you go to the Lucid icon, this icon library already installed in our project. So this is the light bulb, so we'll say light bulb icon we can use for a hint. If I go over here you will see this hint. Perfect. Just make it flex gap to 2, item to be in the center, and I'm going to change this color to, let's say, yellow, something like this, say. And instead of this task, let's bring this down. You can say as hint and save it. Okay, now this hint only visible if user enable the hint for this particular chapter, but for now I will keep this hint open, okay, so that user can see it. But later on, once we implement the code editor, the user can we can just hide this hint and make it enable once user want to see. Now in the hint, if you see, it mentioned the proper way how to do it and everything. And the interesting part, you can anytime you can expand this, depends on how you want to read this particular doc. Okay, so that's how you have to save the exercise information, and then you have to display that content. Okay, so all of these points we completed in this chapter. Now we need to push our code to the GitHub. So we'll go to the source control, we'll create a new branch, and inside this we'll give the branch name. So this is our chapter is 12, so I will say chapter 12 playground and display content. Now make sure it's checked out, then stage all the files. Here we'll say playground layout and content display. Then once you stage all the files, enter the commit message, simply say commit and then publish the branch. Now I also wanted to show how the CodeRabbit give you the comments on each of them. If you see the changes which you make in the previous chapter, along with this summary, what the changes you made depends on your complete project. The relative note you will add. Not only that, but it will add this beautifully sequence diagram that is very helpful when you are studying and want to generate the report. This diagram directly use in your project or thesis. Also the code effort review and all the related branch to this particular PR. Now whatever the code we just now pushed, simply create a pull request from it, and then we'll say create pull request, and now if you see, it's generating pull request, and later on CodeRabbit will now review our code. In this chapter, we are going to implement a code editor where user can enter the code and option to run the code as well. Also, once user finish the chapter or exercise, then user can mark that exercise as a complete. Then we are going to add a footer with the next and previous chapter button. And at the last, we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the CodeRabbit. Now, in order to add this code editor, we are going to use a code sandbox sandpack SDK, which is a very powerful SDK, and many top AI app uses this code sandbox SDK, like any AI tool like Bolt or Convex and many other uses this sandpack code sandbox, and it's very easy to integrate as well. Today I'm going to tell you how easily we can use it inside our app. So I will put the link in the description, just go and click on that. Simply go to the documentation, and this is how it looks like. You have on the left side you can add a code editor, on the right side you can simply show the preview as well. Now in order to install it inside your React application, simply copy this command, and inside the terminal you can install it. Currently it only support to the React app. Okay, so make sure to install it. Once it is installed, simply inside the quick start you will see this sandpack, and you just use this one. Okay, so first let's go back to our application, and I will just expand this little bit. Now go to this page.tsx, that's where we have our code editor div. Right now over here we'll create a component and we'll use that component. So I will create a new file called code editor.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and this code editor I'm going to add inside this page. Now let's simply copy this import statement, and then Simply I'm gonna paste it here. Also you need to use this sandpack, so you need to add these sandpacks inside your code editor. I think we by mistakenly added in different place, so I will just remove this import from this and make sure you will add inside your codeeditor.tsx file. Okay, save both this file, go back to your project, and let me refresh this. Okay, it's refreshing, and here we go. If you see, we have this beautiful code editor and the preview section as well. Okay, you have option to drag this left and right. It's totally up to you how you want to handle. Okay, so that's how you have to add it, but we can even customize according to our requirement. Okay, so for example, if you don't want this text, currently it's showing this text, to refresh it or to reload it or open in sandbox. If you don't want that, or change the theme to a dark theme and many other customization, you can easily do it. So if you scroll down a little bit, you will see an option called components. Now each of this sandbox is divided into a smaller component. Like you can write your complete component inside the sandbox provider, and then you have sandbox layout. Inside that you can add an editor as a separate component, preview as a separate component, and this is how it look like. Okay, so simply first I will copy this import statement and I will replace this over here, and simply I'm going to use this sandpack provider, something like this. Okay, now here you need to define a template, which template do you want to use it. So if I use a React template, then it will show you the React default template. If I want to use an HTML template, you can even so for HTML you can change this template to static and save it. Now if I go back to our app, you will see the default template is now changed to HTML, right? Now we want to add some styling so that it will extend to the length of the screen. So basically we're gonna add a style to this provider. So over here we say style, and then you have to provide a height to 100%. You cannot provide a Tailwind CSS class because that will not work. Okay, so make sure to provide a height. Let's add height 100%. Now this height you have to add for the code editor and the preview as well, but make sure your layout should be 100%. So let me refresh this. Still it's not extended, so maybe over here instead of 100% you can just do 100 vertical height, and if you see now it's changed to vertical height to 100. Now next thing over here, if I extend this, right, and obviously you have option to extend this section, okay, left and right, but you cannot extend this particular editor and the web view browser, right? That's because we are using our own component. So it means you need to add your the split section. So in order to add a split layout, I will say split layout, and simply add this layout. Inside this I'm gonna add the editor and the preview. From the page.tsx, for the splitter you need to get this index.css file, so I will add that too. And then if I save this, you will see the splitter, right here. You can extend this. Now along with that I'm going to provide some property like percentage. Initially we'll provide a primary minimum percentage to this, so I will add primary minimum size, let's say 50 or let's say 30, then secondary minimum size to 30, and then secondary initial size to 50. Okay, something like this. Now if I refresh it, you will see clearly. Perfect. Now you can just extend this. It's up to you how you want to extend. Okay, now next thing, we want to add our own starter template. So in order to add your own starter template to this provider, you need to add of files as a new field, and to this file you need to provide our starter code. Obviously for this code editor you need to pass this code exercise and the loading, I will pass both of these things. Okay, inside this code editor I will accept the props. I will use similar props, so I will just copy that and we'll paste it here. Oops, sorry, let's copy and paste. And now over here we have type props, and then we have course and the loading data. Make sure to import this course exercise, and this course exercise, from the course exercise data you can get the exercise data, then the exercise content and the starter code. And now if I go over here, you will see this starter code. Now after refresh, you will see this formatted code as well, which is the starter code for our exercise. And on the right hand side, obviously once we make an update, let's say hello world, then on the right hand side you will see the actual change. Pretty cool, right? So that's how we have to do it. But we want to execute this only when we click the run code button, right? So first we'll add a button inside this splitter, so not sorry, inside the code editor. So I will extend this code editor something like this, and here we'll add a method. We'll say constant code editor children and the arrow function. Inside this code editor children, we are going to write return. Will return because we want to add a UI, and inside that we'll add a div. Inside this div, let's add two button. First I will say run code, and we'll say another button mark completed. Now here I'm gonna provide a variant as pixel, and for this one I will provide a variant as pixel. But for this mark completed, we'll add a class name. We'll provide a background with a different color. Okay, so over here I will add this color A3E534. It's kind of little bit neon color. For this div, we'll add a font as a game. I will add a size, a larger, and here as well I'll provide a size large. Let's save it and let's see how it looks. So currently it's not displaying because we did not rendering this yet. So inside this code editor you can simply add it something like this. I think you don't need to add inside this editor, so you can add, and we'll wrap inside this div something like this. Okay, and if I save it, you will see these two editor. Perfect. Now over here I will add a class name, and we'll add it as a relative with a height to full. But the thing is, currently the button is at the down, so we need to bring up. Also, if I go to this page inside this code editor and inside this button, first I'm gonna update the font, the text size. So here we say text size Excel. Let's see how it looks. I think this is much better, and here as well I will change this to Excel. Perfect. Now simply for this div I will make this as an absolute. Okay, so it will be the position is now an absolute position, and here we'll say bottom to, let's say, 20. Okay, and if I go over here you will see this two button is now displaying. Perfect. Let's give flex and gap to 5. You can even set it to the right side, so we'll say right to 5 something like this, say. Okay, and obviously it will extend depends on the size, so you don't need to worry about that. Now this particular button will help us to run our code. Now on the click of this run code button, we need to actually run the code. So for that one, inside this code editor children, you have to use constant sandpack using this use sandbag hook. Okay, now this hook only work if you are inside this sandbag provider, and that's the reason we created a separate component for this code editor children. Okay, now on the click of it, we just need to run. So here we'll say on click, and then we'll say sandbag dot run sandbag, and then save it. Also, we have to make sure that very initially the auto reload and then the initial reload will be disabled. So for this provider, you have property called option. Inside this option, you will say auto run to false and then auto reload to false. Once you save this, now if I write something, let's say subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, so guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. And then if I click run code, then only it will run the code. See, okay, if I make any update, something like this, and if you see on the right side it did not reload it, but only it will reload once you click this button. Cool, right? So that's how you have to run your project or whatever the code you entered. Pretty cool. Next thing, we need to add a footer, and also we need to get rid of these two options. Okay, so in order to get rid of it, you just need to provide a property to this sandbag preview. Okay, so inside this you can just say, first we'll add a navigator, so we'll say show navigator. Now once you add this show navigator, you will see on the top we have this beautiful navigator as well with a refresh button. Then we'll say show open code sandbox to false. Once you add this property, this open to sandbox is no longer showing on the screen. Then show open new tab, which will help us to open a new tab. It's completely up to you. I think that's all we needed. For this code editor, you can add an option to show the file name. Currently we don't know what is the file name, so you can add that. Simply you can need to add this property called show tabs, and here you will see this tab. If you have multiple file, then it will show a multiple file, and you can simply switch to that file by clicking on that particular tab. Now over here, let's add a footer for this one. Okay, now in order to add a footer, simply I think we can add inside this code editor only. So at the bottom we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll add a two button. Here we'll say previous, and another button will say next. Now for both these we provide a variant as a pixel style. Okay, then inside the class name we'll say text Excel, and for this div we'll say font game. Same thing we are going to do for this next button as well, and then save it. Currently if you see, this footer is at the bottom, so you can make this as a fix. Then we'll set this at the bottom. We'll say width to be full. We'll also change this background to zinc, and then we'll make this a flex for now, and then save it. So if I refresh this screen, let's see how it looks. Okay, still inside this code editor. Maybe we need to remove it from here, and we need to add inside our page.tsx file. Okay, that's where our section and code editor is there. So I forgot to add inside this one, not inside the code editor. And if you see, now we have that footer. Okay, obviously for this footer we'll add some padding. Let's make it 4, and then for this previous and next button I will make it flex. Oh, we already make flex. Let's make it justify between for now, and then item to be in the center. So we have the next on the right side, previous on the left side. Now currently if you see, our application is scrolling and we want to get rid of that scroll effect, right? So in order to do that, simply inside this page.tsx maybe we add over here, we'll add a use effect, and inside this use effect we'll say a document dot body dot style dot overflow is equal to hidden. Okay, and then inside the return you can simply add something like this, document body overflow empty. Oh, remove this optional operator field here, you don't need to give, and then save it. Right now if you see, we are not able to scroll it, but we have to make sure for this code editor you will provide some padding or margin from the bottom so that you can simply see all the content. So to this div, so inside this content section we can simply add margin bottom to, let's say 100, not 100 but let's say 20. Perfect. Or let's add more, let's say 28. Now you can scroll to the bottom, see. And same thing, if you add more text here, you can see this editor code as well. Right now our button is behind this footer, so for that one as well we provide some padding. So if I scroll up to this children, we'll say 30, let's see, I think let's give 40. Perfect. And if you want, you can give less margin, so it's up to you how you want to code. So that's all guys. Obviously on the click of next, previous and mark completed button, we are going to add some more functionality. Also to this code editor you can add a different themes. So inside this sandbag provider you have property called theme, and by default it's a light theme, so you can mark this as a dark theme and then you will see a dark theme as well. If you want to provide a light theme, you can provide a light, or if you want to provide an auto, you can provide an auto as well. But if you want to add something different, simply go to the sandbag documentation, here go to the themes, and inside the theme you will find a 16 different theme and you can select any one of them. Now for example, if you want to use this night owl theme, right, simply first for that theme you need to install this sandbox theme. So I think let's add a new tab. Inside this you need to add sandbag themes, then simply import this statement at the top and then you can use this theme, for example night owl, right? So over here we have an error, let's ignore it for now. So it's saying invalid theme night owl. I think we need to also install this night owl theme. Oh, this need to be just not a string, so just use the night owl, save it, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful night owl theme now. Okay, so that's how you can make the update. Now whatever task it provided, you can just complete this task, run the code, and once you run the code you can mark this chapter as a completed. Now from this particular exercise we need to know how many XP user can earn, right? So that information we can show in the center of this particular footer, or you can show it anywhere, it's totally up to you. So in order to do that, simply first I will go to this page.tsx file. Inside that we need to know what is the XP for that particular exercise, right? So once we get this detail, maybe we can add constant get XP for, or here we'll say get exercise detail, and inside this exercise detail we already have the this course exercise data. So over here we'll say course exercise data dot exercises find, here we'll say item, and then we'll say item dot slug matches with the exercise slug. Okay, if that matches, we'll get the exercise data. So here we'll say exercise info is equal to, and from this info now we know the XP. Okay, now this particular get exercise detail we need to call inside the use effect whenever the course exercise data is available. Okay, so here we'll say get exercise detail. Now once we have this exercise info, you can save it inside one state. So maybe we can say constant exercise info comma set exercise info is equal to use state, and over here you can provide a type as exercise and simply we'll set this set exercise info to exercise info. Now over here we'll add a div. Inside this div we'll add an image with a class name, with the source. And in order to show the XP, right, we already have an icon. So I think that's called star.png. So that's what we are going to use. So we'll say /star.png alt. Inside the alt we'll give star. I think the image tag we imported, I don't know whether we imported this image tag. If not, make sure to import it from this next/image. Inside this width I will give 40, height to 40, and inside this h2 tag here we'll say exercise info dot xp on you can 35 XP. So you can write something like this. Okay, you can earn 35 XP, whatever the value is there, right? Now for this div, make it flex, gap to 2, and item to be in the center. Let's save this one, and boom, if you see, this value is showing. Perfect. Obviously we'll change this size, so we'll say text to Excel. Perfect. So that's how you have to add it. You can you can add a span tag just to increase the size for this XP. Here we'll say class name text to for Excel, something like this. See, you can earn 20 XP, and then once you add that, it will give you more better look than previous, just to keep it as blank. Now on a click of mark completed, we want to save the user selected exercise ID along with the chapter and course ID into our database. We already have the table called completed exercise, and inside that we need to add the course ID, chapter ID, user ID, and the exercise ID. If you see this exercise ID is in the form of integer, it saves the index number. So that index number we also need to get. But before that, now let's go to this mark completed button. Inside this, I'm going to add on click, and inside this we'll say on complete exercise. And this particular method I'm going to create. So we can create over here, or maybe we can pass back to this parent component. Here I will provide a type any, and over here we'll accept that. Okay, now we'll create a method inside this code editor. So we'll say constant on complete exercise, something like this, and then save it. Okay, right now if I console it, we just check whether it's triggering or not. So we'll go back. Let me go to this inspect panel, and inside this console, if I click mark completed, you will see is getting trigger. See, perfect. Now next thing, inside this on complete exercise, first we need to get the index of that exercise, but we also need an API endpoint which help us to insert this record. So I'm going to use the existing API which is exercise route. Currently this API we are using to get this data using this post, right? But we can add a condition, or maybe we can create a new API endpoint inside the exercise, and we'll say complete, okay, and inside that we'll create a route.ts file. Now the endpoint will be exercise/complete. Over here we'll say export async function. This will be the post request, so we'll say request next request, and then inside that we need to get a course ID, then the chapter ID, exercise ID is equal to await request.json. Now along with that we need a user information, so we'll say user is equal to await current user. Now let's insert the record, so we'll say constant result is equal to await db.insert. We want to insert inside this complete exercise table, and then we'll simply add the values. Okay, now inside this value, if you see, we need a chapter ID which we already have, then we need we need a course ID, so course ID we also want to import, the exercise ID we already have, and the user ID which we can get it from the user dot primary email address dot email address, and then you can say returning, and inside the response I will just send the inserted record information, something like this, and save it, and that's how our API endpoint is now ready. Now over here you need to get the current exercise index number, right? So first inside this code editor I will use this exercise slug name first. So I will go to the rename, I will rename it because I just want to copy this, and we'll use the use params to get the value. Now this value helpful to get that particular index. So over here we say constant exercise index is equal to course exercise data dot exercises dot find index, and here we'll say item dot slug matches with the exercise slug, okay, and which will get the index value. Now obviously I'm going to print this in order to verify that is the correct value we are getting. Okay, let's save this, go back to your inspect panel. Inside the console, if I click mark completed, you will see this index number because this is the very first chapter. Okay, obviously we need to write something like this, exercise +1, but for now we'll keep as it is. Now next thing, let's simply call an API endpoint. So we'll say await axios dot post request slash API slash, if you see this endpoint is now exercise, so we'll say exercise slash complete, and then inside the body we're going to pass course ID as course detail, course exercise data dot course ID, then chapter ID as course exercise data dot chapter ID, and the exercise, so this need to be exercise ID. I will just copy this as exercise index +1. Okay, now here it's saying it possibly undefined, so you can add a condition if exercise index is equal to undefined, then return nothing. Okay, so that's the, now if you see the error is gone. Here I will make this as async, And now once we get the result, you can console the result if you want. I think that's all we needed. And once it's saved, you can show a toast message with a success uh, saying exercise completed, and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. So right now we have this uh, chapter, and you think, okay, you completed this chapter, simply say mark completed, and if you see, it's saying exercise completed. But we'll go to our database, refresh this table, and boom, if you see, now we have id 3 with the course id, chapter id, and the exercise id as well. Now let's go back to this course. Okay, so we'll go to this second course and we'll see whether in the progress it actually showing or not. So right now on a course progress, you will see that you finished one chapter. Inside this HTML, it's saying showing as a completed, right? And now you can enable the second one. Right now it's showing maybe we need to save this exercise id as a 0. Let me check this out whether this is working or not. Maybe there is some logic issue. That's where if you see, it's showing the first element as a completed one. So let me go back, and I think this is correct one, but only thing that is not working properly, it's supposed to open the second exercise, right? But it's opening the directly third one. So that we need to look out. This is the bug, okay, that we need to solve. But other than that, if you see the actual thing, it's marked as a completed. Perfect. Now next thing, as soon as user mark as a completed, right, we need to provide the XP earn for that one, right? And we need to add to their record. So in this case, if you see, we already have XP earn showing 0, but we need to update inside the enroll course, and over here we need to update to this enroll course as well as under the users we have these points. So over here as well we need to update. Okay, so inside the same API endpoint, when you mark it as a complete, so over here we need to update course XP earn and update user XP earn points. So basically to this request, we also need to send how many XP points is assigned to this particular exercise. Okay, so here we'll say XP. Let me check what is the name we gave. Okay, so if let me undo this and let's go to this code editor. Over here, XP earn, and inside this we'll say course exercise data dot exercise. So here we'll say dot exercise of exercise index dot XP. Okay, so this value we can pass is as a XP earn, and then we want to update the record. So we'll say constant, or you don't need to do it, just write await db dot update, because we are now updating the record, and then table name is the course or the enroll course, because that's where we saved. So we'll say enroll course table dot set, and inside this you just need to set an XP earn value. So we'll say XP earn. Now we want to update with the existing data. So currently we have 0, and what if there are 30, it should automatically update the 30, right? So over here we'll say enroll course dot XP earn. So this is XP earn, right? Plus and your XP earn. So your XP earn, this one, right? So it will update with the calculated value, and I think that's all we need to do. Perfect. Now let's do the same thing to the users. So here we say db dot update. Here we'll say user table dot set, and inside that you need to update the points user table dot points plus XP earn in this particular scenario, and then save it. Okay, if you want to test this out, what I will do, I will just go to the completed exercise. Let's remove this. Okay, so here on the complete it will open that, right? So let me go back to this chapter, and right now if I mark this as a completed, okay, it's look like we got an error, okay, because it did not write anything. So inside the console we got an error. Now once you get an error on the API side, you have to go to the terminal to find that error. Okay, so if you see inside the terminal, it's showing that, so it's saying invalid in syntax type integer and object 20. So that's the issue. It look like this XP we are getting is not in the correct format. So let's test this out. So inside the code editor, we'll get this, we'll print this value. Okay, let's see what the value we are getting. And I will just comment everything. Let's save this one and test this out. So inside the console we'll get to know. So if I click on mark completed, it's showing the value 20. It means that is correct. We are getting the correct data. So somehow let's save this one and go to this exercise, or not exercise, inside the complete. This one is not working properly. So over here we cannot directly use in this way, right? We need to use an SQL query structure. So here we'll say SQL, make sure to import it from Drizzle, and then inside this we'll add a dollar sign. Let's copy that as it is. Okay, then I will move this over here, and then dollar sign for this XP earn as well, something like this. Okay, and also we have to make sure we want to update that particular record only. So over here we'll simply add a where clause with an and then over here we'll say the course ID, or maybe we can say the chapter ID with a course ID. So here we'll say enroll course dot course ID matches with the course ID, or this need to be an equal. Inside this equal we need to add, then again we'll add an equal with enroll course table dot chapter ID. So over here we'll say, oh, we don't have the chapter ID. I will just verify. So inside this enroll course we have the course ID, just course ID we need to add. So you don't need an AND operator over here, because we have only one condition. So let me undo this. Perfect. Okay, so this is important. Here I will add ts ignore, and over here as well you need to add for that specific user. So that condition you need to mention. So we'll say user table dot email matches with the user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Okay, so it will update to that specific user. Now let's test this out. Now let's see, you want to mark this chapter completed. Now once you add it, okay, we got still this, we got error because we did not updated the same logic to these points, okay, with the SQL and dollar. But now in this case we need to use this user table dot points. Okay, let's try this. So we'll say mark completed. Still an issue. Let's see what is the issue now in this case. So it's saying equal is not defined. If you see over here inside the terminal, right? So make sure you will define an equal. Let's save this one. Hopefully this time it will work. And if you see, it's showing exercise completed. And now once it's show the exercise completed, we'll go to this, and if you see now XP earn updated to 20, and for users as well you will see the points is now updated to 20. Okay, Now we also need to make sure if user click again, right? Currently if I try to click again, it will update uh, as many as time, right? See, it's changed to 40, and that's what we have to restrict the user to mark the chapter completed again. Now you have two options. Either you can verify if that chapter is already there or not, or you can get the completed chapter list and verify if that chapter is already completed or not. Now here we are going to fetch the completed exercise, okay, with the help of course and the chapter's ID. So simply here we say constant completed exercise is equal to await db dot select from completed exercise dot where, and inside that we'll use and with the two condition. So first condition will be completed exercise dot course id matches with our course id, and the second condition will be completed exercise table dot chapter id comma chapter id, and then save it. Now this completed exercise I'm going to return over here and then save it. Now let's go back to this page.tsx. That's where we are fetching the exercise data, right? And in that one now we'll get the completed exercise as well. Now inside this course exercise type, we need to get the completed exercise list as well, okay? So inside that, here we say completed exercise, and then we already have the type, so maybe we can write completed exercise, this one, okay? If I go to this completed exercise, you will see we have the chapter id, exercise id, and the course id as well. Over here it's a list, so I will put it as a list only. After that we are going to pass, or we already have this information now inside the code editor, because that will get it inside this course exercise data, right? And from the course exercise data, once user complete when user complete click on this on complete exercise, right? Before that only we need to get to know whether the exercise index, okay? So I will cut this from here and I will put at the top, okay? So once we have the exercise data, obviously we'll get the exercise index, and then we'll also check constant is completed, okay? So this will check whether the exercise is completed or not, and it's quite easy. So over here you just need to add course exercise data dot completed exercise dot find, and then inside that you need to write item dot exercise id matches with the exercise index. Now the problem over here that we have to do everything because we don't have the exercise index, okay? 0 1 2, we have the slug, and that's the reason we have to get the index and compare with this one. If we already have the index, then it will be very straightforward, but right now this is how we have to implement. Now once user have this is completed as a true, then we can just show that okay, you already completed, so you don't need to do anything. So basically this is completed, you need to pass to this code editor children. So over here I will pass it as a is completed. Let's go to this children, accept that over here. Now if it's completed true, so over here we can add a condition already completed, okay? Otherwise you can add this text called mark completed. Let's see whether it's working or not. So I will go to our app now, just refresh the screen, and okay, so it's still showing mark completed. It means our logic somehow not working as expected. So let's see why. So over here I will just console is completed and we'll see. So issue over here is this exercise index is coming at 0. It starts with a 0, 1 and 2, right? So like this, and obviously our exercise we are saving with the actual number, not a 0. It means in this case it will be 1. So you have to wrap this inside the number, something like this, and then say +1 every time. Okay, and now if I save this one, then you will see now it's showing already completed. And in that case, maybe you can disable this button. So if I go to the code edit, the code editor children over here, you can simply disable this button. So user will not click this. Okay, so we'll disable if is completed and save it. Oh, I think I disable incorrect one. So you have to disable this completed button. See, and maybe you can add the exclamatory mark over here. Perfect. So that's how you have to implement it. And obviously on this course page you already have the all the status which you want to see, like how many XP user earned, how many chapter user completed, all of this detail. Okay, so guys, that's how you have to implement this particular feature. Now the next part is we need to understand how, let me go back first, how to implement this next and previous button logic. Okay, so on the click of text, obviously it will go to the next exercise in the same chapter, and on the previous button click it will go to the previous page of the exercise in the same chapter. But if the exercise is completed, then you can change this button to go to the next chapter, or let's say finish, something like that. And same thing with the previous as well. So that logic we need to implement beforehand, okay, not on the click of the next. So we'll decide the router before only. So for that one, simply go to your page.tsx where you implemented this next and previous button. So over here I'm going to create a method called constant get previous next button route and the arrow function. Now inside this, first we need to get current index of exercise. Okay, so and from that index we'll get to know the actual slug for the next route or the previous route. So over here, if you remember, inside the code editor we already used, so I will copy that and then we'll paste it here. Here we'll say current exercise index. Okay, so logic will be the same. Next, once we have that index, so we'll say constant next button route, I will say. Let's see how it goes. So inside that, now we have the index, so simply we'll say course exercise data, or we'll say next chapter next exercise. Okay, so we'll say course exercise data dot exercises, and then inside that you need to get the current index +1. Okay, and dot the slug name, that's what you need it. Okay, if you are getting this undefined, you can add a condition, if is undefined return null. Still showing an undefined, that's weird. So here you can add optional field with a, if it's not there then just show it as a 0. Maybe we don't need this now. And so this is how you can get the next exercise. And also over here we'll say previous exercise is equal to, I will copy same thing, just we need to do, and here instead of +1 we'll do -1, so it will get the previous chapter. Okay, and make sure to console this next exercise and previous exercise. Now if I save this one and it go over here, refresh the screen, now you will see on line number 19, okay, we got this next chapter slug, and undefined means the previous chapter is undefined because we don't have any previous chapter, as we are on the first chapter. Okay, now whenever the previous chapter is not there, then we need to either disable the button, or you can jump back to the course page. So it's up to you how you want to handle this scenario. Okay, now once you update this one, so basically you can simply implement a route. So I will define constant. Here we say next button route comma set next button route is equal to use state, and this will be string only. Same thing I'm going to do for the previous button. So this need to be a next set previous button route, and then over here we'll say set next button route will be slash course, then the course ID. So here we'll say courses, then the course ID. So we'll say course ID, then chapter ID. So here we'll say chapter ID plus slash, and then the next exercise. Okay, over here I will say if next exercise is there, then only, otherwise you can pass it as a null or pass it as a undefined. Now I will copy this for the previous button. So over here we'll say if previous exercise is there, then well and good, otherwise show it as undefined. Now for this button I will wrap inside the, not this one, okay, so this is the previous button. So over here we'll add a link tag with the h reference, and then we'll add previous button. So we'll say previous, I think I gave the wrong name, yeah, previous button route, previous button route. Okay, and then wrap something like this. So here we got an error saying it might be an undefined. If it's undefined, just simply go to the courses page. Same thing I'm going to do for the next button, but for next button we'll add next button route. Okay, maybe you can go to the courses slash course ID page. I think this is a good way to jump to the same course detail page. Okay, so right now if you see, if I click on the previous button, it will jump onto the course page. Okay, because it's not completed, otherwise it will go to the next route, and if I click on next, you will see you're on the next screen now, and that's where we have all the detailed tasks for the next one. Obviously you have option to run your code, or it's not, nothing is there, but here we'll say h2 tag, and that's what they told to do this task. So we'll do this task, we'll run the code, and we got the result. Okay, if you think everything is good, we'll say mark completed, and now it's saying exercise completed. If I want to go to the previous, you can go to the previous, say. Okay, and now over here it's showing, okay, both are completed. I think now it's working perfectly fine. See, maybe there is some issue, maybe in the data side. Okay, and not only that, but on the right hand side you will see the progress for the XP earned and for the exercise, as we completed 3 exercises. If I go to jump to this third one, right, and if I implement this, or let's just run the code. I don't know whether we have, I will say subscribe to Tube Guruji. So guys, make sure to subscribe to our channel, and then once you think everything is done, just say mark completed. Now it's mark completed. Now I can move to the next chapter. Okay, if I want to go back, you can we need to add something, a back button somewhere here. Okay, so that it will go back to this course page. But right now if you see, now we completed 3 exercises, and now it's showing XP earned as a 3. Let's refresh it. I think it's look like there is some, still there is a bug over here. because it's still showing it's not completed or it's not show this correctly. So maybe I will fix that in a quick fix chapter. But right now I hope understand all of this implementation. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. So currently we have bug that not correctly enabling the exercise. Okay, so we are getting rid of this particular logic, and we are going to simply implement a logic in order to enable all the exercises and show the completed one. Okay, but later on we are also making sure that if user is not upgraded user, then we are not enabling any other chapters. Okay, so let's implement this first. So inside this course chapter component, simply scroll down, and here I am going to remove this enable exercise option completely. Okay, and instead of this, let's cut this from here. Now we will simply add, if the exercise is completed, let me remove this space. If the exercise is completed, then we'll show it as a completed. Okay, otherwise we'll show a button with the XP. Okay, so over here first we'll add a question mark, then we'll add a condition as well. So over here we need to add a condition as course detail dot is enroll or course enroll. Okay, is I don't know, user enroll. If it's enroll, then obviously we'll show this link. Okay, otherwise we'll show this tooltip. And if I save this one, now if you see, it's enabled for everything, and obviously you can jump on any of this page. But later on, once we add the subscription and pricing model, then we only enable first 2 chapter for a free user and all the paid chapter for the remaining one. So it will be easy for any user to jump on any chapter. If I want to jump over here, you can directly jump, and here we go. Okay, you'll see that chapter information directly. So that is a quick fix that you can do it. Definitely you can give a try to hide all the remaining one. Okay, but it's totally up to you. Now for example, if I go to the other courses which I am not enrolled at all, then let's go to this CSS beginner for example, and in this case I did not enroll. Right now if I expand this, obviously it's saying to enroll me first, and only when I enroll, then only it enable for me. Now let's push our code to the GitHub. So simply inside this source control, we'll create a new branch. It's a chapter 13 playground code editor. Click enter. Over here stage all these changes and then give the commit message, documentation with footer and completed chapter logic. Here exercise logic, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch, and then inside our GitHub we will create a pull request. So raise this pull request. I will create this pull request, and then CodeRabbit will review our code step by step. It will document all your changes and also give you the sequence diagram, which very helpful for the your documentation. And at the last, simply merge your code. Now this is a bonus chapter for all of my subscribers. Currently, our Sandbag code editor only support few programming language like JavaScript, TypeScript, CSS, HTML, Vue, and React, Angular. Obviously, you can look that more on usage guide. Over here, you will find the static means HTML, CSS. Then we have Angular based on JavaScript or TypeScript, React, Vanilla, Vue, and many others. But there are some cases that you need a different language, for example Python. Currently this Sandbag code editor does not support a Python library, okay, or there are other like SQL, or you want to learn C, C++, it doesn't support. So you have to add it from the CodeMirror language. if you click on this CodeMirror, you will find a bunch of different other language which it can support, okay, like a Java or Python or XML, Go, and many other. But you have to add the extra configuration for that, okay, in order to support that particular language. So simply you have to provide that extension, make sure to import that particular language, and then you are good to go. But in our current implementation, we only added the hard-coded value to our code editor. If I go to this code editor, you will see the template we provided is as a static. Now, if I hover on this template, you will find a different language like static, Angular, React, TypeScript. Even it support a Next.js as well, along with the Astro and many others. Okay. Now you have to tell to our code editor, okay, which template to use depends on the course you selected. And currently we don't have any column which will tell, okay, for this particular course we have to use a React or HTML or CSS, correct? So let's update this course table so that we can simply add the template type or code editor type. So I will go to the schema file. So let's go to the schema.tsx file, and inside that we have this course table. Inside the course table we'll say editor type, and then it is of type varchar, and then save it. Once you add this new column, we have to make sure you have to update that new column into your Studio Drizzle kit Neon Postgres SQL database. So simply push these changes. If you might get error, that's because we already have the data, but if not, then well and good, and simply run the studio. Now if I refresh this, you will let's refresh this complete studio, and then you will see a brand new column called editor type. Now inside the editor type you can say React. For HTML CSS you have to provide a static. For CSS as well we provide a static. For a Python we have to provide a Python only, because we don't have any Python editor installed, okay. But if you hit like button to this video, and if it reaches 1,000 like for this video, then I will create a dedicated members only video for those who are looking for how to integrate other programming language into this application, okay, and which will be available on tubegurji.com, okay, where you will find an exclusive courses and the source code for each of the project, where you can test the demo, and there are many other feature you will find on the tubegurji.com. Now coming back to this application, now we need to know the type of the code editor which you need to use once you select the course. Now inside the code editor, obviously we are getting this course exercise data, right, inside this page.tsx file. But inside this course exercise data we don't have the information regarding the course. So simply I will go to this API endpoint under the exercise, where we have this route.ts file. Now currently we are fetching course result, exercise result. Now just before that I am also going to fetch course info. I will say course info only. Await db.select from course table, and then inside the where we'll say equal course table dot course ID matches with the course ID. Now once you get this course information, you can simply add a new field called editor type, and to this one I will provide a editor type. So over here if you see, this is how you need to provide an editor type, and then save it. As simple as that. Now if I go back to our page.tsx file where we are fetching this exercise, we are already consoling the result. Now we'll check whether we are getting that result or not, okay. So if I go to our HTML beginner course, let's go to this inspect panel, and I will go to the any chapter. Let's go to this chapter, and then on line 64 you will see an editor type, see, called static, okay. Now this static editor type we need to provide a dynamic way. So go to this code editor. Now make sure to this prop. So I will update this prop basically. So over here we have this course exercise. To this course exercise I will add editor type of string so that you can use it inside your code editor. So let's scroll down, and then over here we use this static. I will now replace this with the course exercise data dot editor type. Okay, so right now it's saying undefined. Okay, it might be undefined, so basically you can provide it as a React as a default one. Okay, still we have error. It's saying string is not assignable of type static, Angular, React. Okay, so in that case you can just ignore it because it thought it's just a string. Now if I go back, if you see, now it's still the static only. Okay, but if I jump to this React course, so let's go to the React course. Obviously we don't have the any data into this one, so we'll enroll now to this React course. And once you enroll, the course are enabled. If I open this course, we don't have data. Okay, so just ignore that. But if you see, it's now in the React code. Okay, so it changed to the React and not static anymore. Obviously once we have the actual exercise information, then you will not see that empty state. But that's how you have to update and provide a dynamic template. Okay, depends on your course type. Now in this chapter we are going to mainly focus on updating our header navigation bar, where we are showing the course list. Currently we hard coded the value, but now we have the course information into our database, so we are going to replace with the actual list. Then we are going to show an enroll course progress on the dashboard, and then we are going to add an option to explore the course list on the dashboard itself. So basically first we'll update this list, which is hard coded, right? Then now user already enrolled to the course. Obviously we need to replace this empty state with an actual enroll course list, and then below that you can give an option to explore all other courses. As simple as that. Okay, so let's go back to the header component. So I will go to this header.tsx file. That's where we are showing this navigation bar, and at the top, if you remember, we have this course list. Now we already have API endpoint to fetch the courses. So here we'll say constant get courses and the arrow function. Now we want to fetch all the courses. So we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash course, and then that's all. Here I will make this as async. Then you can verify by consoling the result.data. Now this get course we need to call as soon as this header component load, and then save it. Now I will verify by going to this inspect panel, go to the console, and here if you see we got these 4 courses. Now we have all of this information. Let's save in one state. So we say constant courses comma set courses is equal to use state. Now obviously you don't need to define this because now we have all new courses. To this one I'm going to add a type course, and it's a list, so the list as well. Now if you scroll down, okay, before that obviously make sure to save all the courses by setting the result.data to this set courses. Now over here I will add courses. So it's saying it's possibly undefined, so maybe you can add a condition and courses, and then we have courses dot we are mapping the course over here we need to define course dot title, and then description will be as it is. Let's save this one. Now go back to our application, and now if you see we have the courses. Currently we have 4 courses, so it's only show 4 courses only. Perfect, right? So that's how you have to do it. Now on the click of any of this course, we have to jump onto that particular course detail screen. So over here I will add a link tag with a h reference. We'll say slash courses slash course dot course id, and make sure to wrap it like this. Okay, over here obviously we need to move this key index to this link. Let's save this one, and now if I go over here, click on React Beginner, if you see it jumped to this React Beginner course. Beautiful, right? Now next thing, now update this enroll course section. Currently we are still showing the empty state. So first I will go to the routes. Inside the dashboard we have this component, and inside this component obviously we have enroll course list, right? So currently we are not fetching anything. Now when we want to fetch enroll course list, we want to show a course banner, course title, the progress, okay, how many courses are completed from total course, and the how many XP points or credit you earn in that particular course. And this is how it should look like. We want the response something like this: the title, total exercise, obviously we need an image URL, we'll fetch that one as well, the XP earned, and level. If level is completely optional thing. Okay, so these are the information we needed. Now in order to get this structure is little bit complicated because you have to connect all the table together. So I already created this query. Okay, it's a long query because we want to connect it. We need to do some calculation, do some formatting, and then at the last we need to format the output in a certain way. Okay, so simply copy everything as it is. Obviously it is available inside this eraser doc. If you are making changes in your table name or variable, make sure to update this query accordingly. Now inside this API endpoint under the course, so let's go to this course inside route.ts. First we have if condition, which will check if the course ID is there, and if it's not, enroll. So here we'll say enroll. Then you can simply get the information based on the course ID. Otherwise I added this else if condition with the course ID matches with the enroll. Then paste the code which you just copied. Okay, and then save it. Over here I think we need to give comma and then save it. Okay, now in order to test this query, simply you can open your API endpoint. This is just a GET request, and here I will add the course ID as an enroll. Now once you hit enter, get back with this particular result. Okay, now if you observe the course number 2, we have total 120 XP earned. We completed 5 exercise, and there are total 72 exercise and some banner info or course information like banner image, title, course ID, right? Now once we have that information, let's go to this enroll course. Inside that we are going to create a new method called get enroll, or we'll say user enroll course, and the arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await axios dot get slash API slash courses, and then we'll say course ID is equal to enroll. Okay, only we want to fetch and enroll information. After that we'll console the result as well, and this get user enroll course we need to call inside the use effect, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and right now it's saying 404 error, so this need to be a course only, not a courses. And then if I refresh the screen, and boom, if you see, we got the data inside this enroll course component, and here not this one, let me see the line number, which is a 17. Inside the 17 actually we are getting a different one, so this need to be a small course ID, it's not capital I, so make sure you're passing small ID. And now let's test this out, and if you see, now we got only 2 results, which is an expected one, okay, with the XP earned, total exercise and everything. So make sure to update this with a small I. Now once you have this, simply add set enroll course with a result dot data. Now I'm going to add a loading state as well, so we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Then we'll set the loading as true, and at the last we'll set the loading as false. Now whenever there is a loading, we are going to show a skeleton effect. So here we'll say loading and then we'll simply add a skeleton effect with a class name width to be full. Then we'll make a rounded corner and we'll add margin Y to, let's say, 5, okay, and then save it. And obviously if I go back over here, if you see, nothing is displaying that because we wanted to show the list. Now we have some data inside the enroll courses. Now in order to define a list, here we'll say enroll courses dot map, here we'll say course comma index and the arrow function. Inside this div, we are going to, or maybe we can create a separate component to just display the course information. So under this component, I'm gonna create a course progress card .tsx file. Let's add a default template. Now inside this we need to accept the course information. So first I will add this course progress card component, and to this one we'll pass course info. Okay, now make sure you need to define a type over here. Okay, so let's define a type called enroll course info, and inside this type you need to define everything as it is. Okay, let's define it quickly. So we have banner image of type string, then we have course ID of type number, then we have completed exercises, again this is of type number, then we have a level title, so here we say level title, then we have total exercise and XP earn. Okay, so all of these things we want to get over here. I will pass this type as well, and oh, this need to be a list actually. Okay, so make sure it's a list, and at the end obviously inside this course progress card you need to accept the type course. Make sure to export this one, okay, so that you can use it in different component. Now here I will accept it as a course. Over here we'll define a prop, so we'll say type props is equal to course of type enroll course info. Now once we have the course information, let's start implementing the UI for it. So we'll say image with a source, here we'll say course dot banner image with the alt tag as course dot title, then we'll give width, let's say 500, height to 500, class name we'll say width to full, height to, let's say, 200 pixel. Here we will make a rounded to, let's say, XL, and then save it for now, and let's see whether how it looks on the screen. Right now we got an error saying, let's check the second issue, because that's where we have error. Okay, here we need to add the stream in. Maybe in some managed image URL we have image issue in the URL, so that's the reason. And if you see, now the image is displaying on the screen. Now let's go to this enroll course, and here we convert this list into a grid format. So for this one we say grid column 1 for a smaller screen, grid column 2 for a medium, and for Excel we'll give grid column 3 with a gap to 5. Okay, I think we can make this 2 only over here as well. I think this is much better. Then for this image I will say object cover, so it will not stretch. Okay, and I will just change this size to, let's say, 150, little bit smaller. Perfect. Now below that we want to show basic information, so I will add a div in h2 tag. We'll say course dot title. After this we'll just add a text. We'll say course and then this information. Now for this div you can add a class name with a font as a game. Over here we'll add a class name, text larger, but also I'm going to add text, not font thin. Okay, so we want to add font thin or light, anything is fine. Then for this h2 tag we'll add text is of 2XL. Perfect. Or maybe we can make it 3XL. Then I'm also going to gray this out little bit. Now we want to show a proper progress bar. Okay, so you can show the progress bar. So here we say progress from the ShadCN component. To this progress you need to provide a value, and obviously we need to calculate the value, how much progress, right? Now if you see our output, here we have this total exercise and the completed exercise, right? So basically we'll say course dot completed exercise divided by, or here we'll say into 100, or let's say divided by first, divided by course dot total exercise and then into 100. Okay, that will give you the percentage. And over here obviously if you see for HTML we have some progress. Now obviously at the top I'm going to add an h2 tag. Inside this we'll say course dot completed exercise completed. Okay, like the text, like something like this. See, it's saying 5 completed. And we're also going to add a span tag. I will say total number, so we want to add course dot total exercise, and here maybe I can something add out of, and then we'll say 5 completed out of 72, something like this. See, you can put this out of to the right, it's completely up to you how you want to display. For this h2 I will add a class name with a margin top to 3, and we'll say text larger, but I will just gray out this, something like this. See, and I think that's all we needed. Now for this div I'm going to add padding to, let's say, 4, and then for this complete div I'm going to add a border to 4. Okay, now I will also going to add rounded to 2XL for this border, and we don't want this border at the bottom side for the image, so I'm going to say rounded XL only at the top level. So we'll say top and then XL. See, and that's how it's showing the enroll courses. Now this total reward on the right hand side, we can simply get it from the user detail hook. So inside our user status, we can use a constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use context, and here we'll say user detail context. Now from the user detail, here we have the points. I'm going to replace that with the user detail dot points, and if you see over here, it's showing these points now. Now in order to implement this daily strike, you can try on your own. Okay, you have to just manage the current date, and if user come tomorrow, you have to compare date. Okay, if it's not missed, you can again create a new table to manage this daily strike. If you want to get this source code of implementation of this one, you will find in the link, okay, in the description. So just go ahead, get the source code, and you will find all of this implementation as well. Now it is very important, when user click on this particular card, it should navigate to that particular course. So here we say link with the hrefs slash courses slash course dot course id. Okay, so just wrap it inside the link, just save this one, and now if I click on this HTML beginner, it will jump to that particular course with all of this information. Now next, below to this explore more or just about this, we want to add a new section called explore courses. Okay, where user can have option to explore more courses. Now we are going to use the existing component, okay, called courses. So if I go to this courses, you can use this existing component in order to display it, and obviously we'll just modify a little bit. So first, let's go to this page.tsx, and maybe before this one, you can add this section. So we'll create a new section called explore more course.tsx. Let's add a default template, and this explore more section I'm going to add over here. Now similar like other, I'm going to copy this heading in order to keep it in the sync. Over here I will say explore other courses. Let's save it, and then we already have the all course list. I don't know what is called, but let's try to get it as a course list. Let's save this one. Now if I go to this dashboard, I don't see that section yet. Okay, if you see, now we got other courses. Perfect, right? And obviously it will help us to explore more courses. Now if you want to change the height, you can change this. You can add a condition. So basically to this course list, I will say, so I will add a smaller card and we'll say true. So this smaller card as a new parameter I'm going to accept over here. So let's define a type called props. Okay, and here we'll say smaller card, which is completely optional thing, and of type boolean. Here I will say props. You can provide a default value to false. Okay, and then whenever the smaller card is mentioned as a false, I'm going to change this width. Okay, so I will wrap this inside the curly braces in order to add a conditional height. So basically over here we'll say dollar smaller card. If it's a smaller card, then you have to provide a height, let's say 120 pixel. Otherwise you can define this particular height. Okay, over here make sure you are adding condition correctly. Let's save everything, and now if I refresh it, you will see this is in smaller section, so it's much more easily recognizable. Okay, and it's look much better than the previous one. So that's how you have to add this explore other course section as well. Simply you can limit how many course list you want to show. So here we'll say limit list, or here we say max limit. So max limit. So max limit I can provide, let's say 5. Okay, now this max limit you can pass to this course list, and again this is a boolean value. So here we'll say max limit, type number, and over here we'll say if max limit is there, or you can simply add a condition max limit is less than equal to index, or less than index value, and make sure to add and operator. So here we'll say if max limit is there and then only execute it. Otherwise you can provide a max limit anything you want. Okay, right now I provided 100, so it's not big deal. And if I refresh the screen now, okay, so it's not showing anything. So let's see why. Okay, so I think we need to reverse this condition because we want to change this issue. Okay, and if you see, now it's working perfectly fine. Now we want to show add a view all button over here, so you can jump onto this course list page directly. So inside the explore more section, maybe I will wrap this in a div tag, and over here we'll say margin top to 7. Then we'll add a button saying view all. Here we'll say class name, font game, text larger, and let's add a variant as pixel, and then save it. So we have this view all button, what we want in one line. So let's make it flex gap, not gap, but we'll say justify between item to be in the center. Perfect. And on the click of view all, we just want to navigate to this courses page. Okay, so if I click on view all, see, jump to this all courses page. Beautiful. And we have this beautiful skeleton effect as well. So that's how, guys, you have to implement your dashboard. Make sure to add all the missing part and make it completely functional. Now let's push all the changes which we make to our GitHub so that CodeRabbit will review our code. So first I will create a new branch, and then we'll give the name chapter 14 dashboard and header update. Then we'll stage all the changes, give the commit message and header course implement. After that, make sure to publish your branch, go to the GitHub, and onto this GitHub we'll go to our code repo. Here we got the option called compare and pull request. Create the pull request, and once you create the pull request, now CodeRabbit will review your code. Now let's jump onto this most important part of this course to make our application a SaaS application. This application will be a SaaS once you add a payment gateway in order for our application service, so that user can join it and use the service which we are providing through this app. Now, adding a payment gateway is a big headache, and in this particular chapter we are going to enable the subscription billing model with the help of Clerk billing. And then we are also going to update the course chapter for a free and the paid tier. Okay, now Clerk introduces this Clerk billing feature, which is subscription billing model, which you can directly add to your project in just one line of code. You can add as many plans you want along with their features, and then inside your application user can make a payment. And that's what we are going to integrate right now. So simply go to the a link in the description which is about the clerk. Simply go to the dashboard. Inside the dashboard, you will see an option called configure. Inside the configure, come to this billing section and click settings. Inside the setting, you need to enable this user billing. Okay. Also, you have to create a plan first. So if you see, I enable the billing. Now we have to create some plan. So click on the create plan and give the plan name. By default, you have the free plan included, but here you can add your own plans as well. So we'll say unlimited. Just we'll say unlimited. Here you can add a description if you want. You can add a monthly base price. So this is a monthly base price I want to give. If user want to join as a annually, then we can give a discount monthly. For example, let's say 799. But not only that, you can even add a free trial. Okay, if you want to provide a 2-day of free trial, you can even provide that. And after 2 days, it automatically charge for user. And you don't need to worry about, because clerk is taking care of everything behind the scene. After that, you can add a feature. So over here for paid tier, we'll say unlimited course, or we'll say all pro courses. Then we'll add this new feature. Then we'll add another feature, enable all course chapter. Then we'll say access any exercises. Over here we'll say free, or not free, but we can say, yeah, free customer. We'll say 24/7 Discord and email support, and say create feature. Okay, so we created few feature. Let's save this one. And once you save, we'll go back to the billing setting again. Now if you see, inside the subscription plan, we have the free trial and unlimited trial. Right now in free trial, I don't think so we have any feature, so we can add the feature. So we'll add a new feature. Here we'll say limited course. Okay, then we can say limited exercise. Then over here we can add limited app features. I think that's all we can add, and then save it. Now we have two different plans. One is a free plan and one is the paid plan. Okay, now if I go back, you will see this both the plan along with the pricing and everything. Then inside this setting section, as you are in the development mode, you can use a Clerk payment gateway, which is a recommended, but you can directly connect to your Stripe payment gateway as well. And automatically Clerk will take care of that one. Okay, just to connect your Stripe account with the Clerk, and it's very simple. Once it is enabled for you, you can simply go to this read billing guide or click the link in the description for the documentation. Here we are implementing for the B2C, okay, so business to customer SaaS application. Now in order to add a pricing table, you just need to add this pricing table component. So let's copy this div along with this pricing table component. Here we'll add a brand new route. So under this routes, we're gonna add a new endpoint called, not endpoint, new route called pricing, and inside this we'll create page.tsx file. Let's add a default template. I will say rename this as a pricing, and simply copy the code, paste the code which you copied. Here make sure to import this pricing table from the Clerk Next.js, save it, and you will see the result. Now if I go to this pricing, over here we got an error saying pricing cannot be rendered when billing is disabled. So our billing is disabled from the Clerk, so let's enable that first. So again I will go to the dashboard in order to enable this billing. So inside the setting, make sure it's enabled, and now if I refresh it, you will see the result. Perfect, right? Now let's add some style to this one. So over here I will add an h2 tag, we'll say pricing. Then inside the h2 again we'll say join for unlimited access to all features and courses. Obviously for this div we'll add a class name called font game. To this h2 we'll add a text to 4xl, and to this h2 we'll say text to, let's say, excel. Now if I make this text to be in the center, it will be in the center of the screen. Over here as well I'll make text to be in the center, we'll give margin top to 28, and then this is how it look like. Okay, so we can give, somehow the margin is not working, maybe yeah, here we give the margin, so that's the reason. If I remove this, let's see how it looks. Maybe we can say flex item to be in the center, so we'll say flex column item to be in the center, and justify content in the center. Let's say width full. Let me remove this tile, and now here we'll say padding x to 44. Let's make it more. Perfect. Okay, now we have this beautiful pricing action table, and here if you see we have all of the font style as well. You can give the default font, let's say 2xl. okay, and let's make it 3xl, little bit bigger. And now if you want to start a 2-day free trial, just click on this 2-day free trial, and on the right hand side it will open the checkout page along with this card number, expiration date which you can add, and then you can simply make a payment. Interesting thing is you can switch this billing annual to monthly, and now it will charge monthly. We also enable the free trial option, so you can start with this 2-day free trial as well. If you don't want add font game to all of these, you can just remove, and specifically you can mention to this one. Okay, so you will get this clear and visible text. And here if I join the paid trial, it will start the pay trial as well, and then it will charge you after 2 days. Now before joining it as a member, let's go to this dashboard and let's understand how to check whether user is joined as a member or not, right? If I go to the documentation, if you scroll down little bit, here you have option to check whether user has an access or not using this has function. Okay, so let's implement. So first I will go to the dashboard, under the courses. Here we have the course ID. Inside the course ID we'll go to the component and the course chapter. Inside this course chapter, first we'll get constant. Here we'll say has using use auth. Okay, now this use auth you can import it from the Clerk Next.js. Then we'll copy this and simply paste it here. This will check. Now you have to make sure the has is initialized, and then you need to provide a plan name. That plan name you can get it from the Clerk dashboard. Go to the subscription plan. Now we want to check whether user has unlimited plan or not. You will see this key option. So this key is nothing but the plan ID you need to provide. Here we'll say has unlimited access. Okay, and now once you define this one, you can simply stop accessing the unlimited other courses. For example, over here I will add, okay, first 2 courses is a free, but for all other you have to pay for it, right? So basically where we are showing the course, right? Or maybe first thing into this accordion I will add that. So this is a trigger, right? So inside the trigger, let's add another div, and then I will add an h2 tag. Over here we'll say pro. Okay, just we'll write a pro as a text with a class name, font game, text 3xl. Let's save this one. If you see, this pro text is showing on the screen. Obviously we need to add as a flex, item to be in the center and justify between. Okay, maybe we need to mark this width as a full, I'm not sure. Yeah, and if you see, the pro text is showing. Now this pro text we want to display only if user don't have unlimited access. So over here we'll say is unlimited access. Okay, what name we gave? Has unlimited access. So it's called has unlimited access. If it's not there, then only show this pro. Okay, and also he will say index is greater than or equal to 2. So right now if you see, only for from the chapter 3 it's saying pro. Okay, not only that, but we can also add some styling. So here we say text, let's say yellow, so yellow color, perfect. Now inside this we need to also disable this one. Okay, we already have the button for that disable state, which is this one, right? So that also we can add. Now this particular section, let's move this just above this one. So over here, instead of this, we'll keep as it is, but just here we'll add a condition. If user is enroll, right, and has unlimited access, and index is less than, or we will say basically over here we'll say and if user don't have unlimited access and index is less than 2, then save it. And if you see, only for first 2 it's enabled and for rest of the other it's not. But we have to make sure, we need to add one more condition just to make it little bit simpler. I'm going to add this button one more time, but the condition is little bit different. So over here we say has unlimited access and the user is enrolled, no matter what is the index. Okay, but user need to be enrolled, then we'll add this button again. Otherwise we'll show a tooltip, and if you see, it will give you same result, but as this is the pre-user, so we have some limitation. Okay, next important thing, if you see this upgrade to pro section, right, this section we need to only visible if user has not unlimited access. So I will copy this section as it is, and if I go to this component, so let's go to the dashboard component. We already have the upgrade to pro section, right? Let's implement this use auth over here because we are reusing it at some other places, and I'm just going to add a condition. If no unlimited access, then only show this upgrade to pro option. And for the pro text, we already added the condition as well. Now let's do one thing, let's go to this pricing and then join. So I will start the 2-day free trial. Let's make it monthly only. So I will say monthly, start 2-day free trial. Obviously I'm in development mode, so I can pay with the test card in order to test it. Now the payment is successful. Over here you will see you are on the free trial. Now interesting thing about this, you can manage your pricing by going to your manage account. Over here if you see, we have billing section, and you will see and all the billing information. You can stop your plan, make a payment, your all the statement, your payment method, option to add a new payment method, or you want to switch the plan. Everything you can manage through the Clerk manage account component. Now let's go to this dashboard. So right now if you see, we have got an error saying use auth attempt to call on the server side. So maybe that's the reason for that one is inside this upgrade to pro, we need to mark this component on the client side. So we'll say use client. And now if you see, that section is gone because you are on the paid plan. Okay, you can even show some kind of icon that you are a paid user or you are a subscribed user. If I open any of these section, you will see the pro button is no longer showing, and not on the right hand side, that upgrade to pro section is also not visible. And you can access to all of this chapter anytime, okay, no matter what, because you already joined it. So that's how you have to manage your pricing at the pricing subscription billing model with the help of Clerk. And then you can add a condition to limit the feature access from free user and the give access to the paid user. Obviously there are many more features which you can add it easily. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt in this particular chapter, let me know in the comment section. Now it's time to push your code to the GitHub because we already finished all of this feature. So I will go to source control. Let's create a new branch and we'll say chapter 15 payment billing, or if we'll say subscription billing feature. Now once you check out this, you can add the changes, add a commit message, publish this branch, and then inside the GitHub you can simply go to this GitHub. So we'll say compare a pull request, create the pull request, and then once CodeRabbit review your code, simply merge your code to the master branch. Now it's time to deploy our application on the cloud so that you can share your project with your friends, family, and start your own SaaS project. If you see on this landing screen, which we already built, but on this landing screen I also added this existing course list component to display available course, and also added a button in order to explore more course. On the click of it, obviously user will navigate to the all course page. Okay, and here obviously user can see the course detail and many other information. So simply make sure to add as many features you want. Now simply head to the Drizzle.com where you can deploy your Next.js application for a free. Over here you will see an option called add new. Click on add new, click project. Make sure to connect your repo to the GitHub account, and then inside this, once you connected, you will see your project name. Okay, now make sure all your changes you push. Okay, if your changes is not pushed, then make sure to push your changes. Okay, if it's not valid, then just leave as it is. And over here, once you select the project, click import, it automatically detect you the framework. Okay, so in our case is a Next.js, so keep as it is. You don't need to update any build or output setting, but you have to add the environment variables. So simply go to this .env file. Inside this, if you see, we have few environment variable. Copy everything as it is and simply paste it here, and then it automatically assign the key and their respective value. After that, once you done with this, you can simply click deploy. But before doing that, if you want to avoid any deployment error or bug, before deploying your application, make sure to run command inside your VS Code terminal. So over here, just run a command npm run build. Okay, so it will build your application locally before deploying it on Drizzle. Make sure while building you will not have any error. If there is any error, make sure to fix it before pushing these changes. And if you see, all the changes are built successfully. You don't need to do anything. There are some changes that I'm going to push, so I will again add a commit message, and then once this is done, simply come back to the Vercel and click deploy. Once your deployment started, Vercel will start building your project. Then it will install all the packages from the package.json file, and then it will assign a domain. Right now we got an error saying conflict regarding the pair dependency. It might happen because of the pair dependency change in your Next.js version and all. But here you don't need to worry about this. Simply copy this legal dependency, okay, and here inside your build tool, click override. Okay, maybe you can update over here, install command, and then inside this we'll say npm install and add this legacy pair dependency. Okay, so it will install all the dependency which is required with the matching version. Okay, and now if you see, we don't have any error. The build is started, and I will pause the video to finish this build. And here we go, our application is now live. Simply click continue to dashboard. Here you will find a domain, just click on it, and then you will see the landing screen. Simply log in to your account, and once you log in, you can simply navigate to the dashboard screen. Over here you will see all your project, and currently you are on the cloud domain. You can assign yourself your own custom domain as well, and anything you will find over here which we implemented. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to deploy your application on the cloud for free. So guys, if you have any question, any doubt, you can ask any question on my Discord channel. You can even ask question on the comment box. If you really like this video, press the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, and comment next video for a next video, so I can make next video. We can also extend this video with the new features and many other things we'll find onto this code box. So guys, we'll see you in the next video.